Chapter 361. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, Ouyang Qi let out a long breath. When master brought her back, she was called Chongning. There was no need to say anything else. Yan Zhaoge already knew that to the outside world, to others, it would be that Chongning had become Ouyang Qi's long-lost twin sister. Did you all grow up in the Outer East Sea? Yan Zhaoge asked. Ouyang Qi answered this question very straightforwardly. Ever since I can remember, I grew up on the Cloud Island in the Outer East Sea, 600 kilometers from Verdant Pill Island. As for Chongning, she was discovered by my master when he was traveling to the inner South Sea when she was young. Even when they were young, the two of them looked exactly the same. When their masters saw them, they would naturally pay attention. Yan Zhaoge looked at Ouyang Qi. Next question, other than the two of you and my junior apprentice sister, have you seen anyone else like her? After a moment of silence, Ouyang Qi said, there's another person. He's a man like me. His talent shouldn't be bad, but it's a matter of luck. He doesn't practice martial arts. He's just an ordinary fisherman. When I first found him, I was so shocked that I missed him. Later, I wanted to bring him back to see master, but he died in a shipwreck. Xikong Qing looked at Ouyang Qi, and could understand Ouyang Qi's mental state at that time. When she saw Chongning for the first time, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her situation was not much better than Ouyang Qi's. Even with Xikong Qing's usual cool temperament and firm will, it was hard for her not to be greatly impacted. Later on, the great battle had turned into a bloody battle of life and death. This had a lot to do with her unstable state of mind. Yan Zhaoge asked, when did this happen? Ouyang Qi replied, a year ago. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, pondering for a moment before asking, did you master and disciple discover something on the deceased? Therefore, after seeing my junior apprentice sister, you risked defending my Broad Creed Mountain to capture her? Ouyang Qi was silent. He glanced at Chongning's corpse beside him and sighed. Master examined that person's corpse. Although he had never practiced martial arts before, his corpse seemed to contain a mysterious message. Oh? Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly as his gaze also fell on Chongning, his gaze seemingly condensing into something tangible. Instantly, fragmented and unfamiliar runes surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind. The talisman markings were scattered and fragmented, and they didn't form a system, causing others to be unable to discern the true meaning within them. However, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel an extremely profound concept within. While it was just a glimpse, the profound principles contained within were also rather profound. It was just that as Yan Zhaoge carefully analyzed it, he was shocked. His knowledge and discerning ability far surpassed an ordinary person, and he was able to discern that these scattered talisman markings and talisman seals were probably not even the tip of the iceberg when compared to the entire talisman markings and talisman seals. In its complete state, the number of runes would probably be as numerous as the stars in the sky. If every Xikong Qing only had this one rune, then to complete it would very likely mean that there were countless Xikong Qings. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. A single talisman pattern was already so profound. If all of them were gathered together, how profound and powerful would that be? Even the knowledgeable Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise after projecting this out, feeling that it was extraordinary. Coming to Chongning's side, Xikong Qing reached out and touched her corpse. However, she only felt a little confused, blurry, unable to see clearly. Ouyang Qi said quietly, one has to be at least a martial grandmaster to be able to see through it. If one's cultivation base is insufficient, they would require the assistance of a martial grandmaster. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge shrugged, coming behind Xikong Qing once more and pressing his palm on her back. With the assistance of Yan Zhaoge's aura qi that was filled with spirituality and had returned to simplicity, Xikong Qing was also able to sense the extraordinariness emanating from Chongning this time. Looking at that talisman, she had a different feeling, seemingly wanting to immerse herself within it. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers, only then regaining her wits. There's still time. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ouyang Qi, saying smilingly, I wonder if living people can also sense each other. While he was all smiles, looking at him, Ouyang Chi could only feel his entire body turn cold. He laughed bitterly, "Others can't see us, but we can see each other. With Master's help, Chong Ning and I can also sense each other." Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. Sikong Qing came forward, extending her finger and tapping on Ouyang Chi's forehead. Being suppressed by Hu, Ouyang Chi was powerless to resist. At this moment, he was also not in the mood to resist as he just stood there quietly. Yan Zhaoge walked forward, pressing his palm against Sikong Qing's back once more. Gradually, Sikong Qing's expression turned solemn, and the one who benefited from this was also Yan Zhaoge, who was helping her. Ouyang Chi was rather more tragic. Without the help of a martial grandmaster, he was unable to sense Sikong Qing. Within Yan Zhaoge's mind, the image of the shattered talisman surfaced once more. This time, there were two of them, one originating from Sikong Qing, the other from Ouyang Chi. They were completely different from Chong Ning's talisman, but their concepts and auras were of the same lineage, similarly being incomplete. While the three were connected, they were independent of each other. It was like an infinitely long metal chain, one metal ring after another connected to the other. And now that the metal chain had broken apart, 3 solitary metal rings fell from it, placed before Yan Zhaoge. After a while, Yan Zhaoge retracted his palm, looking at Ouyang Chi. "Isn't it good like this? We can totally work together now, right?" Ouyang Chi smiled bitterly once more. Unlike him, even more unlike Sikong Qing, while Chong Ning was a woman, she was irritable and easily angered, arrogant and rash, at the same time seeking instant success. If it was him, Ouyang Chi, he definitely wouldn't want to make a move against Sikong Qing. It was just that this time, he had been dragged in along with her. Ouyang Chi looked helplessly at Yan Zhaoge, who smiled, "Don't look at me like that. You are very cooperative, and I won't harm your life. However, in the coming days, I'll have to invite you to our clan as a guest for some time. As for your master, just take it as you also having met with a calamity at sea." Ouyang Chi sighed towards the heavens, not speaking. While Yan Zhaoge was smiling, those 3 shattered talisman patterns continued to revolve within his mind, unable to be dispelled. His gaze moved between Sikong Qing, Ouyang Chi and Chong Ning. When junior apprentice sister Sikong killed Chong Ning, the scene that appeared before her eyes as well as the complete seal that was deduced from these 3 talisman patterns corroborated one thing. Yan Zhaoge pondered, there are far more than 4 people like them, including the one who died a year ago. The few that I know of are all of similar ages, very likely having been born at the same time. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. While there are many people in the 8 extremities world, men and women who look exactly the same, also having such outstanding appearances and the same age, if there are many of them, it is impossible that they would not attract the attention of others. Chapter 362. Not every youngster could be like Yan Zhaoge, his name shaking the entire 8 extremities world, virtually known by everyone. Even ordinary people who did not cultivate in martial arts, even if they did not recognize Yan Zhaoge's appearance, would have heard of his name before. As the most famous expert of the younger generation, Yan Zhaoge's name could currently be described as reverberating like thunder. Of the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world, other than those who had completely secluded themselves from the world, even those who resided beyond the seas mostly knew of his existence. Most of them had even seen Yan Zhaoge's portrait before. As for Sikong Qing, comparatively speaking, there were much fewer people who recognized her. However, this few was only relatively speaking. It was only when compared to Yan Zhaoge that she appeared few. In truth, having participated in the Heavenly Connection meet, as a rising star of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Sikong Qing had already been marked in the hearts of the higher echelon experts of the various sacred grounds. Meanwhile, the other first and second-rate powers had always followed the footsteps of the various sacred grounds. Sikong Qing possessed outstanding talent in the martial Tao, her outer appearance also outstanding, making it hard for one to forget her. Under such circumstances, if someone who resembled her to the point of being virtually identical to her did not cultivate in martial arts, as long as they entered the line of sight of higher-level martial practitioners, whether male or female, they would all be noticed. Broad Creed Mountain's own heaven domain and the wind domain which it controlled over half of, other than the fire domain and the thunder domain, the mountain domain where infinite boundless mountain was, the water domain where Jade Sea City was and the lake domain where Turbid Wave Pavilion was. If they discovered her, they would all inform Broad Creed Mountain. It was only in a remote region like the seas where the existence of the painting Saint Old Man Mo prevented the sacred grounds from expanding their influence, that the environment would be relatively isolated. With Sikong Qing's current influence, she was still unable to let all the martial practitioners of the seas know of her existence. At the same time, with people like Ouyang Qi and Chong Ning appearing here, it would be very hard for the inland regions and even the water domain's Jade Sea City to discover them. Yan Zhaoge looked at Sikong Qing. If it was really as he had thought, that there were many Sikong Qings, to an unimaginable extent, and these people were all of the same age, of the same generation, in the Eight Extremities world, logically speaking, it was impossible that no news at all had spread. Yan Zhaoge estimated that even counting those like that fisherman who might have been buried, unable to enter the world of martial practitioners, there would not be too many of them. If that was the case, then where were all the Sikong Qings? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. After the great calamity, what exactly did it become? Not counting the 9 underworlds which encroached everywhere, the Eight Extremities world was relatively sealed off. Other than the Flame Devil world, it was not connected to any other worlds. As a result, Yan Zhaoge's current understanding of the environment outside of the Eight Extremities world was limited. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, his attention returning to Sikong Qing and Ouyang Qi before him. Looking first at Ouyang Qi and then at Chong Ning, Yan Zhaoge curled his lips slightly. From the looks of it, the master and disciple had actually discovered the problem by chance. They were still trying to figure it out and did not have a detailed plan. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, getting a Hu to escort Ouyang Qi before they all set off together, leaving the Outer East Sea and returning to the water domain. Sikong Qing's trip out this time was to temper herself. According to her original plan, it was still far from time to return. Being brought along by Yan Zhaoge like this now was also going against his original intentions. However, after experiencing the matter of killing Chong Ning and seeing Ouyang Qi, Sikong Qing's emotions were very complicated. She needed to find a place to calm down. It was not that Sikong Qing had never killed before, but the feeling of killing an opponent who had the same face as her was really not something that outsiders could understand. Yan Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at Sikong Qing. While she had still not recovered somewhat afterwards, having not shown mercy in that moment of life and death, Sikong Qing's will was indeed commendable. After all, Chong Ning had grown up alongside Ouyang Qi, having also seen the corpse of that fisherman who had perished. However, it had been Sikong Qing's first time meeting such a person. In terms of mental preparation, Chong Ning was much better than Sikong Qing. It was not rare for her to be able to make a move without hesitation, but it was not easy for Sikong Qing. Sikong Qing swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge, hesitating slightly for a moment before asking, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, you have always been knowledgeable. Have you ever heard of a situation like mine?" Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "I have to disappoint you, I am also not omniscient and omnipotent. It is just that knowing too many things, I have many guesses. However, from the current situation, the known clues are still too little." Looking at Sikong Qing, many guesses indeed flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. However, most of them were rejected by him. "However, junior apprentice Sister Sikong, while this may be your private matter, it may involve the painting Saint Old Man Mo. Therefore, I have to report this matter to the clan." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Sikong Qing nodded, "I understand." As they walked, the purple light of thunder suddenly flashed within Yan Zhaoge's right eye. He swiveled his head to look into the distance, an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not appearing on his face as he said mildly, "Bring them along first. I'll be there very soon." Hu gave a simple and honest laugh, "Yes, young master." They sat on Pan Pan's back, traversing the sea as they were far away in an instant. Yan Zhaoge, his hands behind his back, stood leisurely in the air above the sea's surface. Very quickly, a powerful aura appeared in the distance, a sword light like a rainbow as it streaked across the horizon, currently hurrying over. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "Of the direct lineage of the painting saint of Verdant Pill Island, ocean crossing Long Rainbow?" His voice was not loud, but it seemed to reverberate between the surrounding heavens and the earth, its aura as high as the sky. It was precisely the manifestation of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, clear chi profound art having been cultivated to a high level. The sword light that resembled a rainbow halted, an essence spirit martial grandmaster in the form of a middle-aged man appearing. This middle-aged man carefully appraised Yen Zhaoge with a glance before saying slowly, "Are you the Broad Creed young master, Yen Zhaoge?" "I am Qin Chi, and ocean crossing Long Rainbow is precisely my master." Currently, they were located beyond the seas, not within the domain of Broad Creed Mountain's influence. However, as one of the current sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain's reputation was also extraordinary. This was especially so when Yuan Jingfeng had domineeringly stepped into the martial saint realm, exterminated the decimating abyss in the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, dominating the sacred Sun clan, all of which had caused Broad Creed Mountain's reputation to flourish even further. And with Yen Zhaoge's status and fame, Qin Chi was unable to look down on him just because of his age. Moreover, not mentioning his lineage, in his trip to the extreme northern snowy plains, Yen Zhaoge had lost quite a few essence spirit martial grandmasters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall had tried to conceal it, some rumors had still leaked out. Yen Zhaoge, who had originally already been domineering, there would be even less people who would treat him as an ordinary spirit vessel martial grandmaster. While Qin Chi was older and had a high cultivation base, barely being in his territory, facing the sudden appearance of Yen Zhaoge now, his heart was still a little uneasy. Yen Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "This Yen greets you here. To tell you the truth, having seen your sword light of the light rainbow sword, I have guessed that you are of the direct lineage of the painting saint. Actually, I have something to ask of you." Qin Chi said, "I dare not say that I am asking for help. Young Master Yen, please feel free to speak your mind." Yen Zhaoge nodded, "I have a junior apprentice sister who has come to the seas to temper herself. A few days ago, I heard that someone was looking for trouble with her. Therefore, as her senior apprentice brother, I have specially come to take a look. I have already seen the place where the battle took place. The martial arts executed by the other party are extremely high grade, virtually not inferior to those of the direct lineage of the sacred grounds." Qin Chi's expression did not change, but his gaze was slightly unnatural. Yen Zhaoge smiled, asking, "In the lands beyond the seas, the painting saint reigns supreme, his disciples also often residing beyond the seas. He should be extremely familiar with the situation here. I would like to inquire whether, other than the painting saint's lineage, there are any experts from beyond the seas who have obtained such a profound legacy." Chapter 363. Yen Zhaoge smiled as he looked at Qin Chi, who composed himself. "I wonder what kind of supreme martial art it is, to be able to receive such a high evaluation from young Master Yen. Once one cultivates Gang Chi, one will become as hot as fire and turn fertile land into scorched earth. The key is that the firepower is extremely violent. Martial artists at the level of physical invulnerability grandmaster can cause great damage." Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "From what I know, in this current world, other than the 6 great sacred grounds, I have never heard of such a powerful fire-type Orochi martial art. In history, I've heard of a few, but logically speaking, they should have been lost. For example, the Burning Sun Evil Manual, the Fire Fiend God Technique of the 5 Elements Fiend Gods, the Scorched Earth Battle Chi, and the Scorched Sun Sword Fiend." Yen Zhaoge gazed at Qin Chi. "I know that there are countless strange people and strange things happening beyond the seas, and that some experts might not even be known to us inland people for their entire lives. Still, they should not be able to escape the eyes of Verdant Pill Island." Qin Chi was silent for a moment. "Perhaps my master would know a bit more. I have not traveled much in the outside world, so I am unable to give young Master Yen an accurate answer in such a short time." Yen Zhaoge nodded understandingly. "This is also not strange. Please help me verify it." Qin Chi replied, "Young Master Yen is too polite." His hands behind his back, Yen Zhaoge strode amidst space as he said calmly, my junior apprentice sister is currently tempering beyond the seas. If you of the painting saint's lineage meet her, please take care of her. This Yen thanks you first. Chen-Chi let out a long breath. Relax, young Master Yen. While Broad Creed Mountain's lineage and my verdant Pill Island do not have much contact, the exalted Heaven Shaker, the Heaven Diviner and many other bigwigs of Broad Creed Mountain fought the Flame Devils to the death for the Eight Extremities world, defending the human realm. We all feel great admiration for them. Your esteemed sect's disciples are traveling across the sea. If they run into any trouble, I and my fellow disciples will help them. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. If that is so, that would be best. This Yen first thanks you on behalf of my junior apprentice sister here. He stood in the air, his feet not moving as he looked at Chen-Chi. Since that's the case, I won't hold you up any longer. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Chen-Chi looked deeply at Yen Zhaoge. Then, I will take my leave. Young Master Yen, farewell. The light rainbow sword flashed once again, and Chen-Chi's body turned into a rainbow as he streaked across the sky. However, although he didn't turn back, the direction he was heading in was completely different from the direction he had come from. The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yen Zhaoge's right eye as he confirmed that Chen-Chi had retreated in the face of difficulty, not trying to play some crafty trick to bypass him and continue chasing. Shrugging his shoulders, Yen Zhaoge turned to leave this region of sea, chasing after Ahu and the others. Ahu, Sikongqing and Ouyang Chi sat on Panpan's back. Panpan leisurely walked on the surface of the sea, his laziness reappearing as if he was still half asleep. When Yen Zhaoge reappeared, Panpan instantly became spirited, looking like he was working hard and performing well. Yen Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or to cry at its indolent behavior. Patting his big head, Panpan grinned, revealing a very human-like simple and honest smile. Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ahu, saying exasperatedly, "One is marked by the company one keeps, one is marked by the company one key." Ahu also smiled foolishly. Yen Zhaoge leapt onto Panpan's back, sitting down in the meditative position as he asked Ouyang Chi, "Your master's name is Chen-Chi?" Ouyang Chi answered, "Yes, that is precisely my master." Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "What, having entered your master's tutelage, don't you have to change your name as a taboo?" Ouyang Chi didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Even overseas people don't pay attention to this. So that's how it is. Yen Zhaoge shrugged, no longer asking anything, instead saying simply, "In the coming days, I will invite you to return to our clan as a guest for a period of time. As for how long, that will depend on the wishes of our clan's seniors. I will not interfere." Ouyang Chi lowered his head, sighing. Ahu asked, "Young master, are we still returning to Stone Rock City?" Yen Zhaoge said, "Senior apprentice brother Su should have already brought Jun, and the others back to the clan. There is no need for us to go to Stone Rock City. I intend to remain on the sea for a period of time, properly analyzing the Flame Devils." After the consecutive bloody battles that year, the Flame Devils similarly suffered a great blow to their vitality. However, in recent years, the movements of the Flame Devils have been growing greater and greater. I feel that they are also gradually recovering their strength, becoming a little restless once more. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Before troops and horses move, intelligence comes first. Some preparations are best done as early as possible. Swiveling his head to look at Sikongqing, Yen Zhaoge said, "For junior apprentice sister Sikong's injuries to be healed completely, just recuperating alone would require quite a bit of time. Therefore, I might as well concoct some medicine. Since I do not have all the ingredients on hand, let's first go to East Dragon Island." The head of the water domain's 9 cities, the sacred ground Jade Sea City, was located on the number 1 island of the East Sea, East Dragon Island. With East Dragon Island as its center, it controlled the vast heavens and earth of the surrounding Inner East Sea. Sikongqing said, "If senior apprentice brother Yen wants to go meet the Flame Devils, you can go first. There is no need to care about me. With senior apprentice brother's help earlier, my injuries are already no longer a problem. I just need to slowly recover." Yen Zhaoge said, "It's fine. There are some things that I still need to carefully think through. His gaze shifted between Sikong Qing and Ouyang Qi. Seeing this, Sikong Qing nodded, no longer saying anything. Riding the wind and traversing the sea, they arrived at the outskirts of the inner East Sea before heading towards East Dragon Island. As the number one island of the East Sea, East Dragon Island was also the largest island of the entire vast ocean. While it was called an island, it was more like a piece of land. As Yan Zhaoge and the others neared East Dragon Island, they would naturally draw the attention of the water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City. This was equivalent to where Jade Sea City was located. Yan Zhaoge's identity was not ordinary. He was the son of Jade Sea City's city lord Song Wuliang, a leading figure of the water domain's younger generation. The Seven Seas' young master Song Chao had personally come out to receive him. The two could already be considered acquaintances now. After meeting, they naturally had to exchange pleasantries. Sikong Qing was on good terms with Li Jingwan. Previously, when passing through the water domain, she had also traveled alongside Song Chao. Now that they had reunited, they similarly had topics to talk about. As for Ouyang Qi, he had been watched over by Ah Hu, not appearing in public. Junior apprentice brother Yen is so bold, actually going to the extreme northern snowy plains. Song Chao said as they walked. However, if you do not intend to return to Broad Creed Mountain at the moment, still moving about on the sea, you still have to be more careful. Having suffered a great loss in the extreme northern lands this time, the Heavenly Thunder Hall will probably target you even more. The environment on the sea is rather complicated, and even when our clan's disciples move about outside, it is often hard for them to ensure their safety. Yan Zhaoge smiled. It is also precisely because of this that most of your clan's disciples are capable and outstanding, not getting flustered in the face of danger, isn't that so? Song Chao smiled, shaking his head. Junior apprentice brother Yen praises me too much. Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation's heroes are endless, really putting us to shame. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said, anyway, over at the Heavenly Thunder Hall, junior apprentice brother Yen should still pay more attention. Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded, but within his heart, he was thinking that if the Sacred Sun clan knew that the incident in the Southern Underground Palace had something to do with him, they would probably want to strangle him to death even more. Chapter 364. To Yan Zhaoge, his previous trip to the extreme northern snowy plains could be considered a great success. He had accomplished all of his objectives, even having obtained additional rewards. However, there were also some twists and turns. When he had been tampering with the ice pith vein, he had accidentally been discovered by Jing Shua of Black Nightmare Mountain, even drawing over a bunch of people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. While it did not affect the overall situation in the end, Yan Zhaoge having even managed to trap and slay more than half of the enemies who had been present in the ice cave, he had still managed to leave some alive at the end of the day. This way, the news of him touching the ice pith vein would eventually reach the ears of the Sacred Sun clan. The Southern Underground Palace was a sacred ground that the Sacred Sun clan attached great importance to. If something had happened, they would definitely investigate it carefully. Although it seemed to come without warning, it was not difficult to see that it was caused by the earth vein. The drying up of the heavenly ice spring of the snowy immortal palace in pre-Great Calamity times was one of the legendary stories that had been passed down to the present day, with many people of the Eight Extremities world currently knowing about it. Although it didn't seem to be related on the surface, if someone were to diverge a little, they might be able to link a few things together. As such, the spearhead was naturally pointed at him. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The ice cave was completely cleansed by the eruption of the cold qi of the ice pith vein. There definitely wouldn't be any evidence left behind, but, haha, between the Sacred Sun clan and me, there's also no need for evidence. As compared to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Sacred Sun clan would probably hate to get rid of him even more. Let's use our own methods. Yan Zhaoge chortled, his gaze turning cold. From the moment the other party had stepped onto Broad Creed Mountain's territory, they had already been destined to be irreconcilable enemies. Accompanied by Song Chao, Yan Zhaoge's group traversed the soil of East Dragon Island. East Dragon Island was vast. Yan Zhaoge, Song Chao and the others had to traverse a long distance before finally arriving at Jade Sea City on the island. While this was still Yan Zhaoge's first time truly stepping foot into Jade Sea City, he had also gained some understanding of this place before. Jade Sea City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city was like a real city, the core of East Dragon Island. It was both the center of governance and the center of economy. This was the largest material distribution center in the Eastern Sea, and all kinds of people from all over the world gathered here. Other than martial artists, there were also ordinary civilians. Meanwhile, the inner city was the true Jade Sea City, one of the 6 great sacred grounds of legend, the ruler of the water domain. The people of Jade Sea City mostly lived and cultivated in the inner city, and the various important departments of Jade Sea City were all located within the inner city as well. Sikong Qing looked curiously at the various people in the outer city. Although she had heard of it before, when she saw it with her own eyes, it still conflicted with her inherent knowledge. Putting aside the first and second-rate forces, the mountain gates of the other holy lands might be located in the vicinity, and would naturally attract commoners to gather. However, the places where they established their sects were usually relatively quiet. In the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain, there were many cities in the Central Heaven region. However, the 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain, from the top to the foot of the mountain, were only accessible to Broad Creed Mountain disciples. Not mentioning the Sacred Sun Clan's world-illuminating peak, ordinary people were not allowed to set foot within a radius of 50 kilometers. Infinite Boundless Mountain had been established on the main peak of the Infinite Boundless Mountain Range, the mountain range stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. Other places would still be fine, but near the main peak, not even a single hunter or woodcutter could be seen. Turbid Wave Pavilion was elegant and tranquil, but the main island at the center of the lake was similarly an isolated island. Only the disciples of the clan could enter the island, and it was surrounded by a watery country. Where the Heavenly Thunder Hall was located, thunderstorms occurred all year round, with living people not being able to approach. On one hand, the places where the various holy lands established their headquarters were all rare places of the 8 extremities world where spiritual chi was dense and congregated, suitable for martial practitioners to cultivate in peace. In order to ensure that the local environment and the flow of spiritual chi would not be disturbed or changed in the long run, the various holy lands would do their best to reduce the number of commoners entering and exiting the area near their headquarters. On the other hand, it was not something that outsiders would know about. When disciples of the clan traveled outside, it was fine for them to be a little closer to the commoners. However, maintaining a sense of mystery in the clan itself was often more beneficial in gathering the hearts of the people, intimidating the other first and second-rate powers into submission. Meanwhile, Jade Sea City, comparatively speaking, seemed rather different. As Yan Zhaoge's group walked, Song Chao said as they walked, "Your clan has an elder Feng and a junior apprentice brother Feng who just happens to be in the city." "Oh?" Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. "Senior apprentice uncle Feng and junior apprentice brother Feng are also here?" Following beside Yan Zhaoge, Ahu also blinked. That elder Feng was named Feng Qi, also a martial practitioner of Broad Creed Mountain. All along, he had been on very good terms with Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. His son was named Feng Moyang, close in age to Yan Zhaoge. The two could be said to have entered the clan together, learnt martial arts together, and grown up together. Feng Qi, along with the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, as well as the elder of the Howling Wind Sword Sect, Jun Ziyuan and the others, could all be considered longtime friends of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's family. Feng Qi and Feng Moyang, father and son, were both rather proficient in the Tao of alchemy and plants. It had already been some years since they had gone far away to search for medicine, having not returned to the mountain. Now, they actually just happened to be in Jade Sea City. Yan Zhaoge had indeed not known of this beforehand. Song Chao said, "That's right. I heard that they were preparing to return to the heaven domain. Just happening to be passing by here, they stopped for a while, strolling around the market and looking for some medicinal ingredients." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "Oh, long time no see. I should go pay a visit later." Since he had come to Jade Sea City, with Yan Zhaoge's current status and position, he should naturally meet Jade Sea City's city lord, Song Wuliang. After all, he was currently no longer an ordinary member of the younger generation. However, Jade Sea City had replied that Song Wuliang was currently in secluded cultivation. That really is a pity, Yan Zhaoge smiled, saying. Stroking his long beard, a green-clothed old man in front of him similarly said smilingly, before entering secluded cultivation, the city lord also said that you are indeed extraordinary, Zhaoge, having made a trip to the extreme northern snowy plains, causing the heavenly thunder hall to be badly battered. If you have nothing on, Zhaoge, why don't you stay a few more days in my Jade Sea City? The city lord also really wants to meet you. While he had not seen Song Wuliang, other than Song Chao, this green-clothed old man having personally come to the inner city's gates to welcome him had already given Yan Zhaoge sufficient face. This old man was Jade Sea City's External Affairs First Seat Elder, at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, a late Essence Talisman expert. Yan Zhaoge smiled, City Lord Song is polite. I will indeed be staying here for a period of time, but I don't know if I will be able to make it in time for City Lord Song to exit seclusion. As the two conversed, the green-clothed old man brought Yan Zhaoge's group to the lodgings that had long since been arranged for them. After Yan Zhaoge and the others had settled down, a youth came knocking on their door just a short while later. I was still saying that I was going to pay a visit to senior apprentice Uncle Feng right away, and now you've come. Seeing that youth, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. That youth was Yan Zhaoge's junior apprentice brother Feng Moyang, gentle and refined in appearance, possessing a calm and gentle aura. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, a smile was also revealed on his face. My father is currently in the midst of concocting a pill, and will only be able to leave seclusion for another 7 days at the very least. Hearing that you, senior apprentice brother Yan, have arrived, I came over first. Yan Zhaoge said, you came just in time. I just happen to have something that requires your and senior apprentice Uncle Feng's help with. Chapter 365. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Feng Moyang nodded and said, just say it. Yan Zhaoge could now mobilize a lot of manpower and resources in Broad Creed Mountain. His authority was even greater than that of many First Seed elders. Feng Qi and Feng Moyang naturally couldn't refuse him since he had ordered them to do something serious. It was just that the two families had been good friends for generations. Yan Zhaoge definitely wouldn't do it in a businesslike manner. After senior apprentice Uncle Feng comes out of seclusion, are you going to return to Broad Creed Mountain? Yan Zhaoge asked. Feng Moyang answered, of course. After being out for so long, I've gained a lot. But I still need to sort it out. Yan Zhaoge turned his head and looked at Ah Hu. Ah Hu handed him a shadow shrinking pouch. When you return to Broad Creed Mountain, take this pouch with you. Yan Zhaoge took the pouch and handed it to Feng Moyang. Inside is a person I've captured. His cultivation has already been restricted. He won't cause any trouble. Just take him back like this. Hearing that, Feng Moyang took a look at the shadow shrinking pouch and found that the pouch was sealed by a special restriction formation. If it was opened without permission, it couldn't be sealed back. Yan Zhaoge noticed his action and said solemnly, give it to my father directly. Feng Moyang instantly understood that this matter was highly confidential. Not to mention him and his father, even First Seat elders didn't know about it. As for the level of secrecy, it would be decided by Yan Zhaoge's father, the current chief Yan Di. Feng Moyang nodded calmly and said without changing his expression, rest assured. I know what to do. Yan Zhaoge then pointed at Sikong Qing and smiled, Moyang, do you still recognize this junior apprentice sister? Feng Moyang smiled slightly, junior apprentice sister Sikong, how could I not recognize her? But I've heard that junior apprentice sister Sikong has made rapid progress. Seeing you today, junior apprentice sister Sikong is even more outstanding than the rumors say. I'm really ashamed. Sikong Qing bowed to Feng Moyang, senior apprentice brother Feng is too serious. Feng Moyang glanced at Yan Zhaoge and shook his head, not to mention you. Yan Zhaoge turned his head to look at Sikong Qing, pointed at Feng Moyang and said, don't be fooled by him. His abilities are not all reflected in his martial cultivation. Si Kongqing was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts. Paying attention to others, she would also often pay attention to the martial Dao's talent and cultivation strength, inevitably neglecting other aspects. She had met Feng Moyang before, but from what she understood, his talent and attainments in the martial arts were inferior to Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei, and Lu Wen. Yan Zhaoge said, "Amongst our fellow disciples of the same generation, Mo Yang's attainments in the Tao of alchemy and plants are the most outstanding. Even many longtime elders of the clan are inferior to him in this area." These words actually excluded Yan Zhaoge himself. Still, his situation was special, and there was no need to specially emphasize it. Feng Moyang smiled and said, "I just know a little." Due to Yan Zhaoge's outstanding performance these past few years, while Si Kongqing persisted on her own path, she no longer neglected other areas of learning as she had in the past. The level of alchemy and alchemy was an important cornerstone for any power. Experts of the martial Dao and experts of the alchemy Dao were both very important when compared at a higher level. One was the main support of the clan's combat power, while the other imperceptibly raised the clan's overall strength and potential. Feng Moyang looked at Si Kongqing and asked, "Junior apprentice sister Si Kong was injured in a fight with someone earlier?" Si Kongqing nodded. Yan Zhaoge said, "She was injured in a fight with someone earlier. I have already done some treatment, and her injuries have eased. However, if she wants to be cured completely, she still needs to be carefully nursed back to health. Jade Sea City has all sorts of medicinal ingredients, and I was just preparing to concoct some for her." Feng Moyang's interest was piqued. "Oh? I heard that you, senior apprentice brother Yan, have reproduced the golden needle liberating pill technique. I was just thinking of seeking you out for some guidance." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Having gathered all the ingredients, we can begin." As they chatted and laughed, after greeting the martial practitioners of Jade Sea City, they left the inner city together, coming to the outer city and heading for the marketplace there. "Senior apprentice brother Yan, if you need any medicinal ingredients, can't you just ask Jade Sea City's people to help you prepare them? Compared to the marketplace in the city, the price would probably be a bit more reasonable." As they walked, Feng Moyang asked curiously, "The storage of Jade Sea City itself can only be more abundant than that of the marketplace in the city?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Other than medicinal ingredients, I also need to find some other things." Just like before, other than what Yan Zhaoge had set his sights on, he also needed to mix in some other things to obstruct his line of sight. Other than medicinal ingredients, other things were also piled up in large and small bags. Yan Zhaoge first concocted medicine for Si Kongqing, while Feng Moyang watched quietly from the side. "Moyang, how long has Jade Sea City City Lord Song been in seclusion?" While concocting medicine, Yan Zhaoge chatted with Feng Moyang from time to time. After calculating silently for a moment, Feng Moyang said, "Before my father and I arrived, City Lord Song had already been in seclusion for at least 20 days. After thinking carefully for a moment, he said softly, "I don't know if it's my misperception, but I feel that the tides of the Great Sea near East Dragon Island seem to have changed somewhat." Yan Zhaoge said thoughtfully, "The tides have changed?" Feng Moyang answered, "I'm not sure. After all, I'm also not familiar with the environment here. I just have this feeling." After pondering for a moment, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth curled slightly. "No, Moyang, your feeling is very likely correct." A thoughtful expression also appeared on Feng Moyang's face as he nodded, not asking any further. After concocting the pill for Si Kongqing began to meditate and recuperate by herself. After chatting with Yan Zhaoge about their recent experiences, Feng Moyang also took his leave. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, Yan Zhaoge's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Regarding the overall internal situation of the Eight Extremities world, regarding the other 5 sacred grounds and the painting Saint Old Man Mo, regarding Si Kongqing, Ouyangqi, Chongning and the others. Regarding the 9 underworlds whose claws and teeth had been temporarily cut off and had once again gone into hibernation. Regarding the passageway leading to the Flame Devil world on the Outer East Sea, as well as the Flame Devils within. After a while, Yan Zhaoge finished thinking and collected his thoughts, focusing on the problem of the Flame Devils. He took out a shadow shrinking pouch from his bosom. After opening it, he picked out a pile of red ice crystals from within. These red ice crystals looked like they were condensed from fresh blood, emitting waves of cold qi. Yan Zhaoge picked up one of them, tapping it lightly with his finger before taking out other things and fiddling with them. As time slowly passed, Yan Zhaoge settled down in Jade Sea City peacefully, either cultivating in his martial Tao or doing various experiments. One day, Yan Zhaoge came out of his residence to relax. As he strolled leisurely through the city, he suddenly saw a person rushing out of the city like he was flying. Looking carefully, he also recognized her. It was Jade Sea City's disciple Li Jingwan. However, Li Jingwan's current expression was clearly a little anxious and flustered. Chapter 366. While Yan Zhaoge and Li Jingwan were acquainted, they could not be said to be too familiar with each other. However, in his impression, this disciple of the water domain's Jade Sea City had a rather stable and magnanimous personality. Although she looked gentle on the outside, she was actually quite tough and unyielding on the inside. Back at the Heavenly Connection meet, during the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, when Li Jingwan had been captured by Lu Xingfeng, she had been neither servile nor overbearing as she had not lost her cool, also not submitting to the other party's viciousness. Yan Zhaoge had rather praised her for this. This was the first time Yan Zhaoge had ever seen such an anxious and panicked state. Looking at Li Jingwan's hurriedly departing figure, Yan Zhaoge blinked, momentarily unable to get his head around it. Turning his head to look, in the direction Li Jingwan came from, Xikong Qing was standing there. It seemed like she had just sent Li Jingwan out and the two had just bid farewell. Now, Xikong Qing also saw Yan Zhaoge, who walked towards her, junior apprentice sister Xikong. Senior apprentice brother Yan, Xikong Qing bowed towards him. Yan Zhaoge nodded, returning the greeting before asking, Jade Sea City's junior apprentice sister Li, looking at her hurried expression, even somewhat flustered, has something happened? As expected, Xikong Qing knew, and replied, it seems that senior apprentice sister Li's family has some matters, so she's in a hurry to return. Yan Zhaoge looked at the inner city of Jade Sea City, then at the bustling outer city. What? Is her family not residing in Jade Sea City's outer city? Xikong Qing had a cold temperament and did not have many friends. Li Jingwan was one of the few friends she could get along well with. The two of them hit it off very well. After spending a lot of time together, they were like a pair of best friends. Senior sister Li's parents have returned to their ancestral land to visit their relatives. Xikong Qing explained, but something seemed to have happened, and news came. Senior apprentice sister Li received the news, and after informing the sect, she set off. Yan Zhaoge asked, do you know where her hometown is? Xikong Qing answered, within the territory of Xingling City, a small city in Jiangbei County, Yi Province. Xingling City was one of the 9 cities in the water domain. Of the 9 cities in the water domain, 6 were on the sea, while the other 3 were on land, located at the eastern end of the continent. Unlike Jade Sea City and Stone Rock City, which were both on the sea, Xingling City was one of the 3 cities on land and water. The 9 cities of the water domain were called cities, but they were actually the centers of a large territory. With the name of the city, they were collectively referred to as a territory. Jiangbei County was one of the counties under the influence of Xingling City, and Yizhou was one of the many city-states in Jiangbei County. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded. Recently, there seems to be something wrong with the East Sea. The Flame Devils may be about to launch a major offensive. If it's Xingling City, then it's fine. It's an inland area. Xikong Qing seemed to be deep in thought. The news that has come is that the Flame Devils have been very quiet recently. The outer East Sea is calm and tranquil, but it is like the final calm before the storm. Too quiet is an abnormal phenomenon in the first place, a sign of unrest. Yan Zhaoge said, it is precisely so. Therefore, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and is already preparing to leave the lake domain, coming to the sea. Xikong Qing gazed towards Jade Sea City's inner city. City Lord Song is still in secluded cultivation. Yan Zhaoge laughed, secretly storing up a big move. His voice was very soft, and Xikong Qing did not hear him clearly. Senior apprentice brother Yan, what did you say? Yan Zhaoge smiled, coming out of seclusion this time. City Lord Song will be extraordinary. Sikong Qing understood. Is it like the sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia, advancing in his cultivation, or forging Jade Sea City's own sacred artifact? Yan Zhaoge said softly, the possibility of the latter is a little greater. Sikong Qing nodded, no longer asking. Amidst their conversation, Hu came to the side. Hearing Yan Zhaoge and Sikong Qing's discussion, he could not help but say, it's just that I don't know when City Lord Song will be able to complete his cultivation, and whether he will be able to make it in time to deal with this major offensive of the Flame Devils. Yan Zhaoge similarly gazed towards Jade Sea City's inner city. This is very hard to say. If it has not reached the final juncture, it can still be stopped when the situation requires it. If it has reached the final juncture, it can only be done in one go. Hu scratched his big head. Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion lord and has already rushed to the sea. There shouldn't be much of a problem, right? With the Flame Devils in chaos, the Sacred Sun Clan will also be sending Meng Wan over with the Extreme Yin Crown. The Heavenly Thunder Hall to the north will similarly not be able to stay out of this. Hu counted on his fingers, saying, if this wave of the Flame Devils is really too ferocious, and the pressure on the three sacred grounds along the coast is too great, our Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain as well as the Sacred Sun Clan will also have to send over peak experts to reinforce them. Yan Zhaoge said, if we can block the Flame Devils at the entrance of the passageway to the Outer East Sea, there won't be any major problems. Xingling City, Jiangbei County, south of Izhou City. There was a huge manor here, all belonging to the number one family of the region, the Li family of Izhou. The Li family had always been the number one family in Izhou, possessing great wealth and power as their roots ran deep. More importantly, the Li family had produced a direct disciple of one of the 6 great sacred grounds, the water domain's Jade Sea City, Li Jingwan. This way, the Li family would completely dominate a region of the region, with no one able to shake them. Even martial practitioners whose strength surpassed that of the Li family would have to show some courtesy when facing the Li family, not easily coming into conflict with them. However, the atmosphere in the Li family's ancestral ground was currently rather tense. There were no signs of enemies invading, but a problem just had to have arisen. After receiving the news, Li Jingwan traveled day and night, finally rushing back to her hometown in Izhou. Mother, how is father? Holding the hand of a woman, Li Jingwan asked anxiously. Mother Li's face was filled with worry. He suddenly fell unconscious, but from the outside, there doesn't seem to be any problems. We also couldn't find the reason, and could only send you a letter. As a sacred ground, Jade Sea City should have a way, right? Li Jingwan greeted the patriarch and elder of the family as she went to check on her father. She didn't know that as she entered the Li family's ancestral ground, there was someone outside, watching her vanishing figure with his gaze. Looking at Li Jingwan's back, Lin Zhou turned and left. As long as uncle is not moved, there won't be any major problems. Jingwan, you have Jade Sea City's miraculous medicine, uncle will naturally wake up in a few days. These days, you can stay in Xingling, peacefully accompanying your family. Lin Zhou's gaze was calm. With you not here, my final worry is also gone. Whether or not Jade Sea City flows with rivers of blood and turns into scorched earth, it is no longer important. Lin Zhou gazed towards the east, his gaze gradually turning cold. Yan Zhaoge, it's really great that you are in Jade Sea City at this time. All along, I have wanted to defy the heavens and change my fate, change my own fate, change the fate of my family, change the fate of my lover. However, this time, I will not do anything at all, quietly waiting for what should have happened to happen before making a move. Lin Zhou headed east towards the Great Sea. Father did not perish at the hands of the 9 underworld's evil devils, instead being killed by your Broad Creed Mountain. Then, you can accompany my father in death. Yan Zhaoge, I'll start with you. Chapter 367. As time passed, Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang still remained in secluded cultivation. Broad Creed Mountain's elder Feng Qi had emerged from seclusion after concocting the pill, meeting with Yan Zhaoge as they chatted about their experiences over the years. After that, Feng Qi and Feng Moyang began their journey back to Broad Creed Mountain. Taken along with them was the shadow shrinking pouch that Yan Zhaoge had given them, within which Ouyang Qi, whose cultivation base had been sealed, was sealed. Xikong Qing also remained in Jade Sea City to recuperate. With the assistance of Yan Zhaoge's pills, she would be able to make a complete recovery very quickly, not leaving behind any future problems. Yan Zhaoge remained in Jade Sea City, cultivating quietly. He had reached a bottleneck in his martial arts cultivation. As long as he could break through, he would be able to enter a whole new world. Stepping into the extreme northern snowy plains, Yan Zhaoge had successfully nurtured his spirit seed, stepping into the second level of the Martial Grandmaster Realm, the Mid-Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmaster Realm. And now, Yan Zhaoge felt that his spirit seed was already about to sprout, breaking out of the ground. If a spirit sprout was successfully nurtured, it would mean that the embryonic form of a martial Dao origin spirit was officially formed. Martial artists would also break through the spirit-nurturing middle stage, breaking through to the spirit-nurturing late-stage martial Grandmaster Realm. At this step, they could begin to form their own true martial path origin spirit and make preparations to refine astral energy into essence. The speed at which Yan Zhaoge had broken through from the early spirit vessel stage to the mid-spirit vessel stage earlier had left Ahu inwardly speechless. And now, from the spirit-nurturing middle stage to the spirit-nurturing late stage, the speed was even more shocking. Of this, Yan Zhaoge's body had been tempered by the dragon's blood, and the absorption of the dragon's blood's essence and vitality, allowing him to quickly surpass the accumulation stage, directly reaching the peak of the mid-spirit vessel stage. But to cross that threshold and truly step into the spirit vessel late-stage martial Grandmaster realm was not an easy matter. A considerable part of the reason was that Yan Zhaoge had been accumulating for a long time, unceasingly accumulating. Now, it was time for him to reap the rewards. In the past, Yan Zhaoge's cultivation had also risen rapidly. But in fact, in order to avoid being too eye-catching, he was more or less restrained. As his cultivation grew more profound day by day, the others also gradually got used to his shocking abilities. Thus, he could start to let go of these restraints. Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position within the room, his entire body enveloped by a layer of clear qi, hazy and indistinct. And beneath the clear qi, Yan Zhaoge's body was surrounded by an indescribable mass of qi that was neither bright nor dark, neither black nor white, neither cold nor hot. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, breathing steadily. As he inhaled and exhaled, the primal chaos aura around him underwent a transformation. Extreme cold, scorching heat, lightning, thick earth, storm. All sorts of phenomena appeared one after another, constantly changing. Within Yan Zhaoge's dantian, a seed of chaos rose and fell. He blew a breath of air, and the mass of chaotic air around him began to disperse. Inside of him, a puff of air blew into the primal chaos seed, which then exploded. It was as if from an indescribable point, an infinite number of things were born. It was as if all of this had been folded and compressed to the extreme before, to the point that it had lost its form and condensed into a single point. Now, it was as if it had finally unfolded once more. When others cultivated, their spiritual seeds would germinate, and they would nurture the embryonic form of their martial path origin spirit. For example, Broad Creed Mountain's clear qi profound art manifested the vast sky. The Sacred Sun clan's great sun true qi manifested the great golden sun. These phenomena, when a martial practitioner truly cultivated their martial path origin spirit afterwards, would generally also be the same. It was just that at that time, the false would truly become real, stepping into a completely new heaven and earth. Yan Zhaoge's spiritual seed germinating was different. It did not manifest any concrete phenomena, instead seeming to replay the scenes of the beginning of chaos, the changes in creation. Exhaling, Yan Zhaoge abruptly inhaled once more. That chaotic scenes vanished, seemingly regaining the clear sky once more, just like when he cultivated in the orthodox clear qi profound art of Broad Creed Mountain, stepping into the late spirit vessel stage. Therefore, when the conditions were right, success was achieved without any major disturbances. Yan Zhaoge had already successfully stepped into the third level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the late spirit vessel stage, only a step away from achieving his true spirit. While others faced difficulties and dangers, it was as easy as flat ground for me. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, standing up and walking to the side. There, the internal crystal furnace was currently circulating leisurely. Yan Zhaoge patted its body lightly, the internal crystal furnace coming to a stop. Its lid opened, streams of golden radiance spurting out from within, resembling a rain of light. Under the effect of Yan Zhaoge's aura qi, the bright golden rain of light converged into a single beam before landing within his palm. As Yan Zhaoge opened his palm, numerous golden ice crystals appeared within it. These ice crystals had originally been blood-red in color, but having been refined by Yan Zhaoge, they had turned golden. Yan Zhaoge extended his other palm, the chaotic qi mass within his Dantian's qi ocean dispersing as a crimson fire seed appeared. That was the manifestation of the essence of power obtained after having cultivated in the sacred heavenly fire scripture. Yan Zhaoge's empty left hand now suddenly underwent a change as numerous crimson flame patterns manifested on his skin, instantly covering his entire left palm. The patterns resembled actual blazing flames as they soared on Yan Zhaoge's skin, roiling waves of heat assaulting his face. Yan Zhaoge had not intentionally stimulated his power, but the momentum of incinerating the heavens still emanated from within, rampant and tyrannical. With his left hand having taken on such a state, Yan Zhaoge's right hand shook slightly, a golden ice crystal that emitted cold qi flying out, transforming into a golden streak of light as it landed on his left hand. Instantly, all-encompassing golden light filled the entire room. Dense cold qi suffused the area, virtually wanting to transform the room into an ice cave. Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that for just that one moment, his left hand seemed to have completely lost all feeling. The coldness was as sharp as a blade as it flowed along the meridians of his left hand, spreading all the way to his dantian, targeting that crimson fire seed as though it would only stop once it was completely extinguished. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily, the aura qi within his body changing as the crimson fire seed vanished, his aura qi turning icy cold. That coldness that was spreading through his meridians immediately calmed as well, instead being assimilated and absorbed by the cold qi within Yan Zhaoge's body, being beneficial without causing any harm, as though it was nourishing him. The effects of this devil-shattering ice talisman are not bad, Yan Zhaoge smiled, keeping the golden ice crystals one by one. After doing so, Yan Zhaoge came to the mouth of the internal crystal furnace, lowering his head to look within. Within the internal crystal furnace, 9 ice spikes that resembled short halberds stood erect silently. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped on one of them, inspecting it as he muttered to himself, still lacking some maturity. As he pondered, Ahu came knocking on the door. Yan Zhaoge let Ahu in, whose expression was rather grave. "Young master, as you predicted earlier, the flame devils have made a move, and it is a major one at that. There is more than a single flame devil king expert who entered the 8 extremities world through the passageway." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge asked, "Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lordin and the Sacred Sun Clan's Mengwan should already have arrived at the Outer East Sea, right?" Chapter 368. The Flame Devils were likely to make a major move. The human martial arts experts guarding the Outer East Sea had mostly discovered some clues as well, and were all on their guard. Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder Fu Enshu, who was stationed in the East Sea to guard against the Flame Devils along with the others, had specially sent a report back to the clan. Most of the other sects and forces had also received the message from the people in charge of the East Sea. Affected by this, the tense atmosphere between the human race's holy lands eased a little. However, everyone knew that after the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, the relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan was already one of irreconcilable enemies, with a victor eventually being decided. The Sacred Sun clan's current relationship with Broad Creed Mountain was even worse than their relationship with Jade Sea City. The situation of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Broad Creed Mountain was similarly tense. The fact that the atmosphere had eased slightly now was only because the 8 extremities world was facing a common enemy. The Sacred Sun clan disciple Mengwan, who wielded the sacred artifact, the Extreme Yin Crown, had already arrived above the East Sea with the Extreme Yin Crown. There, the Pavilion Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Roiling Cloud Martial Saint in Qinglin, had also arrived to oversee the scene. Other than that, we have already contacted the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Marshal Saint Shunli, as well as the Painting Saint Old Man Mo, who said to Yan Zhaoge, Old Man Mo aside, whether Shunli will leave the Thunder Domain and come to the sea is hard to say. Yan Zhaoge said, that will have to depend on how the situation changes. Hu swallowed, young master, it said that the Flame Devils have gradually regained their vitality these past few years. Do you think that another great Flame Devil King-level existence will emerge from them? Yan Zhaoge raised his head and pondered for a moment before saying, this is very hard to say. The internal strife of the Flame Devils is also very intense. Under such circumstances, the result could be internal friction, or it could also be the birth of an extraordinary hegemon like Ringu. He looked at Hu. In short, pay close attention to the movements in the Outer East Sea. If there's any news, report it immediately. Hu nodded. Yes, young master. Very soon, news spread that under the leadership of the two Flame Devil Kings, a large number of experts of the Flame Devil race had set foot in the East Sea. The enemy was intercepted by Qinglin and the Extreme Yin Crown as a bloody battle erupted between the human experts and the Flame Devil experts on the Outer East Sea, causing the rivers to roil and the seas to boil. Still, the overall situation in the Eight Extremities world could still be considered stable. As the chaos of the Flame Devils grew more and more intense in recent years, a series of great battles had erupted in the East Sea. During the incident of Clear Concealed Lake and the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, due to their connection with the decimating abyss, the Flame Devils had once unleashed a frenzied wave of attacks, with more than a single Flame Devil King entering the Eight Extremities world each time, working together with the decimating abyss who had created the chaos of the 9 underworlds, forcing the human race to have experts of the same level to resist them, drawing away much of their attention. Therefore, the fact that 2 Flame Devil Kings had entered the East Sea together now did not come as much of a surprise to the human race martial practitioners. What everyone was more concerned about now was whether there were any other experts of the Flame Devil race who had entered the Eight Extremities world as reinforcements. Yan Zhaoge activated the internal crystal furnace, continuing to carefully refine those 9 ice shards. However, Hu soon sent a piece of bad news. Lost track of them? Yan Zhaoge looked rather bemused at Hu, who had virtually crashed through the door. A bunch of Flame Devils, all of them gone. Hu's expression was extremely grave. We don't know the exact situation. Elder Fu and the others are going crazy looking for him. With the 2 Flame Devil Kings at their head, a great number of Flame Devil experts have gone missing, shaking off Pavilion Lorden and Elder Fu, their whereabouts unknown. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. This is a little unexpected. How did they do it? The tyrannical Flame Devils were able to incinerate the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth as long as they were in the Eight Extremities world, causing a severe impact on the Eight Extremities world even if they did nothing at all. The stronger the Flame Devils, the worse the impact they would have, at the same time finding it harder to conceal their tracks. It was still fine if they were Flame Devils whose strength was roughly equivalent to human martial scholars. However, having risen to the martial grandmaster level, or even stronger, they would virtually be unable to conceal their tracks even if they wanted to. Even if high-level Flame Devil experts took the initiative to retract their auras, being able to conceal it from human martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, it would be very hard for them to conceal it from human experts of the same cultivation level. All of them resembled the flames of the dark night, dazzling to the extreme. Now, however, a great number of Flame Devils had actually shaken off the martial saint in Qinglin and the sacred artifact, the Extreme Yin Crown, vanishing without a trace. This was something that had never happened before. What was especially alarming was that it was not just those 2 Flame Devil Kings who had gone missing. A great number of other Flame Devils had also gone missing along with them. A layer of darkness surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Pushing open the door to his secluded cultivation room, Yan Zhaoge saw that the entire Jade Sea city was currently in a state of unrest. The middle and lower level martial practitioners did not know that the city lord Song Wuliang was in secluded cultivation, much less the ordinary citizens of the outer city. However, the higher echelon experts of Jade Sea City all knew that Jade Sea City was currently in a rather weaker state, similar to how Broad Creed Mountain had been when Yuan Jingfeng had been in secluded cultivation in his attempt to break through into the martial saint realm. The strange changes in the battle situation on the East Sea drew the attention of the higher echelons of Jade Sea City. In order to avoid unnecessary panic, while it was not announced to the entire world, Jade Sea City also began to move. East Dragon Island began to be on high alert. Jade Sea City's Guardian Grand Formation also prepared to be upgraded to the next level, fully on guard. Yan Zhaoge's figure rose into the air. Gazing into the distance, he saw roiling tides surging over from the surrounding horizon. Infinite seawater, massive waves that surged to the heavens surged over from all directions. East Dragon Island that resembled a small continent seemed to be sinking at this moment, completely submerged by the surrounding Great Sea. A surging screen of water shot into the skies, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun, instantly obscuring the entire sky. The massive East Dragon Island seemed about to become an underwater world at this moment. One after another, profound and complex massive spirit patterns lit up with a jade blue radiance, flickering amidst the great screen of seawater, forming a single chi as they transformed into a massive formation, enveloping East Dragon Island with Jade Sea City as its core. Ah, who sighed in admiration, this is Jade Sea City's Guardian Grand Formation, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. It truly takes one's breath away. Before his words had landed, Ahu stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs seemingly about to pop out of their sockets. Yan Zhaoge stared unblinkingly at the Grand Formation overhead. There, a fiery red light suddenly surged madly, landing on the water screen Grand Formation. While separated by seawater, infinite, endless flames blazed and exploded rampantly, seemingly wanting to set the seawater ablaze as well. The violent red light formed a brutal, terrifying fiery red scar on the water screen above Jade Sea City, extending from one end of the sky to the other, shocking to the eye, resembling a tragic scar. What caused one's heart to palpitate was the fact that another violent streak of blazing fire very quickly descended, intersecting with the previous scar, resembling a cross. As the fiery red cross imprinted itself on the water screen Grand Formation, a great amount of the spirit patterns shattered almost immediately. The Jade Sea above everyone's heads seemed about to be forcibly ripped apart. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. It's here. Chapter 369. Jade Sea City had reacted very quickly, immediately activating the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation after receiving the news that the Flame Devils had vanished, circulating at full force. However, facing the combined attacks of two Flame Devil Kings at this moment, the situation immediately became precarious. Flame Devil Kings were equivalent to human martial saints in terms of strength. While the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was powerful, the one currently controlling it was not the City Lord Song Wuliang. Facing the combined attacks of two martial saint experts, the pressure on it was immense to the extreme. The terrifying sea of flames pressured down on the Jade Sea, wanting to shatter the Grand Formation with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Within Jade Sea City, the one currently controlling the Grand Formation was a Grand Elder of the Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmaster Realm. Fighting with his full strength, he barely managed to keep the Grand Formation from breaking. If the enemy was just a single Flame Devil King, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation wielded by this Grand Elder would be sufficient to block it. However, with two Flame Devil Kings attacking together, his strength would be insufficient. There were also 4 other Jade Sea City Martial Grandmaster experts who were stationed in 4 different directions, assisting him together. However, that Grand Elder's face had already turned pale, before gradually turning an unhealthy flush of red. The corners of his eyes, his mouth, and his nose were even beginning to bleed. Currently, on the surface of the East Sea, East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City had already completely sunk beneath the sea's surface, no trace of them remaining. However, above the sea's surface, the clear skies of 10,000 li could no longer be seen, no sea winds howling. The surrounding heavens and earth seemed to have completely transformed into a world of flames, the sky crimson as the sea of clouds transformed into a sea of flames, infinite flames rampaging amidst the air. Tens of thousands of fiery meteors descended from the sky, resembling the end of the world as they smashed towards the sea's surface together. The massive jade blue spirit patterns on the sea's surface circulated unceasingly, dispelling the terrifying destructive power brought about by the blazing meteors. A great amount of seawater evaporated, the sea's surface seemingly boiling. Beneath the sea's surface, within Jade Sea City enveloped by the Grand Formation, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and saw that accompanied by the unceasing shattering of the spirit patterns, numerous cracks were beginning to appear on the Jade Sea above his head. Occasionally, flowing fire would break through these cracks, descending from the sky towards the city he was in. The other martial experts of Jade Sea City all struggled to resist these scattered falling meteors, preventing them from damaging their clan. Who had a bitter expression as he looked in the direction of the inner city. City Lord Song is still not out of seclusion. Yan Zhaoge shook his head rather helplessly. From the looks of it, City Lord Song has also reached a critical juncture. Under such circumstances, it is no different from death's seclusion. Whether he is seeking a breakthrough in his own cultivation or attempting to forge a sacred artifact, he is currently unable to split his attention. Sucking in a deep breath, Yan Zhaoge calmed his emotions, bringing Ahu along as he hurried in the direction of the inner city. This tribulation of Jade Sea City is truly unavoidable. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge said, if City Lord Song is not in secluded cultivation, normally speaking, he would probably have already rushed to the outer East Sea, to the passageway connecting to the Flame Devil world. The enemy suddenly disappeared, before launching a sneak attack in the dark. Caught unprepared, Jade Sea City would still have to suffer this great tribulation. Yan Zhaoge sighed, City Lord Song is still here now, but the timing is too awkward. He might as well not be here. Who pulled back the corners of his lips, if it was outside, even if Jade Sea City was destroyed, as long as he, the martial saint, was still present, Jade Sea City might still be able to rise again one day. However, this time, it is possible that the Flame Devils will be able to scoop them up in one fell swoop. However, the Flame Devils are really too much. Pavilion Lord An appeared on the East Sea, but was shaken off by them, while City Lord Song has yet to appear. Why did the Flame Devils not go to Turbid Wave Pavilion, instead coming to Jade Sea City? On the surface, it clearly looks like Turbid Wave Pavilion's defenses are weaker, making it easier for them to attack. Could it be that the Flame Devils know that City Lord Song is currently in death's seclusion? Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Even the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might not be able to confirm that City Lord Song will not be able to leave seclusion at this time, much less the Flame Devils. There are two possibilities. Firstly, the Flame Devil's concealment technique has some limitations, either in terms of time or distance, being insufficient for them to consecutively pass through the East and South Seas, killing all the way to the headquarters of Turbid Wave Pavilion in the Inland Lake Domain. They can only launch a sneak attack on Jade Sea City. Secondly, here at Jade Sea City, there is something that the Flame Devils want. Looking at the majestic Great Hall before him, Yan Zhaoge frowned. What exactly did Jade Sea City prepare to forge their sacred artifact? Whose face was bitter. Young master, what do we do? Nothing. Yan Zhaoge said casually, walking towards the Great Hall. Then, he just happened to see people walking out of the Great Hall, all of them being longtime elders of Jade Sea City. Other than them, there was also Song Chao. Song Chao's expression was grave. Junior brother Yan, I'm sorry, having implicated you and our clan in this tribulation together. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. This was an unexpected, sudden situation. No one could have predicted it. After exchanging greetings with the higher echelon bigwigs of Jade Sea City, Yan Zhaoge didn't bother with pleasantries as he asked, City Lord Song is unable to leave seclusion? Song Chao had a difficult look on his face. At this moment, the jade blue Great Sea above Jade Sea City appeared increasingly weaker as even more fiery meteors pierced through the Grand Formation, smashing towards where Yan Zhaoge and the others stood. A Jade Sea City elder let out a muffled groan, waving his sleeve as a surging tide appeared out of nowhere, countless spirit talismans transforming into a spirit formation before stacking up to form a heavenly altar, blocking in mid-air, blocking that violent blazing fire. As the two sides collided, the fiery meteors shattered, the heavenly altar's spirit formation also shattered, the seawater boiling and evaporating, turning into a dense white mist of water vapor. The expressions of the Jade Sea City bigwigs were all solemn. The situation grew more and more dangerous. In the great hall behind them, the 5 longtime elders of Jade Sea City were currently struggling to hold on. After confirming that Song Wuliang was currently in death seclusion, unable to leave seclusion in time, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but let out a long breath. With the current situation, the pressure on your clan's Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation is too great. Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, "Forgive me for speaking recklessly, but after others learn of the situation here, even if they immediately rush over to reinforce us, they might not be able to make it in time, especially over at the Outer East Sea. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lordin and the others still have to guard against other peak experts of the Flame Devils entering the 8 Extremities world afterwards. Currently, I'm afraid that we still have to save ourselves." Song Chao and the others did not speak, quietly awaiting Yan Zhaoge's next words. Even though many things were only known internally of Broad Creed Mountain, just the many glorious battle achievements that the outside world knew of had already long since shown that the abilities of this youth before them were definitely not something that his current cultivation base could measure up to. Yan Zhaoge looked towards that great hall. The best method is to buy time for City Lord Song. As long as City Lord Song leaves seclusion, the current crisis will naturally be resolved. Of the attacking Flame Devil experts now, there are 2 Flame Devil Kings. It would be best if all of them could be drawn away. If only one can be drawn away, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation would also be able to hold on. A longtime elder of Jade Sea City sighed, that would most likely only be able to draw away some Flame Devils of the Martial Grandmaster level. It would be very hard to draw away a Flame Devil King. Looking at Song Chao and the others, Yan Zhaoge pointed at his chest, "Send me out of the encirclement. I will try to draw away a Flame Devil King from the outskirts." As his words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Chapter 370. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's suggestion, the Jade Sea City martial practitioners present were all dazed. Who also swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge in shock. If one of the 2 Flame Devil Kings attacking the city could be drawn away, the pressure on Jade Sea City would be greatly alleviated. While the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was already damaged, facing the attacks of just a single Flame Devil King, it would at least be able to hold out for a rather long period of time. With this time, the reinforcements of experts from other places would also arrive. At that time, it would be that Flame Devil King worrying about whether or not he could escape unscathed. As for whether more experts of the Flame Devils would arrive, that was another matter altogether. Jade Sea City was not the only sacred ground of the 8 Extremities world. After having been bewitched once, and Qinglin and the others would naturally be on their guard. However, the problem was, how could they draw a Flame Devil King far away from East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City? The Flame Devils should also know that their time was limited. Since they had specifically come for Jade Sea City, why would they give up so easily? Also, even if they could draw away a Flame Devil King, how would they be able to restrict it for a period of time? Looking at Yan Zhaoge's righteous, solemn attitude, the corners of the mouths of some Jade Sea City martial practitioners twitched slightly. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like seeing that the situation was bad, wanting to flee making use of Jade Sea City's help. After breaking out of the encirclement, they would only be pursued by Flame Devils of the Martial Grandmaster realm at most. If they focused on fleeing, moving stealthily far away, they might still have a chance to escape. Yan Zhaoge noticed such gazes, but did not care about them as he looked calmly at Song Chao, at the strongest expert amongst the higher echelon of Jade Sea City, a Grand Elder who had already reached the transcending mortality Martial Grandmaster realm. This Grand Elder was surnamed Yu, and was used to being called Elder Yu by others. He would definitely not retreat. If the other Grand Elder currently in charge of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation in the Great Hall could not hold on, Elder Yu would immediately replace him. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Elder Yu said, "Little friend Yan, being able to break out of the encirclement is also a good thing. As for drawing the attention of the Flame Devil King, it is still best to act according to your own abilities. You have not fought with a Flame Devil King before, but you should also know how terrifying martial saints are." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "I understand." Song Chao said in a heavy tone, "Your clan's junior apprentice sister Sikong is also in the city. Junior apprentice brother Yan, bring her along and leave. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, following me, it would instead be more dangerous. The crowd of Jade Sea City martial practitioners all trembled in unison as they looked at Yan Zhaoge. He really wants to draw the attention of the Flame Devil King, dealing with it? Time was of the essence. In the time it took to exchange a few words, the Azure Sea limitless array above everyone's head was constantly being shaken. More and more cracks appeared on the water screen, and they were also becoming more and more obvious. The usually powerful Guardian array was now shaking in the wind and rain. As far as the eye could see, on the crack in the water curtain, two giant claws burning with raging flames appeared, one on the left and one on the right, pressing down on the water curtain and tearing it apart, trying to expand the crack. Huge balls of flames fell from the cracked water curtain. These weren't the fiery meteor-like existences, but powerful flame devils one after another, borrowing the cover of the Flame Devil King to charge in through the gaps of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. Numerous powerful flame devils that were equivalent to human martial grandmasters descended from the skies, directly descending towards Jade Sea City down below. Boss Yu roared, expanding his true martial avatar, towering between the heavens and the earth as he met the murderous flame devils. Junior apprentice brother Wang, send little friend Yen away. Elder Yu said decisively as he met the enemy. Since Elder Yu had made his decision on the spot, that Jade Sea City's external affairs first seat Elder Wang, did not say a word as his true essence surged, immediately sweeping Yan Zhaoge's group along, shooting out of the city. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Elder Wang and the others leave, some longtime elders of Jade Sea City had worried looks on their faces. This, Elder Yu struck out with a palm, smashing the body of a flame devil into flowing fire. He is of Broad Creed Mountain, not like those bastards of the Sacred Sun clan who only know how to bully their own people. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he really escapes in order to protect himself, we can already be considered to have fulfilled Broad Creed Mountain's debt of helping us forge the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. Brought along by Elder Wang to break out of the encirclement, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head, seeing that everyone within Jade Sea City was currently panic-stricken. The Jade Sea City martial practitioners of the inner city were still calm, but those in the outer city who had yet to complete their evacuation were all panic-stricken, shocked cries ceaselessly resounding. While there were Jade Sea City experts blocking the descending flowing fire within the sky, there were still some places that they were unable to take care of, being struck by the fiery meteors before transforming into a sea of flames. One flame devil expert after another descended, turning this place into an incomparably tragic battlefield. The Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation had already expended all of its strength in blocking those two Flame Devil Kings, now having no more strength to protect the people within the city. The former water domain's sacred ground was currently facing a great tribulation that was not inferior to the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain earlier. The crux was all in time. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, being led by Jade Sea City's Elder Wang as they rushed out of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. After leaving the Grand Formation, within the depths of the sea, Elder Wang said, "You should go quickly, the seawater is not conducive for the flame devils to track you." Before his words had landed, a roar that resembled muffled thunder resounded from the surface of the sea. While the seawater could obstruct the senses of most flame devils, it was unable to disturb the Flame Devil Kings. While the two Flame Devil Kings did not split up, still continuing to attack the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, under their instructions, there were already other Flame Devil experts who rushed into the sea, shooting towards Yan Zhaoge's group. At the front was a tall flame devil, resembling an ancient, mighty divinity, his entire body wreathed in flames. Wherever his figure passed, the seawater would evaporate completely, directly opening up a path for him to pass through. Behind him, there were also other flame devil experts of varying cultivation bases charging over. Elder Wang's expression did not change as he immediately went up, blocking the strongest flame devil expert before him. "Elder Wang, I'll have to trouble you." Yan Zhaoge knew that this was not the time for words. He immediately patted Ahu beside him, before turning and leaving Jade Sea City. Ahu shook his accompanying luggage, a panda that was not too big appearing. It was precisely Pan Pan after his figure had shrunk. Pan Pan tumbled within the seawater, his figure already rapidly returning to his original form, streams of black water surrounding his body, splitting the seawater apart as he carried Yen Zhaoge and Ah Hu, speeding away. Even if he wanted to draw the attention of the Flame Devil King, he would also have to stay as far away from Jade Sea City as possible. Given how powerful the cultivation of the Flame Devil King was, if the distance was too close, it would only be a matter of a few steps to him. It would not be able to buy him any time at all. Making use of the fact that more experts were entangling Elder Wang, the other Flame Devils made a long detour around them, next speedily chasing after Yen Zhaoge. The region of sea around East Dragon Island was now the domain of the Flame Demons. There were pursuers behind him and obstructions in front of him. Numerous fiery meteors descended from the sky, landing within the Great Sea, manifesting the savage forms of numerous flame devils before shooting straight towards Yen Zhaoge. Pan Pan changed from his usual naive and charmingly naive appearance, displaying the violent savagery of a strange beast. His two front claws reached forward, grabbing the bodies of the two flame devils before forcefully slapping them towards the center, causing them to collide against each other and shatter into scattered flames. His face expressionless, Yen Zhaoge let out a low roar as he pushed forward with his palms. Violent Orochi kicked up wild waves in the Great Sea, instantly drowning the many flame devils. The group of people charged forward, crushing everything in their path. Chapter 371. Having obtained the corpse of the ice dragon, not only did Yen Zhaoge and Ah Hu benefit from it, even Pan Pan benefited from it. Having his fleshly body nourished by Yen Zhaoge's dragon blood and fed dragon scales, Pan Pan was similarly no longer the same as before, having undergone a complete transformation. That massive body was even more massive than before, the pressure and force of impact both stronger. Streams of black water coiled around Pan Pan's body, actually vaguely manifesting the form of a dragon, shocking those who saw it. Having originally been a king of beasts, the Pishio rampaged unhindered at this moment. A flame devil that resembled a small mountain blocked its path. Pan Pan lowered his head, slamming straight into it. Under the disbelieving gaze of that flame devil, his massive body was directly smashed apart by Pan Pan. Sitting on Pan Pan, Yen Zhaoge struck out with his left palm, slaying a flame devil. Jade light that resembled a dragon roared from within his right sleeve, sword light flickering as another flame devil was stabbed to death. Behind him, Ah Hu stood back to back with him, slashing out with his claws against a flame devil that had caught up to them, ripping it apart. As Yen Zhaoge's gaze swept over, he saw numerous flame devils of various shapes and sizes. Most of the flame devils were not in human form. Some resembled a rock, spreading its wings of flames, only having a single long leg below its abdomen, yet having the heads of ferocious beasts that resembled tigers and leopards. Some resembled small mountains, having no arms or legs, only having a massive torso, yet able to freely soar into the air. Some resembled long snakes, coiling as they danced about. There were also a few flame devils that resembled humans, possessing facial features and 4 limbs. However, whatever their appearances, all the flame devils shared a common characteristic, that was that the surface of their bodies was covered in flames, as though their entire bodies were composed of blazing fire. With so many flame devils all landing within the Great Sea at this moment, a great amount of seawater instantly evaporated, the entire sea surging. If not for the vastness and boundlessness of the East Sea, if it were an inland lake, its water would probably have already been completely evaporated, reduced to nothingness. Water could extinguish fire, but when the fire grew to a certain extent, even the Great Sea would have to avoid it. There were many flame devils, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. While the flame devils were equivalent to spirit vessel martial grandmasters of the human race, they were completely not Yen Zhaoge's match. While there were many enemies, Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change as he stood on Pan Pan's body, dealing with whatever came his way. The Tushita palm in his left hand fought fire with fire, meeting force with force, subduing force with force. The violent Gang Chi almost condensed into a solid form, turning into a sinister scarlet-purple flame that directly caved in the chest of a humanoid flame devil. The jade dragon sword in his right hand transformed into a green sword light and flashed out of his sleeve, accurately piercing through the body of a snake-like flame demon. Another flame devil that resembled a great tree that towered to the heavens brandished its branches, streams of flames shooting over, resembling numerous tree vines as they swept towards Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge did not evade as he allowed those tongues of fire to entangle his body. While the golden talisman body had been completely depleted in the battle against Jing Shua and Lin Zhou, with his current attainments in the spirit rhino demonic fist and the Vajra body, Yan Zhaoge's defensive power was already not inferior in the slightest. Without even needing to activate the lofty mountain armor, Yan Zhaoge was swept along by the blazing fire, completely unharmed. Following the pull of the other party, Yan Zhaoge advanced instead of retreating, speeding towards that ancient tree-like flame devil before chopping it apart with a single sword. An enemy made use of this chance to lunge over from behind, wanting to launch a sneak attack. Not even looking back, Yan Zhaoge turned and elbowed, shattering the head of that sneak attacker. Having done all this, Yan Zhaoge's figure descended, just happening to land on the rushing Pan-Pan's back before they continued charging forward together. However, there were still Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level flame devils that madly attacked Yan Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan-Pan. Any one of them was not any weaker than the Crimson Spirit Flag Master of the past, their innate firepower even more blazing hot. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was heavy, not panicking in the slightest as he raised his left hand, numerous golden ice crystals suddenly shooting towards those Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level flame devils. It was precisely the devil-shattering ice talismans that Yan Zhaoge had specially forged. As the seemingly insignificant golden ice crystals landed on the bodies of those flame devils, they instantly exploded. Golden light flickered, dense icy fog suffusing the area. The seawater that had originally been boiling to the point of seeming about to combust instantly cooled. Close to where the devil-shattering ice talismans exploded, swept along by the icy fog, the seawater even began to freeze on the spot. One flame devil after another let out frenzied howls of shock and fury, that ferocious, violent aura of theirs having been completely extinguished. Yan Zhaoge stood on Pan-Pan's back as Pan-Pan shot forward madly, coming before a flame devil whose body was frozen stiff and whose movements were sluggish. That flame devil whose strength was comparable to that of human essence spirit martial grandmasters could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge rushed past him, next chopping off his head with a single sword. Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his descent as he rode Pan-Pan forward, a strong sense of danger suddenly surging up from behind him. Looking back, he saw an extremely powerful flame demon chasing after him. The human martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world were used to calling those flame devils whose strength was similar to that of transcending mortality martial grandmasters and essence talisman martial grandmasters great flame devils. While the flame devil chasing behind Yan Zhaoge had yet to reach the level of a great flame devil, it was already extremely close. Glancing coldly at the other party, Yan Zhaoge suddenly kept the Jade Dragon's sword in his right hand, replacing it with a bow that flickered with the purple light of thunder. High-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker. Amidst the sound of muffled thunder, Yan Zhaoge drew back Heaven Shocker. While Yan Zhaoge could only wield a portion of the bow's power, its shocking aura still shocked 100 kilometers away. What was knocked on the bowstring was not an arrow, but a devil-shattering ice talisman. Yan Zhaoge aimed at the pursuing flame devil. Releasing his fingers, Heaven Shocker let out a frenzied howl that resembled explosive thunder, a streak of golden light enveloped by purple thunderbolts shooting out mightily. That flame devil wanted to evade, but it was already too late. It barely managed to avoid being hit in the vitals of its body, yet was struck by one of its claws. Thunderbolts and flames clashed madly, while the devil-shattering ice talisman displayed its effects once more, unceasingly whittling away at the power of the flame devil. That flame devil howled in shock and fury, its claws directly exploded apart by the thunderbolts. Having obstructed the momentum of that powerful flame devil's pursuit, Yan Zhaoge swung the bow in his hand, smashing it towards the side, instantly killing another nearby flame devil. In order to avoid being surrounded by so many enemies, Yan Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan-Pan did not linger as they madly rushed outwards, breaking out of the encirclement. It was not that the flame devils lacked intelligence and thought, but that they loved to battle, tyrannical and easily angered. With Yan Zhaoge's group of 3 charging all the way into the distance, the flame devils were all burning with rage as they chased after them. Ahu stared fixedly at the enemies, not even turning his head as he asked, young master, what do we do? Even if we can break out of the encirclement like this, I'm afraid that it still won't be enough to anger a flame devil king to give up on Jade Sea City to chase us. Yan Zhaoge said, it's still too close now. Let's run a little further, then try my method. Chapter 372. Yan Zhaoge and Ahu stood on Pan Pan's back, the black currents circulating Pan Pan's entire body, parting the seawater as he advanced unceasingly like a bolt of lightning. Behind them, East Dragon Island that had fallen into the deep sea gradually moved further away, vanishing without a trace. Above the sea's surface, that terrifying sea of flames that enveloped the horizon also gradually became a streak of red light on the horizon. Yan Zhaoge's group unceasingly broke out of the encirclement, gradually leaving the battlefield of East Dragon Island. However, behind them, there were still some powerful flame devils who pursued unceasingly, not wanting to rest until Yan Zhaoge was dead. However, just as the people of Jade Sea City had predicted, while Yan Zhaoge's breakout had drawn a portion of the flame devils' attention, there were only some Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level flame devils in pursuit. However, there were only some Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level flame devils in pursuit. Even the attention of the great flame devils was placed more on Jade Sea City's Elder Wang, who had sent Yan Zhaoge and the others out. The two flame devil kings focused all their attention on Jade Sea City, not having any intention of paying any attention to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's gaze remained steady as he silently gazed at the pursuing enemies, also calculating the distance they had traveled. Pan Pan, we can begin gradually slowing down. After traveling for a while longer, the red light in the horizon had already completely vanished, no longer visible. Yan Zhaoge now secretly gave Pan Pan an order. Pan Pan blinked, his frenzied forward speed beginning to decrease. After decreasing a little, he pulled himself together, barely managing to raise his speed a little, but afterwards, he slowed even more. Next, he pulled himself together again, increasing his speed, but after just 2 steps, his speed fell once more. He looked like he was out of stamina, barely able to hold on. Feeling Pan Pan's speed falling, the pursuing flame devils howled madly, lunging over towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge and Ahu both punched out simultaneously, blocking their ferocious attacks. The flame devils were violent and impulsive, but Yan Zhaoge's devil-shattering ice talisman earlier had been too sharp, leaving them fresh in their minds. Some of the flame devils who had caught up earlier no longer just attacked fiercely this time, instead attempting to entangle Yan Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan Pan as they fled, slowing them down further so that more flame devils could catch up, forming an encirclement once more, trapping Yan Zhaoge's group here. A massive flame devil that seemed to be in the shape of a hexagon, its 6 majestic arms sweeping about its central torso, swept up all-encompassing great flames, incinerating all the surrounding seawater. In the distance, the other flame devils let out low roars, shouting loudly in the language unique to the flame devil race, "Fall, stop that person. I don't need you to teach me." The Balrog named Sublime snorted. "You guys are faster." His 6 arms did not attack towards Yan Zhaoge at the same time, instead striking out one after another in an endless stream. While keeping Yan Zhaoge occupied, not allowing him to extricate himself, he was also guarding against Yan Zhaoge's devil-shattering ice talisman. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he flicked his finger, a golden ice crystal shooting out, transforming into a streak of golden light as it struck towards the flame devil. Having been prepared for this, the flame devil's arm which had originally already been grabbing towards Yan Zhaoge was forcibly halted as it was about to be retracted. Yan Zhaoge laughed coldly. The other party's response was within his expectations. As he flicked his finger out, Yan Zhaoge had already used his hidden force. At this time, the force exploded. Before the devil-shattering ice talisman could come into contact with the flame demon's body, it exploded on its own. As the golden light flickered, a vast icy mist swept out, instantly freezing the surrounding seawater into glaciers. While it had not been struck by the devil-shattering ice talisman, the chilly coldness turning water into ice still froze one of the flame devil's arms. Greatly shocked, Zhaoge's arm shook as flames surged, exploding apart that glacier. Not waiting for him to continue retreating, a green light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right sleeve as he executed Coiling Dragon's sleeve. Where the sword light flashed, even though the flame devil had already evaded in time, one of his arms was still hacked off by Yan Zhaoge's sword. Not waiting for Yan Zhaoge to pursue, the other flame devils had already caught up to him, next attacking him together. Pan Pan's footsteps halted slightly as he was surrounded by multiple layers of flame devil experts. It would be hard for him to charge forward again. 5 or 6 flame devils were gathered together, their massive bodies resembling a high wall as they blocked before Pan Pan. While Pan Pan was powerful, he was also obstructed by these flame devils. Like mountain peaks colliding against mountain peaks, a tall mountain of flames tottered on the verge of collapse, nearly collapsing as countless streams of fire sprinkled down from above. Another tall mountain of alternating black and white was jolted backwards. Yan Zhaoge drew back Heaven Shocker, using the devil-shattering ice talisman as an arrow once more, a streak of golden light surrounded by purple thunder shooting out once more, completely collapsing that tall mountain of flames. However, now, other flame devils surrounded him from the surroundings, entangling Ahu while also attacking Yan Zhaoge. After Yan Zhaoge had wielded Heaven Shocker, finger-flicking shocking thunder came into effect as he rapidly recovered his chi. Even as he kicked the flame devil Zhaoge, who only had 5 arms remaining, he infused his body with aura chi, his sturdiness extraordinary as he forcibly withstood the attack of a flame devil expert. This was a flame devil equivalent to an essence spirit martial grandmaster of the human race, wielding blazing fire like a saber as it hacked down on Yan Zhaoge's back. The lofty mountain armor on Yan Zhaoge's body also appeared, its spiritual force exerting its effect as it formed a thick defense alongside his spirit rhino demonic fist, Vajra body and other martial arts, protecting Yan Zhaoge. After blocking a round of the enemy's attacks, Yan Zhaoge kept Heaven Shocker, his palms one left, one right, the momentum of his palms resembling the collapse of the heavens and the collapse of the earth as it slew 2 flame devils to death. However, even more enemies still lunged over. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he inhaled deeply, raising his left hand high into the air. On the little finger of his left hand, a dark red ring suddenly appeared. Yan Zhaoge roared with his eyes wide open, all-encompassing flames emanating from the little finger of Yan Zhaoge's left hand with that dark red ring as their center. The flames condensed to form an illusory scene, within which the illusory figure of a massive divinity of fire appeared, ancient and powerful. An aura of great calamity, great destruction, great suffering emanated, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. The figures of the surrounding flame devils all halted in unison, staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied at Yan Zhaoge. All the flame devil experts felt shocked within their souls, as well as numb within their bodies. While it was only a faint strand of aura, it was as though they were facing a sovereign, facing a monarch, facing an ancestor. The immense pressure even gave rise to subservience and fear, just like how in the secular world, between monarchs and subjects, the pressure of the monarch wanting his subject to die, the subject having no choice but to die. After all, it was only a strand of aura. The stronger the flame devils, the weaker the influence they would feel. However, at this moment, the aura of the violent, battle-hungry, valiant and fearless flame devils that had pursued Yan Zhaoge crazily earlier also collapsed. Blazing flames surged to the heavens from Yan Zhaoge's left hand, mightily striking out with an aura even more violent than that of the flame devils, instantly reducing a flame devil who was still in a daze to ashes. Carrying Yan Zhaoge and Ahu, Pan Pan sped madly once more, breaking out of the encirclement. The flame devils howled in rage as they rushed over, but were still rushed out by Yan Zhaoge and the others at the end of the day. Only having 3 arms left, the flame devil stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge's departing figure. That aura just now, what exactly was it? Feeling anxious, he turned and returned. Before Zhaoge had returned to the region of sea where East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City were, a voice resounded by his ear, "Zhaoge, what special thing happened just now?" "I felt the aura of an emperor." The speaker was precisely one of the flame devil kings who had attacked Jade Sea City earlier. Chapter 373. Facing the attacks of 2 flame devil kings, the pressure on Jade Sea City was immense. As Yen Zhaoge had predicted, the Flame Devil race had not known beforehand that Jade Sea City Lord Song Wuliang was in death seclusion. Having not seen Song Wuliang on the Outer East Sea earlier, the Flame Devils believed that Song Wuliang was most likely still at Jade Sea City. With the Jade Sea Marshal Saint Song Wuliang overseeing the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, it was not something that two Flame Devil Kings could break through. At the very least, the two Flame Devil Kings who had come to attack Jade Sea City this time were still unable to do so. However, these two Flame Devil Kings had still come to Jade Sea City at the end of the day. One of the reasons for this was that the Flame Devil race's concealment technique had its limits, and it wasn't enough for them to kill their way into the inner continent. On the other hand, it was because they had frequent dealings with Jade Sea City. They had come prepared this time. With Song Wuliang not having appeared earlier, the Flame Devils had been worried that there might be a trap. Therefore, they had held back some of their strength in case of any unexpected incidents. However, seeing that the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was already in imminent danger, with the Lord of Jade Sea City still not appearing, the two Flame Devil Kings knew that they had been overthinking things earlier. With his doubts dispelled, a Flame Devil King roared as it lunged towards the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. While the pressure on the Grand Formation was immense and it was riddled with cracks, it was still activated at this moment. Numerous spirit patterns flickered as jade blue light resembled formless swords that pierced through the Flame Devil King that was lunging over. Who knew that as the crimson fiery light flickered all over the Flame Devil Kings, their appearances suddenly changed. The scarlet light abruptly turned blue. Rays of blue light extended out in all directions, before beginning to revolve around the body of the Flame Devil King. Soon, the blue flames gradually formed a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool actually began to continuously devour and eliminate the power of the Infinite Azure Sea Formation. Beneath the Grand Formation, the people of Jade Sea City dealt with the invading Flame Devils whilst watching the contest of strength between the Grand Formation and the Flame Devil King with grave expressions on their faces. Just at this time, however, the movements of the other Flame Devil King attacking the Grand Formation suddenly slowed. After a short while, that Flame Devil King actually stopped attacking the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. After a short moment of hesitation, it turned and left. The people of Jade Sea City were all stunned. Even the Flame Devil race was taken aback by this. That Flame Devil King who had already lunged onto the Grand Formation and was currently wrestling with the Grand Formation roared repeatedly, as if questioning them. However, the Flame Devil King did not even turn its head back as it left, instantly going far away. That Flame Devil King who was contending against the Grand Formation was incomparably gloomy, venting all of its rage on Jade Sea City down below. Although he was the only one left, the Azure Limitless Sea Formation had already suffered heavy damage. Now that he was using the secret technique to destroy the formation, he could destroy the formation on a large scale. If this went on, he could destroy the formation all by himself. Not daring to be complacent, Jade Sea City raised their spirits as they continued to fight with all their might. Although the pressure was still great, it was undoubtedly much better than the previous situation where he felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Even if it was still possible for the formation to be completely breached, it was at least not something that a single Flame Devil King could achieve within a short period of time. Jade Sea City was not completely without hope. As long as its Lord Song Wuliang could leave seclusion in time, everything would no longer be a problem. The most precious time had been won. The massive contrast from before and after, this sudden change, caused everyone of Jade Sea City to exchange looks, unable to speak for a time. Within everyone's minds, a figure involuntarily surfaced. A youth of around 20 years of age, a solemn expression on his face, pointed at his chest, "Send me out of the encirclement. I will try to lure away a Flame Devil King from the outskirts." This youth's cultivation base, relative to his age, was indisputably extremely high. Ever since records began to be kept after the Great Calamity, he was an existence that could be counted on one's fingers in the entire history of the Eight Extremities world. However, as compared to a Flame Devil King, this youth's cultivation base was indisputably extremely low. Although he had accomplished many things that martial practitioners of the same cultivation level were unable to do, accomplishing one miracle after another that had previously seemed impossible. However, having really lured away a flame devil king at this moment, it still left everyone feeling shocked. Talking was simple. Anyone could say beautiful words that shook the heavens. However, actually being able to do what they said, turning empty words into actual action, that was another matter altogether. Before this, when sending Yan Zhaoge away, even Elder Yu had actually already prepared for the worst-case scenario. He was not worried about Yan Zhaoge's character and promises, but whether Yan Zhaoge could really lure away a flame devil king, Elder Yu was also not confident. Who knew that Yan Zhaoge would actually really be able to do it? A longtime elder of Jade Sea City had previously secretly suspected that Yan Zhaoge had been putting on an act to draw the attention of the enemy on the surface, while actually making use of a chance for himself to flee. Now, it was this longtime elder who first regained his wits as he sighed, Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge lives up to his reputation. Elder Yu and the others nodded in unison. A higher echelon expert of Jade Sea City said rather hesitantly, not caring that our city lord might still be present, the flame devils came to invade our Jade Sea City. They should have come for one of the materials for forging our sacred artifact, the water-fire dual-element profound stone, at the same time also having enmity with us. Yan Zhaoge being able to lure away a flame devil king, perhaps it is because he also possesses a treasure that the flame devils value, even feeling that it is even more important than the water-fire dual-element profound stone? Elder Yu's expression was grave. What this old man is worried about now is that having lured away that flame devil king, what should we do next? With a flame devil king having been lured away, Jade Sea City instantly felt much more at ease. However, having lured away that flame devil king, Yan Zhaoge was now in extreme danger. After all, his opponent was an expert equivalent to a human martial saint. The pressure that such an opponent posed on Yan Zhaoge was far greater than the pressure that two Flame Devil Kings posed on Jade Sea City. Looking at the overall situation, it was naturally good that Jade Sea City and Elder Yu and the other experts could be protected. Especially with this, Song Wuliang had been able to gain some time. If Song Wuliang had emerged from seclusion in time, the situation between the two sides would have instantly been reversed. Whether or not the Flame Devil Kings here could even leave safely would have become a problem. However, the foundation for all this was that only Yan Zhaoge, who was a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, would be bearing such a huge risk. It was very likely that even if the human martial practitioners could obtain victory in the end, Yan Zhaoge himself would lose his life. How could Yan Zhaoge not know all this? His opponent being a Flame Devil King, he naturally knew that. Having broken out of the encirclement of East Dragon Island, he had actually already been safe. However, he had still stepped forward bravely, saving the desperate situation. The bigwigs of Jade Sea City all felt worried at this moment. Such methods, such courage, such boldness, another incredible figure has appeared in Broad Creed Mountain. A longtime elder of Jade Sea City murmured, in a few more years, who in the entire Eight Extremities world will be able to stand against him? Another person beside him had a complex expression on his face. He will first have to be able to tide through this tribulation before him. Elder Yu's expression was solemn. While this old man cannot imagine what he must do in order to extricate himself from danger, and it would even be inconceivable if he can come out unscathed, this old man still hopes that the heavens will help the worthy. Chapter 374. Hearing Elder Yu's words, the people of Jade Sea City exchanged looks, feeling slightly complicated within their hearts. If one were to say that the current Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, as well as the already declining Black Nightmare Mountain and the Decimating Abyss, hated Yan Zhaoge to the bone, then those like Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain as well as Turbid Wave Pavilion had rather complicated feelings towards Yan Zhaoge. Jade Sea City was an ally of Broad Creed Mountain, having a common enemy and a common interest. However, both sides also had their own aspirations for development. No matter which side it was, they all wanted to improve their own strength. Under such circumstances, Broad Creed Mountain's every action similarly drew the attention of Jade Sea City. The current Yan Zhaoge already possessed the flair of the #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation. More importantly, not only was Yan Zhaoge's talent and potential shocking, his strength at the same cultivation level surpassing others, he was also always able to accomplish miracles that others were unable to even imagine. His power was not something that could be measured by his cultivation level. If that was the case now, what about in the future? The pressure brought about by the Sacred Sun clan's Huangguanglia was immense. Before Jade Sea City had their own sacred artifact, they needed the combination of Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Jingfeng and the clear Qi robe to resist Huangguanglia. Yuan Jingfeng's death was something that Jade Sea City did not wish to see. However, towards Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, Jade Sea City's thoughts were very complicated. With Yan Di's current cultivation base, his momentum was already established, as it would be hard to shake him easily. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge was still in the process of maturing. Jade Sea City naturally wouldn't have any designs on Yan Zhaoge, but if Yan Zhaoge perished, amidst Jade Sea City's sympathy for Broad Creed Mountain, it was hard to say whether there would be people secretly rejoicing over this. If a person was too outstanding and showed too much potential in the future, not only would his enemies feel uneasy, but his allies might also feel uneasy. This was especially so after the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, with Broad Creed Mountain's strength having already begun gradually rising above that of Jade Sea City. The changes in people's hearts had become even more subtle. Before the Great Tribulation of Jade Sea City this time, there had been quite a few martial practitioners of Jade Sea City who had complicated feelings towards Yan Zhaoge. But at this moment, seeing a Flame Devil King truly drawn away, the group of Jade Sea City bigwigs all fell silent. Elder Yu sighed in his heart. Earlier, he had still been thinking of sending Yan Zhaoge out of the encirclement as returning the favor of Broad Creed Mountain for still providing him with the unfalling ghost rock, despite knowing that he wanted to forge a sacred artifact. Who would have thought that Yan Zhaoge was not someone who spoke empty words, actually doing what he said he would, actually really drawing away a Flame Devil King, instead buying precious time for Jade Sea City. If Jade Sea City could safely tide through this tribulation today, the entire city would have to thank Yan Zhaoge. Not only did he not return the favor he owed, but he also owed him even more. Such a result caused the feelings of Elder Yu and the other Jade Sea City martial practitioners to become even more complex. Whatever the case, however, under such circumstances, most people were like Elder Yu. Whatever their previous impressions of Yan Zhaoge had been, they all hoped that he would be able to escape safely. However, too difficult. A Jade Sea City elder muttered, being targeted by a martial saint, without someone of the same level acting as him, how will he escape? That's right, although they had succeeded in luring the tiger away from the mountain, being targeted by a flame demon king that was equivalent to a human martial saint realm expert, how were they going to escape from danger next? Who was currently looking at Yan Zhaoge with a bitter expression on his face, young master, are you sacrificing yourself to save Jade Sea City? Who had already recognized the dark red ring on Yan Zhaoge's finger. It was precisely what Yan Zhaoge had obtained after slaying Yi Jing in the Eastern Tang that year. Legend had it that it was the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor, a supreme expert of before the Great Calamity, the ancestor of the Flame Devils. Standing on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly with his feet. Pan Pan let out a soundless roar, the black water around him rotating at an increased speed, sweeping along the surrounding seawater as a massive vortex was formed, completely shaking off the few flame devils that were still entangled with him. Then, Pan Pan carried Yan Zhaoge and Hu, diving into the depths of the sea. Yan Zhaoge took off the dark red ring on his left pinky, keeping it well. That aura of annihilation that resembled calamity, that terrifying concept of flames that seemed like it wanted to incinerate all life between the heavens and the earth, instantly vanished. However, in the distance, a terrifying aura that was not as profound as the rings, but whose strength far surpassed it, had already appeared, also rapidly approaching Yan Zhaoge. Flame Devil King. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's action of keeping the ring, Hu could not help but say quietly, young master, it's already too late to keep the ring now. The strength of a Flame Devil King is equivalent to that of a martial saint. Our cultivation bases are too far apart from his. Even separated by the deep sea, at such a distance, he would still be able to sense our existence. While the aura of the ring had vanished, that Flame Devil King only had to look for living people. Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge saw that before him was the vast expanse of seawater. However, within his perception, through the seawater, there was a red light that was getting more and more intense, causing his very soul to feel a burning pain. Just keeping the ring is naturally still not enough. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he took out 9 ice shards from his internal crystal furnace. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's aura chi being infused within, the 9 ice shards hovered within the sea, surrounding Yan Zhaoge's body. White threads of light appeared between the ice shards, connecting them as they collectively formed a white ring of light. Yan Zhaoge, Ahu, and Pan Pan were situated at the center of the white ring of light. As the faint white light flickered, a thin layer of ice condensed from the seawater, forming the shape of an ice ball, sealing Yan Zhaoge and the others within. Ahu and Pan Pan appraised their surroundings curiously. "Young master, this is..." Yan Zhaoge placed his index finger before his lips. "Don't make a sound, and also don't activate your aura chi, don't exert force. Other than the aura chi that I am using to maintain the ice ball, don't cause any other energy fluctuations." Ahu was taken aback for a moment, before he hurriedly nodded. Pan Pan also nodded his big head, not really understanding, very human-like as he extended his 2 front paws, blocking before his mouth. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. After smiling, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and gazed upwards, his gaze focused and calm. The ice ball drifted along with the undercurrents of the sea, drifting leisurely. And now, in the sky above this region of sea, the distant horizon first turned red, before all-encompassing blazing fire swept, enveloping the entire horizon. Infinite flames enveloped the sky above the great sea. The seawater still grew warm, accompanied by the unceasing rise of the temperature, dense steam rising from the surface of the sea, white steam filling the air everywhere. On the surface of the sea down below, massive bubbles even exploded from time to time. A massive figure with the head of a human and the body of a snake, its entire body covered in flames, as though it wanted to incinerate the heavens and boil the sea, appeared in the air above the sea. It was precisely that Flame Devil King who had left Jade Sea City. His manic, icy gaze focused on the great sea down below. "The aura of the Emperor has disappeared. Still, it's fine, I can easily drag you out." His icy cold will condense to the point of being tangible, his powerful sensory ability scanning the entire region of sea down below. While there was the obstruction of the Great Sea, with the abilities of the Flame Devil King, wanting to find a spirit vessel martial grandmaster would be very easy. However, as time passed, a look of disbelief appeared within the gaze of this Flame Devil King, his calmness decreasing as his rage increased. "How could I not have found him? I rushed over at the first possible moment, he shouldn't have escaped far. No, still no. But, how is that possible?" Chapter 375. The Flame Devil King Cheng Huang was in an extremely bad mood. The other party was trying to hide the treasures to prevent their auras from leaking. He could imagine this. However, even he had disappeared without a trace. This was out of Cheng Huang's expectations. Diving into the depths of the sea would indeed obstruct the senses of the Flame Devil race, but with the cultivation of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang, even separated by tens of thousands of zhang of the deep sea, wanting to find a spirit vessel martial grandmaster level human martial practitioner was not a difficult matter. The Flame Devil King's perception of all things in the world spread out, as if it was a giant net that covered the entire area. All the living beings in the surrounding world and even in the sea appeared before his eyes. Yan Zhaoge had just clashed with the Flame Devil Duo Qi, injuring him. The Flame Devil King Cheng Huang paid attention to his wounds, remembering Yan Zhaoge's aura. While Yan Zhaoge was not alone within the Great Sea, as long as Yan Zhaoge was within his field of vision, Cheng Huang would be able to lock onto him. However, now, not just the ring, even Yan Zhaoge had vanished without a trace. Even with the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang's cultivation base that surpassed the heavens, he was also completely at a loss at this moment. But how could a spirit vessel martial grandmaster avoid the perception search of Cheng Huang, who was equivalent to a martial saint? The Flame Devil race were all irritable and impulsive, and even the Flame Devil King was no exception. This was the nature of the race. But that didn't mean they were completely irrational. As the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang discovered that he was actually completely unable to find Yan Zhaoge's group, amidst his frustration and rage, the first thought that flashed through his mind was, could it be a trap? If there were human experts of the same or similar level as him in the vicinity, they would indeed have a way to help Yan Zhaoge evade his perception. Could this be a bait prepared by the human race martial artists to ambush him? Even though he was furious, Qin Huang had to consider this possibility. With his speed as a Flame Devil King, Yan Zhaoge would not be able to escape the range of his senses in time. However Qin Huang searched, he was unable to find any traces of Yan Zhaoge. This feeling made Qin Huang extremely irritated, and his rage grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, in the deep sea, a ball of ice was quietly drifting along with the undercurrent. It didn't float up, but instead sank all the way as it drifted. Within the ice ball, Yan Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan Pan looked at the scenes of the deep sea outside. They didn't raise their heads to look upwards, not attempting to see what the Flame Devil King Qin Huang was doing. The focus of their gazes, could very well be sensed by the Flame Devil King, thus exposing everyone's whereabouts. Due to the Flame Devils, the temperature of the seawater is uneven, instead intensifying the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. Normally, they would not be so fast. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. As he thought this, Yan Zhaoge used a small amount of his aura chi to maintain the ice ball. Who looked curiously at the 9 icicles that formed the ice ball. Through the ice ball, the people inside could also feel the temperature of the outside environment. Feeling the temperature of the seawater outside the ice ball gradually dropping, Yan Zhaoge knew that they were currently gradually leaving the region of sea enveloped by the power of the Flame Devil King Qin Huang. Yan Zhaoge laughed, sending a sound transmission with his aura chi to Ahu. "Alright, you can speak now. Still, don't make a sound." Ahu immediately scratched his head and said with a simple and honest smile, "Young master, this move of yours is really amazing. What are these 9 icicles?" Yan Zhaoge said, "These are the materials used to set up the Cold Abyss domain. Actually, they have not been completely refined yet, so their true use cannot be unleashed. Still, for the time being, they can help us conceal our tracks. Of course, they can only be used to deal with flame devils or martial practitioners who cultivate in fire-type true essence martial arts, not being of much use to others." Yan Zhaoge looked at the region of sea outside. "We also have to thank these undercurrents at the bottom of the sea that are increasing in speed, being able to send us out quickly. Otherwise, if we were to remain where we are without moving, it would still be dangerous." Amidst their words, they could vaguely feel extremely intense power fluctuations emanating from the region they had been in the distance. That was the Flame Devil King Qin Huang finally being unable to suppress his rage, his violent power beginning to sweep wildly through the nearby region of sea. Regarding possible ambushes and threats, the innate nature of the Flame Devils left Qin Huang no longer having any misgivings. At most, it would just be a battle. He no longer searched, instead beginning to stir the entire sea with his powerful strength, that momentum seemingly wanting to destroy all living things. Unable to find Yan Zhaoge, Qin Huang wanted to flatten the entire region before him, those that were hidden and those that weren't, all crushed, making use of his great advantage in strength to capture all the big and small fish in one net. While they weren't clear on Qin Huang's mental state, feeling the fluctuations of the distant region of sea behind them, Yan Zhaoge and Ahu could also basically guess the method of that Flame Devil King. It was a very stupid method, but having been executed by a Flame Devil King, suppressing people with power, if Yan Zhaoge and the others had remained hidden and remained where they would still have been hard-pressed to avoid the devil's clutches. But now, Qin Huang spent a great deal of effort, yet was still unable to find any traces of Yan Zhaoge. This caused him to be even more enraged, while also feeling a little stunned. Qin Huang expanded the range of his attacks, unceasingly crushing over towards the surrounding region of sea. However, he had not been able to trap Yan Zhaoge at the first moment. While his attacks had become more and more ferocious, they had also created even more ferocious undercurrents, expanding in all directions. The undercurrents pushed the ice ball within Shanghai away from this violent Great Flame Devil King at an even greater speed. Searching meticulously with his own senses, he couldn't find him. Forcefully sweeping and bombarding the area, he still couldn't find him. The despondency and fury of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang at this moment caused him to be irascible to the extreme, having nowhere to vent his anger, nowhere to exert his strength. Within the ice ball, Ahu was a little scared, also rejoicing in his misfortune. This time, this Flame Devil King is really going to be useless. Young master, you still have a way. Pan Pan scooted his big head over, licking Yan Zhaoga's face rather flatteringly. Yan Zhaoga patted Pan Pan's big head as he said, at the end of the day, he still wants that ring. Therefore, he won't immediately sweep through the area with his power, lest he destroys it. His initial method will most likely be to search for it with his senses, thus giving us a chance. As long as we drift out of a certain range, his embarrassment turning into rage, it would be useless even if he wanted to sweep through the area with brute force. Instead, he would create even more ferocious undercurrents, helping to send us even further away. Who asked, young master, where do we go next? It looks like there is still a Flame Devil King remaining over at Jade Sea City. If this Flame Devil King here is unable to find us, he might also return to Jade Sea City. Yan Zhaoga said, therefore, we still can't relax. After getting far away, we'll reveal ourselves once more, drawing the attention of this Flame Devil King. However, the risk this time is greater. As soon as we reveal ourselves, we'll immediately hide ourselves, lest that old Flame Devil, in his rage, directly sweep through the area with brute force. As he said this, feeling the surging tide surging over from behind once more, pushing the ice ball even faster, Yan Zhaoga suddenly chuckled. From a certain perspective, this can also be considered rowing a boat without using oars, completely relying on the waves to advance. TSK, surging out to the heavens. Chapter 376. Other than a large number of flame devils gathered at East Dragon Island's Jade Sea City, currently attacking Jade Sea City under the leadership of the Flame Devil King, there were also many other flame devils active in the East Sea region of Jade Sea City. Jade Sea City was currently forced to withdraw its defenses, guarding the front line of East Dragon Island. In other places, they could only temporarily let the flame devils do as they pleased. The cultivation bases of these flame devils were comparatively low, with even great flame devils being rare. However, there were also many flame devils at the martial grandmaster level. After Jade Sea City had withdrawn its defenses, these flame devils were very hard to restrict as they began wreaking havoc everywhere. On the surface of the sea, 3 flame devils shot through the horizon, speeding into the distance, dragging long tails of flames behind them. Wherever they passed, flowing fire would be everywhere. Of these 3 flame devils, 2 were in human form, while the other resembled a great rock. On their bodies, other than the blazing hot aura of flames, a heavy stench of blood also emanated from them. Did he just create a massacre? The flame devils have really caused great trouble. Now, a voice suddenly resounded from below. The 3 flame devils were all shocked, just about to lower their heads to look down when the great sea below suddenly surged, a pillar of water shooting into the skies. The powerful aura chi contained within the pillar of water enveloped the 3 of them. Just as the flame devils were about to struggle free, a speck of red light suddenly flickered before their eyes. An extremely terrifying aura of flames that resembled a tribulation emanated from the great sea down below, causing the 3 flame devils to feel a faint numbness in their bodies as well as in their souls. Strictly speaking, that aura could not be considered very powerful in terms of power, even seeming a little weak. However, to these 3 flame devils, it felt even more terrifying, even more shocking, than facing the Flame Devil King of their race or the martial saints of the human race. That was a trembling feeling that seemed to be inscribed within their souls and bloodline, rather baffling, yet truly existing. Just as these 3 flame devils were dazed, Yan Zhaoga, Ahu and Pan Pan shot out from within the 3 pillars of water that enveloped them. Pan Pan roared, clapping his palms together. Facing him, the humanoid flame devil struggled with all its might, spreading its arms to the sides to block. However, it was unable to stand against Pan Pan's immense strength as it was caught between those 2 massive claws. Looking at the flame devil already caught between his claws, Pan Pan opened his mouth wide, letting out another roar. Then, a large amount of black water spewed out from its mouth, forming a water dragon that instantly pierced through the flame demon's chest. On the other side, Ahu was facing off against the flame devil that looked like a rock. Ahu opened his hands, and the black hurricane condensed into something that looked like a tiger's claw. Purple light flashed at the tip of the tiger's claw, and it looked like a sharp blade. Caught by his claws, the rock-shaped flame devil was unable to move. Ahu exerted force with both hands and directly tore apart the two flame wings of the fire demon. Then, Ahu raised his leg and kicked out. In the terrifying black nightmare storm, cold air overflowed and actually turned into a unique snowstorm. Like a heavy hammer, it bombarded the vital parts of the fire demon's chest and abdomen. The flames suddenly exploded, then dimmed and extinguished in the extreme cold storm. Yan Zhaoge faced the strongest of the three flame devils, a flame devil equivalent to an essence spirit martial grandmaster of the human race. While it was suppressed by the ring left behind by the flame devil emperor, this flame devil did not want to resign itself to death. Facing Yan Zhaoge's attack, it advanced instead of retreating, taking the initiative to attack, wanting to carve out a path of blood for itself. Normally, Yan Zhaoge might be of a mind to exchange blows with it. However, at this moment, not saying a word, he directly drew Heaven Shocker and placed a devil-shattering ice talisman on it. As purple thunderbolts roared, a streak of golden light shot out mightily, resembling a rainbow piercing through the sun, yet emanating a dense, cold air. The golden light that contained thunderbolts directly exploded the body of that flame devil, yet did not transform into flowing fire, instead forming numerous golden ice crystals, falling towards the sea down below. After instantly slaying the three flame devils, Yan Zhaoge kept the ring of the flame devil emperor, then took out 9 ice shards in an extremely practiced manner. Ahu and Pan Pan were also not surprised in the least as they gathered by Yan Zhaoge's side with great familiarity, then waited for the ice ball to form, enveloping them and Yan Zhaoge together. The ice ball fell into the sea, moving along with the currents once more, drifting far away along with the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. Sitting within the ice ball, Yan Zhaoge and Ahu both had calm expressions on their faces. After a moment, Yan Zhaoge extended his right hand, his 5 fingers spread apart before his thumb retracted into his palm, followed by his index finger, middle finger, ring finger, all the way to his little finger. Ahu did exactly the same as him, and even Pan Pan extended his furry, fleshy claws, counting with his fingers. When Yan Zhaoge's 5 fingers retracted into his palm, violent energy fluctuations instantly emanated from the distance behind him. The tide of the sea clearly intensified, pushing the ice ball forward, instantly accelerating, running even faster and further. At the place where they had slain those 3 flame devils earlier, the flame devil king Cheng Huang was currently stamping with rage. Cheng Huang resembled an enraged bull seeing a red cloth. Similar things had already happened quite a few times. Yan Zhaoge resembled a bull as he led this flame devil king around on the surface of the Great Sea. To Yan Zhaoge, bullfighting was a method, not a goal. The goal was to attract the flame devil king Cheng Huang to not return to Jade Sea City, instead continuing to chase after him. Therefore, every once in a while, after having shaken off the flame devil king to a certain distance, Yan Zhaoge would do just like how he had killed those 3 flame devils earlier, keeping the 9 ice shards and emerging from the ice ball, looking for the scattered flame devils of the nearby region of sea to battle. Towards flame devils with comparatively weaker cultivation bases, that dark red ring had an obvious suppressive effect. Other than that, the devil-shattering ice talisman also had a miraculous effect against flame devils, and Yan Zhaoge also possessed the high-grade spirit artifact Heaven Shocker. Therefore, as long as it was not a great flame devil equivalent to an essence talisman martial grandmaster, if other flame devils met Yan Zhaoge, they would all be pummeled to the point of crying for their parents. Yan Zhaoge did not advance rashly due to greed. After exposing his tracks on his own accord in a certain place, he would immediately conceal his tracks once more, beginning yet another stealthy dive into the depths of the sea. Afterwards, the flame devil king Cheng Huang, who was hot on his heels, would basically rush over at the first possible moment. Sadly, after a few experiences, Yan Zhaoge's understanding of Cheng Huang's speed had increased, his calculation of time also becoming more and more accurate. And it just so happened that Yan Zhaoge's stealthy way of traveling was determined by the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. And the strength of the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, other than the influence of the flame devil king Qinghuang, there were also other natural factors. Let alone the fact that Qinghuang still hadn't figured out how Yan Zhaoge had fled. Even if he had, it would still be very hard for him to accurately calculate Yan Zhaoge's speed. Therefore, the result was that Qinghuang, the exalted flame devil king, was ultimately unable to catch a single spirit vessel martial grandmaster human martial practitioner. He could only eat Yan Zhaoge's dust time and time again. Having finally found a clue with much difficulty, when he had rushed over, all that was left for him was a complete mess, only dead or injured flame devil clansmen. Meanwhile, that hateful human seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, vanishing without a trace once more. No matter how he searched, he was unable to find any traces of him. This flame devil king was enraged, his despondency and fury increasing with each passing day. Meanwhile, diving underwater to exterminate devils and strolling through Qinghuang became Yan Zhaoge's daily routine. Chapter 377. Qinghuang's violent power rampaged amidst the great sea, terrifying flames exploding outwards, evaporating large amounts of seawater every time, to the point that a vacuum was instantly formed on the surface of the sea, a large area sunken in. The power of a martial saint was displayed to the extreme, displaying shocking destructive power that far surpassed the norm. However, if Yan Zhaoge was within the ice ball, already having left the area of effect of his first wave of attacks, however strong this flame devil king was, it would only be creating even more ferocious undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, sending Yan Zhaoge further away from him. If Qinghuang knew the principle behind Yan Zhaoge's escape, how enraged would he be? Leading a flame devil king around the ocean like a bullfight was something that gave him a sense of accomplishment. Of course, that bull being led along was getting more and more irritable. Towards the end, the flame devil king Qinghuang simply stopped searching carefully. Wherever Yan Zhaoge appeared, he would immediately rush over, next sweeping through the area with a carpet bombing. Yan Zhaoge deeply suspected that this flame devil king had already been stimulated to the point of forgetting about the matter of the dark red ring, instead thinking of killing him to vent his anger. Therefore, the difficulty of bullfighting also began to rise in a straight line, with Yan Zhaoge having no choice but to deal with it carefully. What followed next was a faint worry. According to the time that had passed, if Qinglin and the others on the outer East Sea could free themselves, they should already be reinforcing Jade Sea City in the inner East Sea by now. However, seeing that the flame devil king Qinghuang was still in the mood to chase after him, it was clear that there was still no one in the inner East Sea who could threaten him. The other flame devil king remaining on East Dragon Island should still be attacking Jade Sea City, competing with the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. The Lord of Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Martial Saint Song Wuliang, was still in seclusion. Due to having suffered the combined attacks of the two flame devil kings earlier, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation had already been damaged to a certain extent. If they did not receive any reinforcements, even if there was only a single flame devil king left, with the flame devils having come prepared, having special methods specifically targeted at destroying the Grand Formation, as time passed, the Grand Formation might still be broken through. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lordin and the Sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan and the others seemed to have been hampered. Yan Zhaoge's brows were knit tightly. I'm afraid that even more flame devil experts have entered the Eight Extremities world from the passageway over at the outer East Sea that connects to the flame devil world. Who scratched his head? That would have to depend on whether or not the Heavenly Thunder Hall can make it in time. The Heavenly Thunder Hall also borders the sea, being relatively close geographically, even closer than the inland Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain. He hesitated slightly for a moment before continuing. Still, young master, do you think that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will be willing to put in some effort? After all, the Jade Sea City that is currently suffering is on extremely bad terms with them. If Jade Sea City was destroyed, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain would both lose a powerful ally, and the situation of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had previously been at a disadvantage would improve greatly. After all, the Flame Devils were public enemies. They would also fight against the Flame Devils. However, it was not that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were unable to wait for the Flame Devils to destroy Jade Sea City before making a move. During the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain earlier, in the intense battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the Decimating Abyss, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall had already done so once. If not for the threat of the Flame Devils being much more direct than that of the 9 underworlds, if not for him being wary of Old Man Mo's and Turbid Wave Pavilion's attitudes, Yan Zhaoge even suspected that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might make use of this chance to interfere, sending Jade Sea City on its way. Just like during the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain earlier, when they had stepped foot on Broad Creed Mountain. Jade Sea City was, after all, a sacred ground. Even if it really was breached by the Flame Devils, it would also not be an easy thing to do. Even if they did not personally make a move, waiting for Jade Sea City to deplete the strength of the Flame Devils before making a move would undoubtedly bring the greatest benefits to the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. There were many excuses they could use to deal with Old Man Mo and Turbid Wave Pavilion. Just saying that it had happened too suddenly and there had not been enough time would be sufficient. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. When our clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain send reinforcements, we still have to pay attention to the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. History is always shockingly similar. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, muttering to himself in a voice that only he could hear, not truly at a critical juncture of life and death, people always first think of internal strife. Who didn't hear him clearly? Young master, what did you say? Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. It's nothing. The problem now is that we understand too little about the current situation, virtually having lost all contact with the outside world. This won't do. Following that, while Yan Zhaoge kept the ice shards, he also avoided the other Flame Devils as much as possible, concealing his tracks before speeding forward. Yan Zhaoge's target was another of the water domain's 9 cities, Long Ocean City at the very edge of the Inner East Sea where it intersected with the Outer East Sea. Here, even if the first seat elder in charge of the overall situation went elsewhere to provide reinforcements, there would definitely still be other Jade Sea City martial practitioners sitting over here, news flowing freely. While he had to risk of the Flame Devil King Qinghuang giving up on his pursuit and returning to Jade Sea City, Yan Zhaoge still decided to first leave the region of sea there, heading to Long Ocean City. Fully understanding the current situation, with sufficient information to support him, he would be able to make the correct judgment and choice. Arriving in the region of sea controlled by Long Ocean City, Yan Zhaoge discovered that not just Jade Sea City, the flames of war were also raging to the heavens here, the Flame Devils rampaging. The martial practitioners of Jade Sea City as well as the martial practitioners of the first and second-rate powers were all in a great battle with the Flame Devils. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge's heart instantly sunk to the very bottom. The invasion of the Flame Devils this time had indeed been massive. The Flame Devil Kings who had entered the 8 Extremities world were definitely not just those 2 who had attacked Jade Sea City earlier. Yan Zhaoge urgently contacted the Jade Sea City martial practitioners here in Long Ocean City, inquiring about the latest situation. While they were not of their clan, towards Yan Zhaoge, the Jade Sea City martial practitioners still shared their intelligence with him. As Yan Zhaoge had predicted, and Qinglin and the others were currently still in the Outer East Sea, locked in a great battle with the peak experts of the Flame Devils, completely unable to spare any attention. Accurately speaking, the situation was even worse than Yan Zhaoge had predicted. Flame Devil Kings equivalent to the second level of the Martial Saint realm? Yan Zhaoge stared fixedly at the Jade Sea City martial practitioner before him. Are you sure? The expression on that Jade Sea City martial practitioner's face was grave to the extreme. Not just certain, there is more than one such Flame Devil King. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and was injured and met with danger. Luckily, the Painting Saint arrived in time, just managing to intercept them near the entrance of the dimensional passageway. However, the pressure is still immense. Pavilion Lorden, the Painting Saint and the Sacred Sun Clan's Maiden of Extreme Een were only barely able to block their advance, retreating as they battled. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his head. The Painting Saint Old Man Mo an expert of the same generation as the exalted heaven shaker Jean Donga and the heaven diviner Jean Shilo and the exalted heaven shaker Jean Shilo, as well as the oldest martial saint of the current Eight Extremities world, displaying strength that surpassed all others by a level should not be unexpected. However, the fierceness of this wave of attacks by the Flame Devils also gave one a headache. The situation in the Outer East Sea was actually not the least bit relaxed as it was over at Jade Sea City, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, as soon as the defensive line of the human martial practitioners over at the Outer East Sea collapsed, the numerous Flame Devil experts there would instantly sweep through the entire East Sea. What about my Grand Master and the Sacred Sun Clan Guanglia? Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples lightly, asking. Chapter 378. The attacks of the Flame Devils had been growing fiercer and fiercer in recent years. This time, it had even reached its peak in recent years. The defensive line that the human martial practitioners had previously constructed in the Outer East Sea was currently showing signs of collapsing. If they did not deal with it well, the Eight Extremities world would suffer massive losses. At this time, the experts of the human race needed to temporarily set aside their internal conflicts, joining hands to deal with the threat and stand against the common enemy of the Eight Extremities world. At the very least, he had to withstand this wave of attacks first. The painting saint, Old Man Mo, had displayed great power. No matter how one looked at it, it was something to be excited about. In the current Eight Extremities world, other than the painting saint Old Man Mo, the peak combat power was the old chief Yang Qingshan, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Jingfeng combined with the clear Qi robe, as well as the old chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, the east-coming martial saint Huang Guanglia. Hearing that a Flame Devil King equivalent to a human second-level martial saint had entered the Eight Extremities world in the chaos this time, Yan Zhaoge had first considered the current situation of his Grand Master and the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, that Jade Sea City martial practitioner answered, "According to the news we received earlier, your clan's senior heaven-equaling saint and the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia are already hurrying over to the East Sea." Yan Zhaoge nodded, continuing to ask, "Infinite Boundless Mountain's sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, and the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shinli?" The Jade Sea City martial practitioner before him said, "Infinite Boundless Mountain's Chief Chu and the Heaven-Cleaving Axe are currently on the way here. News from the Heavenly Thunder Hall is that their Hall Lord Shinli has already entered the North Sea, and will be arriving at the East Sea very soon." Most of the current peak experts of the Eight Extremities world had already begun congregating in the East Sea. However, the expressions on the faces of Yan Zhaoge and the Jade Sea City martial practitioner before him did not seem relaxed at all. That Jade Sea City martial practitioner's gaze was filled with unconcealable anxiety. The news he had obtained was that Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang had still yet to leave seclusion, while the Flame Devils were still unceasingly attacking Jade Sea City. On the other hand, the line of defense formed by the human martial arts experts on the Outer East Sea was also under immense pressure. Under the fierce attacks of the Flame Demons, they fought and retreated, and were about to retreat into the Inner Sea. As the border between the Inner East Sea and the Outer East Sea, Long Ocean City was also threatened. With the Flame Demons closing in, Changjing City will most likely become the main battlefield. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he said to the Jade Sea City martial practitioner before him, "We have to make our preparations here, and be more careful." The other party had a worried expression. "There are already many Flame Demons with the strength of a great Grandmaster who have infiltrated here. We are also making arrangements to evacuate ordinary civilians." Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, "That's good." After taking their leave of the Jade Sea City martial practitioners, Ahu asked with a bitter expression, "Young master, what do we do now?" Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "The situation over at Huang Guanglia's side cannot be controlled. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's think of a way to give Grand Master a signal. Grand Master is coming from the mainland, passing through the Inner East Sea. It would be best if he could get rid of these two Flame Devil Kings in the Inner East Sea along the way." Who opened his mouth? Of those two Flame Devil Kings, the one attacking Jade Sea City is still easy to deal with. If they do not retreat in time, they will most likely be intercepted by the old chief. However, the one who was led around in circles by young master earlier, while looking like he was determined to obtain it, when faced with the old chief and the clear chi robe, he might flee upon hearing the news. Yan Zhaoge said as he walked, therefore, we cannot give him a chance to calm down. We have to continue teasing him, leaving him in an enraged yet irrational state. With the personality of the flame devils, when their fury has accumulated to a certain extent, even if they know that they are no match for their opponent, they might still go berserk and engage in a life and death battle. Especially now that I've angered him to such a state. If he runs into Grandmaster and we share the same martial arts origin, it will only further agitate him. If he can't find me, he might as well fight Grandmaster and enjoy himself first. He won't care about the consequences. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. That Flame Devil King being enraged is exactly what I wanted. I'm not afraid of him being enraged, I'm just afraid of him calming down. At this point, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. While the Flame Devil King Qing Huang possessed tyrannical strength and posed a great threat, he was still not the greatest threat in Yan Zhaoge's heart at this moment. What Yan Zhaoge was truly worried about was whether the Flame Devil experts of the Outer East Sea would once again conceal their tracks, stealthily sneaking over here. Normally speaking, having already suffered a loss once over at the Outer East Sea, and Qing Lin and the others would be careful and not give the Flame Devils a chance to take advantage of them. However, that was when the two sides had been evenly matched earlier, with the human martial practitioners even having the home advantage, holding the upper hand. The current situation was that the human martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world were at a disadvantage over at the Outer East Sea, facing immense pressure. It was already not easy for them to protect themselves. Also having to prevent the other side from concealing their tracks and sneaking over once more, it would really be a little too much. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge still had the mind to deal with just the two Flame Devil Kings, Qing Huang and the others. Even if Jade Sea City's City Lord Song Wuliang did not leave seclusion, when Yuan Jingfeng passed through here, the crisis of the Inner East Sea would naturally be resolved. However, if a Flame Devil King equivalent to a human second-level martial saint sneaked in, the situation would become complicated. Soundlessly entering the sea once more, avoiding the nearby Flame Devils, Yan Zhaoge's group left the region of sea governed by Long Ocean City, returning to Jade Sea City's region of sea. Using the same method, they found a bunch of Flame Devils in Jade Sea City's region of sea once more. After having been consecutively ambushed by Yan Zhaoge many times and having slain a great number of Flame Devils, amidst their rage and hatred, the Flame Devils also changed their strategy. With the Great Flame Devil at their head, the other Flame Devils congregated in their surroundings, moving in unison. While the area they covered was smaller, the strength of each group of Flame Devils was stronger, not giving Yan Zhaoge any chance to take advantage of them. With the Great Flame Devils guarding over them, it would be much more difficult for Yan Zhaoge to kill them. Not just that, as soon as he was entangled by these Flame Devils, the Flame Devil King Qing Huang would arrive very quickly within a short period of time. Unable to enter the deep sea through the ice ball in time, he might be blocked by Qing Huang. If the Flame Devils learned of the reason for his disappearance, it would be very difficult for him to escape afterwards. Therefore, after discovering the change in the strategy of the Flame Devils, Yan Zhaoge also changed his method, not seeking to kill the Flame Devils, just appearing out of nowhere, disappearing in a flash. After flashing the ring of the Flame Devil Emperor, Yan Zhaoge directly drew Heaven Shocker from far away, consecutively drawing it 3 times. 3 icy cold golden lights shot out, blocking the path of a great Flame Devil. Then, Yan Zhaoge immediately kept the ring, diving into the deep sea once more. Yan Zhaoge was currently imitating the roaming cavalry, not getting close to the Flame Devils at all, immediately retreating after a single strike from far away, not pausing in the slightest. The only Great Flame Devil whose speed could pose a real threat to him was blocked by the Devil-Shattering Ice Talisman. Losing the initiative, Yan Zhaoge disappeared once more. After breaking away from the Flame Devils present, Yan Zhaoge took out the 9 ice shards, the ice ball enveloping him, Hu and Pan Pan once more, sinking into the deep sea. However, this time, there were no fluctuations of that Flame Devil King Qing Huang's power emanating from behind. There was a Flame Devil causing great waves within the sea. It was also that Great Flame Devil. Not only was Yan Zhaoge unable to feel happy about this, his brows were instead knit tightly together. Chapter 379. Because he had gone to Long Ocean City once before, he could not confirm the exact location of the Flame Devil King Qinghuang in the region of sea around Jade Sea City. Also wary of the enraged and embarrassed Qinghuang immediately flipping out upon arriving, Yan Zhaoge had specially left more time for himself this time, lest he be blocked by Qinghuang. However, after waiting for a long time, that Flame Devil King still did not appear. This situation, which was completely different from before, instantly caused Yan Zhaoge's heart to sink slightly. Who was also baffled, young master, could it be that when the old chief arrived, that Flame Devil King just happened to run into him, being taken care of by the old chief? Yan Zhaoge's brows were knit tightly. If that is the case, it would naturally be for the best. However, it is also possible that that Flame Devil King has returned to attack Jade Sea City. Who scratched his big head. While the Flame Devils are violent and easily angered, they are not completely brainless. If Jade Sea City has still not fallen, with so much time having passed, even if Pavilion Lorden and the others are unable to return to reinforce us in the Outer East Sea, the other experts of the Eight Extremities world should have already arrived to reinforce us. Still daring to run over to Jade Sea City, is it that they are afraid that the old chief will not be able to stop them? Yan Zhaoge sighed. That is why it is said that when things are abnormal, there must be a reason behind it. Daring to return, they definitely have something to rely on. Whose expression changed. An even more powerful Flame Devil King has already arrived at the Inner East Sea. Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, his hands crossed before his chest. Right now, we still cannot be sure. However, we might have to take the risk of returning to East Dragon Island where Jade Sea City is. Even if we do not ascend the island, we will still have to observe the surroundings for a while before we can know the specific situation. Young master, in returning this time, would we be sending lambs into a tiger's den? Who swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. If the other side really has an even more powerful expert sneaking over this time, it might just be for that dark red ring. Yan Zhaoge looked at the deep sea outside through the ice ball that enveloped him. It is very hard to say. With the temperament of the Flame Devils, the possibility is not high. It is possible that the other Flame Devils reported it to that Flame Devil King who had been chasing us all this while earlier. However, it is basically impossible for that Flame Devil King to seek reinforcements from even more powerful experts just because he is unable to catch us. While he is weaker than the other side, he is still a Flame Devil King. He would not possibly lower his head and show weakness so easily. Who asked? Could it be that the other Flame Devils leaked the news? Yan Zhaoge answered, that is also possible. Of the Flame Devils who entered the Inner East Sea before this, other than the subordinates of that Flame Devil King pursuing us, there should also be a portion of them belonging to the forces commanded by that Flame Devil King who remained in Jade Sea City. It is possible that they have sent news. At this point, Yan Zhaoge suddenly could not help but laugh. When I went to the extreme northern snowy plains to handle some matters last time, while the final outcome was still rather satisfactory, the process really wasn't smooth. I was always faked by others. I've always felt that my luck is really bad. My luck is pretty good this time. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Having gone to Long Ocean Island, I might have just managed to avoid danger. If a Flame Devil King equivalent to the second level of the Martial Saint realm really came to the region of sea around Jade Sea City and Yan Zhaoge popped up at that time, he might just happen to bump into the other party's spear. Such a Flame Devil King was above Qinghuang in both speed and strength. If Yan Zhaoge still used his previous experience to calculate the time, he might miscalculate and be cut off by the other party. As he said this, the smile on Yan Zhaoge's face gradually vanished. However, Jade Sea City is in even greater danger now. Yan Zhaoge temporarily left the region of sea around Jade Sea City, going to Long Ocean City. Unable to wait for him, the other party decided to first take care of Jade Sea City. After a long journey, as Yan Zhaoge traversed the Great Sea and neared the vicinity of East Dragon Island once more, he discovered that his guess had become reality. Rising to the surface of the sea, gazing into the distant horizon, he saw winds surging and clouds surging there. Yan Zhaoge closed his left eye, the purplish-green light of thunder flickering slightly within his right eye. Because it was too far away, even with the help of the eye of the Thunder Emperor, Yan Zhaoge could only barely see some scenes. However, just these scenes alone were already sufficient to foresee the tragic situation of the battle there. Following beside Yan Zhaoge, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, what's the situation now?" The collision of majestic forces emanating from the distance shocked the heavens and shook the earth. Even from such a great distance away, it still caused one's heart to palpitate, their very souls to tremble. Yan Zhaoge did not look sideways as he casually answered, "One good news, two bad news. The first bad news is that Jade Sea City's city lord, Song Wuliang, still looks like he has yet to leave seclusion." Hearing his words, Ahu drew back the corners of his lips, not speaking. Yan Zhaoge continued, "The second bad news is that a Flame Devil King equivalent to a second-level martial saint has really arrived here, going on a rampage." Ahu swallowed his saliva, asking in a low voice, "Young master, if we turn and flee now, will we make it in time?" Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "The good news is that Grand Master has arrived." Hearing his words, Hu was taken aback. Yan Zhaoge's right eye was still gazing into the distance. Luckily, Grand Master has brought the clear chi robe with him. Otherwise, Jade Sea City would already have been leveled to the ground. While he could not clearly see the specific scene, those streams of clear chi that were majestic as the heavens unceasingly dispelled the all-encompassing flowing fire, it was not hard for Yan Zhaoge to come to a conclusion. Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, the current Grand Elder, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Jingfeng, had already arrived at Jade Sea City along with Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact, the clear chi robe. The two had engaged in a great battle in the air above East Dragon Island, the heavens shaking and the earth overturning. While the enemy was equivalent to a second-level martial saint, Yuan Jingfeng had just stepped into the martial saint realm not long ago. However, Yuan Jingfeng possessed great strength, also possessing the clear chi robe. Not only did he not fear his opponent in a one-on-one battle, he even held the upper hand. It was just that Cheng Huang and the other two Flame Devil Kings who were equivalent to first-level martial saints still existed here, posing a huge threat. Yan Zhaoge's expression was solemn. While Jade Sea City's Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation still existed, Yuan Jingfeng was not the controller of the Grand Formation at the end of the day, unable to borrow much power from it. Both sides could only fight their own battles. The Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was like Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Chi Grand Formation, powerful and complex as well as profound. Even if Jade Sea City did not consider the future and completely handed over control of the Grand Formation to Yuan Jingfeng would still be very hard-pressed to wield it freely within a short period of time, unleashing the power of the Grand Formation. Therefore, facing their encirclement now, Yuan Jingfeng could not borrow much of the geographical advantage as he could only rely on himself. Under such circumstances, facing the encirclement of three Flame Devil Kings, one of whom was equivalent to a second-level martial saint, even the combination of Yuan Jingfeng and the clear chi robe would not be easy to deal with. Experts who were able to attain such a cultivation base were all extraordinary figures. When their cultivation bases had still been low in the past, facing ordinary opponents, who among them would not be able to take on several of them at once? Now that they had instead surrounded and attacked a single person, their attacks would naturally be ferocious to the extreme. Who looked carefully at Yan Zhaoge, "Young master, are we still using the old method? If we can draw away a Flame Devil King, things should be much easier for the old chief. Anyway, that strongest one will be tied down by the old chief. We won't have to worry about him chasing after us." Yan Zhaoge gazed at the distant horizon. As long as that strongest one does not lose his cool, he will be able to stabilize the other two, not being lured away by us. Chapter 380. In the air above East Dragon Island in the distance, a tragic battle was currently underway. Looking at the surging winds and surging clouds, Yan Zhaoge was also unceasingly considering countermeasures. Who said rather vexedly by the side, "There's already a Flame Devil King equivalent to a second-level martial saint here. There definitely isn't just one over at the Outer East Sea. Otherwise, the Painting Saint and the others would not be so exhausted in dealing with them." The painting saint is an expert of the older generation and cannot be counted. The second-level martial saint experts of the Eight Extremities world who have appeared in recent years are actually only the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia, who has just left seclusion. In comparison, the Flame Devils recover their vitality too quickly. In the successive battles that year, while many experts of the Eight Extremities world perished, the Flame Devils also suffered tragic casualties. Hearing Ahu's complaints, Yan Zhaoge casually answered, "That's very normal. Their innate talent is too great. With the essence of fire, their early cultivation speed is very fast. All along, at the martial grandmaster level, the Flame Devils have always been more numerous than us, and not just by a little bit. While whether it is us human martial practitioners breaking through into the martial saint realm or the Flame Devils breaking through into the Flame Devil King realm, the difficulty is extremely high, they are unable to overcome their numbers. At the same level of difficulty, the number of Flame Devil Kings produced would naturally be more than the number of martial saints produced by us. This is still when the internal strife of the Flame Devils is severe. Otherwise, it would be even more exaggerated." Yan Zhaoge shrugged. The Flame Devils have a huge flaw in their innate nature. They are irritable and easily angered, vicious and warlike, very easily losing their rationality. However, the heavens have also compensated them for this. Who said rather painfully, "If there was a chance to exterminate those Flame Devils at the martial scholar and martial grandmaster level in great numbers, that would be great." Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. "If we could take the initiative to attack, who would be willing to passively take a beating? Sadly, if we were to counterattack in the Flame Devil world, that place is filled with the essence of fire and the chi of destruction. The home ground advantage of the Flame Devils is so great that it is shocking. Being a level higher is only a conservative estimate." Who also knew about this. Thinking of it, his painfully expression grew even more intense. Intense power fluctuations suddenly emanated from the distance, resembling a violent earthquake at the bottom of the sea. Gazing far into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw a terrifying tsunami that blotted out the heavens and covered the earth as it surged over from East Dragon Island. The crazily surging waves extended for such a long distance, yet they still did not lose their momentum. It was extremely terrifying. The Inner East Sea was divided into 4 regions of sea, namely Jade Sea City, Long Ocean City and the others. At this moment, this terrifying tsunami affected the entire region of sea around Jade Sea City, even extending towards the surrounding Long Ocean City and other regions of sea. Yan Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan evaded the tsunami together, still gazing in the direction of East Dragon Island as he muttered to himself, "The Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation is about to break." He shook his head. Jade Sea City's Guardian Grand Formation is not of the same body as Grand Master at the end of the day, only able to fight for itself. If those Flame Devil Kings are unable to do anything to Grand Master, turning to attack the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation instead, it would be hard for Grand Master to save him. Whose face was full of worry. "What I'm afraid of is that they purposely left the Great Azure Sea Limitless Formation, which has already become weak, to draw the old sect master's attention." The Flame Devil King stared at the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. If Yuan Jingfeng wanted to protect the Grand Formation, he would undoubtedly lose the initiative. One side wanted to destroy, while the other side wanted to protect. The one who destroyed would undoubtedly have the upper hand. If the protector focused wholeheartedly on protecting, it was very likely that he himself would reveal a flaw, which would instead be exploited by the enemy. Yan Zhaoge said, "The Flame Devils will definitely do so. Even if they have lost their rationality, their combat instincts will also urge them to choose a fighting method that is beneficial to them. However, there is no need to worry about Grand Master in this regard. Grand Master is a veteran of the world, rich in experience, knowing how to deal with it. Even if he wants to protect Jade Sea City, he should first ensure that he does not reveal a flaw. If Yuan Jingfeng himself revealed a flaw, he would lose everything." Yan Zhaoge gazed at East Dragon Island. The key is that Jade Sea City Lord, Song Wuliang, has still yet to emerge from seclusion. He pondered for a moment before swiveling his head to look at Ahu and Pan, saying, "The two of you leave the region of sea of Jade Sea City. Long Ocean City is similarly showing signs of becoming the main battlefield. Don't go there, go somewhere else. Ah Hu's hairs stood on end. Young master, you aren't thinking of returning to East Dragon Island, right? Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. I intend to go back and take a look. For Jade Sea City's crisis to be resolved, that is where it lies. Ah Hu said rather anxiously, young master, a great battle between martial saint experts is currently taking place there. How will you approach it? The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right eye as he turned to look towards the east where Long Ocean City was located. Get another martial saint expert to bring me over. Looking over there now, Ah Hu saw the clouds billowing and dispersing within the horizon as a cool breeze blew from the east to the west, speeding towards Jade Sea City. Amidst the illusory changes, numerous phenomena manifested as they were ever-changing. The cloud layer instantly arrived above the heads of Yan Zhaoge and the others, enveloping the surrounding heavens and earth. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lorden. Ah Hu realized. Yan Zhaoge said, while Pavilion Lorden is injured, she is still a martial saint. At the very least, she should be able to bring me into Jade Sea City. He let out a long roar towards the heavens. The cloud layer up above did not halt, but a streak of white cloud chi descended, sweeping Yan Zhaoge along. Leave this region of sea. We'll talk again when the situation has cleared up. Yan Zhaoge allowed the cloud chi to sweep him along as he instructed Ah Hu and Pan Pan at the same time. Ah Hu and Pan Pan both had worried expressions on their faces as they watched Yan Zhaoge disappear into the distance along with the cloud within the sky. Having arrived within the cloud layer, a rather tall, ordinary-looking middle-aged woman appeared before Yan Zhaoge. It was precisely the Pavilion Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Roiling Cloud Martial Saint In Qinglin. While In Qinglin looked no different from how she usually was, she said quietly, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Shen having arrived at the Outer East Sea to reinforce the battle over there, this old woman being injured, in going to Jade Sea City this time, I can only do my best to help the heaven-equaling saint share his burden. You having specially appeared, do you have some unique method? Due to his successive achievements, even In Qinglin, one of the current bigwigs of the Eight Extremities world, similarly viewed Yan Zhaoge in a different light. At the very least, she was willing to listen to Yan Zhaoge's opinion, rather than directly feeling that under the current circumstances, a spirit vessel martial grandmaster like Yan Zhaoge would be completely useless. Yan Zhaoge answered, I have no way of directly interfering in the battle against the Flame Devil Kings. However, I would like to ask Pavilion Lorden to send me to East Dragon Island, to Jade Sea City. Perhaps there might be a way. And Qinglin did not waste her breath on words as she soared over the cloud, quickly arriving in the air above East Dragon Island. While she was still far away, the two sides had already sensed her arrival. Yuan Zhengfeng's spirits naturally rose, while the Flame Devils were also on guard. A Flame Devil King instantly appeared, wanting to obstruct In Qinglin. However, In Qinglin was not in a hurry to clash with it, the cloud layer descending rapidly, directly pressuring down onto the sea's surface. A white cloud chi instantly pierced through the deep sea, sending Yan Zhaoge shooting straight towards Jade Sea City. Chapter 381. In Qinglin sent Yan Zhaoge into the depths of the sea with a stream of white cloud chi, shooting towards Jade Sea City. As Yan Zhaoge entered the sea, even with the protection of In Qinglin's cloud chi, he could still feel the scalding heat of the seawater as though it was being boiled at this moment. The Flame Devil who had come to obstruct In Qinglin was precisely the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang who had been constantly pursuing Yan Zhaoge earlier. While Yan Zhaoge had not taken out the Flame Devil Emperor's ring at this moment, this Flame Devil King still had a fresh memory of Yan Zhaoge's aura chi fluctuations. After detecting that it was Yan Zhaoge, Cheng Huang instantly let out a violent, enraged roar, his eyes instantly turning red as he chased after Yan Zhaoge. While In Qinglin was rather taken aback, she still immediately helped Yan Zhaoge block Cheng Huang. The sword light streaked across the sky, but it wasn't bright. Instead, it was hazy, like clouds and mist, like a swamp. Boundless sword lights swept out and transformed tempered steel into something soft, and it vividly displayed the profundities of the sword Dao's flexibility, tenacity, and boundless variation. While In Qinglin was injured, Turbid Wave Pavilion's direct lineage martial arts were exceedingly proficient in defense, the strength of which could be said to be on par with Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial arts. Right now, Qinglin did not seek to gain merit, but only to not make any mistakes. Sword after sword, she diverted and borrowed power, every single sword blocking the berserk attacks of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang. It looked like she was treading on thin ice, but it was actually safe. Cheng Huang was unable to break through her sword momentum for a while. With Qinglin's help, the pressure on Yuan Jingfeng was greatly reduced, and he almost immediately switched from defense to offense. It was just that Yuan Jingfeng still had to be careful of his opponents turning to attack Jade Sea City. The battle here fell into a stalemate for a short period of time. Qinglin's face was pale. She was injured. She could hold on for a while with the special characteristics of her martial arts, but she couldn't fight for long. Within the sea, Yan Zhaoge glanced back. Seeing that Qinglin had blocked the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang, he relaxed. Turbid Wave Pavilion's supreme Turbid Wave martial scripture, the Flowing Cloud illusory sword recorded within was ranked alongside Broad Creed Mountain's limitless heavenly sword, Jade Sea City's Jade Sea formless sword and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's divine Sky Lightning Mother sword as the four great sword arts of the Eight Extremities world. At the same time, it was also the sword technique of the current Eight Extremities world that was most proficient in defense. Although Qinglin was injured, she could hold on for a while if she focused on defense. The white cloud penetrated straight into the depths of the sea, sending Yan Zhaoge outside Jade Sea City. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that the spirit patterns of the great formation on the outskirts of Jade Sea City were already in tatters, on the verge of shattering. The terrifying tsunami that he had felt from afar was the result of the severe damage to the Azure Sea Limitless Array. Seeing Yan Zhaoge approach, Jade Sea City hurriedly let him in. A stream of water arose, sweeping Yan Zhaoge downwards. Yan Zhaoge stood still, not bothering with pleasantries. City Lord Song still hasn't left seclusion. The face of the Jade Sea City elder who had received him was also filled with worry as he swiveled his head to look in the direction of the central great hall of the inner city. Over there was a faint radiance of resplendent golden light. It was majestic, but its aura was a little dim and weak, as if it was about to run out of steam. We were originally already about to succeed, but the grand formation was nearly broken earlier, the massive impact having affected the City Lord's side. The current situation. This Jade Sea City elder's voice was rather bitter. Beside him, Song Chao sat in the meditative position, his body bearing injuries that were not light. Those were injuries that had been caused by the battle with the flame devils that had rushed in earlier. Song Chao smiled bitterly. Junior apprentice brother Yan, it wasn't easy for you to get out. Why did you still run back here? Yan Zhaoge said, I am very ashamed. That Flame Devil King that I drew away has finally returned here. Song Chao said, Junior apprentice brother Yan, please don't say that. This Flame Devil King returning should be because that even more powerful Flame Devil has come. If not for you drawing him away for a long time earlier, before your clan's heaven equaling senior had arrived, my Jade Sea City would probably already have fallen. The other Jade Sea City martial practitioners by the side all nodded in agreement as well. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, their gazes contained gratitude, admiration, and even doubt. They had not thought that Yan Zhaoge's breakout back then had actually really been able to draw away a Flame Devil King. Even more unexpected was that Yan Zhaoge had been able to deal with the Flame Devil King while still remaining safe and sound. This had really toppled their understanding of the world. If it was said that he had been protected by Qinglin should have long since come to Jade Sea City. Therefore, Qinglin had clearly only just returned to reinforce the Inner East Sea. For such a long time earlier, how exactly had Yan Zhaoge been dealing with the Flame Devil King? This caused everyone to be unable to understand it no matter how they thought about it, also casting a mysterious halo over Yan Zhaoge's eyes. Looking at the golden light that shot out from within the great hall, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, asking, from the looks of it, City Lord Song doesn't seem to be seeking a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Instead, it seems like he is forging a treasure. His gaze swept past Song Chao and the others. It's a sacred artifact. Broad Creed Mountain had originally already known that they wanted to forge a sacred artifact, even having provided the unfallen ghost rock. Now that the matter was already laid out before them, Song Chao and the others naturally wouldn't deny it. That's right. Our clan has already reached the final stage of forging the sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. Yet, we have met with such a great tribulation. Song Chao sighed, my father is currently one with the sacred artifact. If the sacred artifact does not succeed, my father will be hard-pressed to extricate himself from it. If the forging of the sacred artifact fails, my father will also immediately suffer heavy injuries, being unable to resist the flame devils. Gazing at the golden light, Yan Zhaoge said slowly, due to the urgency of the matter, I have a presumptuous request. Forgive me for saying it straightforwardly. Can you send me into your clan's central Great Hall? I might be able to lend you a hand. As his words left his mouth, the people of Jade Sea City were all taken aback. At this critical juncture of life and death, while many sectarian views could be discarded, the forging of a sacred artifact could only be done by martial saints. Even transcending mortality martial grandmasters would not be able to interfere in it. It was also because Yan Zhaoge had previously restrained the Flame Devil King Qinghuang, accomplishing an inconceivable miracle, that his authority still remained. Otherwise, people would simply feel that his mind was abnormal. Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy, 3 things. The first is to send me into your clan's central Great Hall. The second is for my Grandmaster to send an aura condensed from the power of our clan's sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe, into the central Great Hall. The third is. Yan Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings, reverse your clan's Jade Sea limitless grand formation, its power pouring into the central Great Hall. Looking at the solemn expression on Yan Zhaoge's face, Song Chao and the others were all shocked. A Jade Sea City longtime elder murmured, the grand formation is currently damaged. If it is reversed, it would directly shatter. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. However, in the current situation, they could only cut off all means of retreat. The Pavilion Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, and Qinglin, was injured, not able to withstand a protracted battle. As time dragged on, the situation would become even more dire. The Jade Sea limitless grand formation that was already damaged beyond compare, as long as a single Flame Devil King attacked it now, it would also immediately shatter. However, this grand formation belonged to Jade Sea City at the end of the day. It was not good for Yan Zhaoge to say anything more, quietly waiting for Jade Sea City to make their own decision. Fortunately, the higher echelon bigwigs of Jade Sea City did not hesitate, instantly coming to a consensus as they looked at Yan Zhaoge, alright, let's go all out. Chapter 382. Having already come to a decision, an elder directly lifted his palm, Yan Zhaoge's figure flying towards the central Great Hall. Senior apprentice brother Yu, please open the door. This elder said. A short while later, a crack opened in the formless restrictions enveloping the Great Hall, this elder bringing Yan Zhaoge within. Entering the Great Hall, Yan Zhaoge saw Jade Sea City's Grand Elder, Elder Yu, currently presiding over the formation. Beside him, another Jade Sea City Grand Elder was currently meditating, his face as pale as paper as he was weak to the extreme. That was the Jade Sea City Elder who had first presided over the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, Elder Yu having succeeded him. If he did not take over in time, this elder would be directly exhausted to death within the formation by the flame devils outside. Elder Yu's current condition was also extremely poor, clearly having been heavily injured. Having received the report from Jade Sea City's longtime elder outside, he already knew the general situation. He nodded slightly towards Yan Zhaoge, yet had no time to spare for words. Yan Zhaoge also did not bother with formalities as he passed through the Great Hall and headed towards the back. There, a layer of water appeared, jade green and opaque, the scenes within unable to be seen. However, a bright golden light was emitted from within. This was the place where Jade Sea City City Lord, Song Wuliang, had entered secluded cultivation to forge the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at that Jade Sea City longtime elder who had entered with him. The other party first entered the jade-green screen of water, Yan Zhaoge following closely behind. Entering the water screen, Yan Zhaoge halted, his entire body enveloped by the jade-green water. That Jade Sea City longtime elder similarly halted, reaching out to write a few lines of words in the air within the water. The words seemed to be inscribed within the water, transforming into a faint stream of light after a while before vanishing. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge felt a powerful will emanating from up ahead. Without having to ask, it was clear that it was the Jade Sea Martial Saint, Song Wuliang. While Song Wuliang himself was unable to move, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the outside world. Yan Zhaoge was not clear on what exactly he was thinking, but this Jade Sea City Lord did not show any signs of opposition. Yan Zhaoge immediately nodded, drifting upwards. From the outside, from the top of the central Great Hall of Jade Sea City, a thick jade-green pillar of water rose into the air, connecting with the dome of the Jade Sea above the city. Yan Zhaoge's figure appeared within the water pillar. Raising his head to look at the sparse spirit patterns up above that were on the verge of shattering, then lowering his head to look at Jade Sea City down below, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, his gaze calm and heavy. In the central hall below, Elder Yu maintained the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. As the Grand Formation operated, it transmitted information to Yuan Jingfeng and Qing Lin, who were battling the orthodox flame devils on the surface of the sea. While Yuan Jingfeng did not understand what was going on, he still controlled the clear qi robe to descend streams of clear qi even as he battled the flame devils. Black and yellow dots of light that looked like corn floated up and down. In the clear air, they looked like stars in the sky. The Flame Devil King did not understand what was going on, but still made a move to obstruct it. Yuan Jingfeng unleashed streams of clear qi, illusory and real at the same time, negating the attacks of the Flame Devil King as a stream of peace finally fell into the Great Sea. Within the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, Yan Zhaoge hovered amidst the pillar of water, staring fixedly above his head. As the aura condensed from the essence of the clear qi robe descended, Yan Zhaoge's gaze lit up. Clear qi twined around the dark green water column, fusing into it and drifting about. At the same time, Elder Yu acted according to their earlier agreement, resolutely reversing the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. East Dragon Island that resembled a massive continent shook mightily once more before rising up from the sea's surface once more. The all-encompassing screen of water that enveloped East Dragon Island also began congregating towards its center up above. Numerous spirit patterns, numerous spirit formations, collapsed one after another, manifesting a destructive force. All the jade water congregated in the air above the central hall of Jade Sea City, forming a massive ball of water. East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City saw the light of day once more at this moment. A dazzling fiery light appeared before everyone's eyes, an all-encompassing sea of flames as well as a terrifying force enveloping the horizon. If not for Yuan Jingfeng and Qing Lin blocking it, East Dragon Island would have instantly been reduced to scorched earth. That massive ball of water began shrinking, the surging jade water following that pillar of water straight downwards, surging madly towards the central hall of Jade Sea City. Situated within the water pillar, Yan Zhaoge also bore immense pressure. His expression did not change as he suddenly took out an object. It was his internal crystal furnace. Just the aura of the clear qi robe and the spiritual force gathered by the reversal grand formation alone were still insufficient to reverse the situation. Otherwise, as long as the people of Jade Sea City had not lost their courage and determination, they might not have been able to think of a similar method. However, with just one more sacred artifact and the power of the reversal grand formation, it was still insufficient. Yan Zhaoge had instructed him on 3 matters. The first was that he had to personally enter the core of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, the reason for this being the internal crystal furnace. Through the unceasing efforts of Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, the current internal crystal furnace had improved greatly once more. With Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base as a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, wanting to interfere in the forging of a sacred artifact just by relying on the internal crystal furnace was still insufficient. However, Yan Zhaoge had long since prepared for this. Open! Yan Zhaoge patted the body of the furnace, the lid of the internal crystal furnace opening, the aura of the clear qi robe entering within. The lid closed, the internal crystal furnace shaking mightily. "Give me!" Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath before roaring, "Explode!" Accompanied by his hands clapping down on the internal crystal furnace, the massive furnace descended like a shooting star, shooting straight for the central hall of Jade Sea City down below. Before it had even arrived at the Great Hall, that bright shooting star exploded mightily. Powerful radiance suffused the area, merging with the power of the grand formation that was flowing in reverse, shooting together into the central Great Hall where Song Wuliang was in seclusion. Instantly, the entire East Dragon Island shook intensely once more. Incomparably bright golden light shot into the skies from the central Great Hall of Jade Sea City. The next moment, a terrifying tsunami that was not inferior in the least to when the Grand Formation had been destroyed arose with East Dragon Island as its center. It was just that this time, the waves that surged to the heavens did not expand outwards in all directions, instead converging towards East Dragon Island's Jade Sea City from all directions. Countless frenzied tides instantly drowned East Dragon Island once more, but were very quickly absorbed by the golden pillar of light that arose from the central Great Hall of Jade Sea City. In the blink of an eye, the golden pillar of light gradually transformed into a jade-green sword light. The seven seas arose, a boundless, immeasurably majestic sword intent thus born. Within Jade Sea City, as Elder Yu and the others saw this, they were all overjoyed. A sacred artifact belonging to our Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, has succeeded. The long-cherished wish of the entire clan had finally succeeded. Thinking of the tribulation from earlier which had almost brought them to extinction, all sorts of feelings welled up within them as they virtually wanted to cry tears of joy. Within the air, feeling the changes down below, the expressions of the flame devils all changed greatly. Some wanted to retreat just like this. Some wanted to ignore Yuan Jingfeng and Qinglin and forcibly attack Jade Sea City first, while some attacked Yuan Jingfeng and the others even more violently, wanting to fight to the death. Meanwhile, within Jade Sea City down below, the all-encompassing jade-green sword light suddenly retracted, seemingly having vanished. However, the terrifying sword intent instantly shot straight up, madly attacking the flame devils up above. Having already extricated himself, Yan Zhaoge stood within the air, his hands behind his back, leisurely watching this scene. The people of Jade Sea City below looked at him. After a short period of silence, regardless of their seniority or age, they all bowed towards Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 383. Sacred artifacts were hard to come by. In the current world, other than Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain, the other three sacred grounds all desired one. This included the painting Saint Old Man Mo and the already deceased devil Saint Yuan Tian, who had also been working hard to forge a sacred artifact of their own that year. And today, Jade Sea City had finally succeeded, forging a sacred artifact of their own, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. Having met with a great tribulation, nearly having been annihilated. The boundless rage that had been suppressed within the heart of Jade Sea City's city lord, Song Wuliang, erupted completely at this moment. The all-encompassing jade-green sword light was retracted, turning formless, as though it had vanished. However, the hearts of the three flame devil kings present all shivered. Having been in contact with Jade Sea City martial practitioners for not just a day or two, they naturally knew that what they were about to face now was Jade Sea City's supreme martial art, the Jade Sea Formless Sword. While the sword light seemed formless, it had actually transformed into innumerable tiny bits of sword chi that resembled dust. While the sword chi had become tiny, it was indestructible, exceptionally sharp. Scattered between the heavens and the earth, it was omnipresent, traceless, yet pervasive. Song Wuliang executed the sword Dao of the Jade Sea Formless Sword with his sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, his power rising to a whole new level. In virtually just an instant, countless jade-green sword lights flickered amidst the boundless sea of flames in the sky, covering the entire area, intermittently visible as they rose and fell. And Qinglin's sword was still flexible, not showing its sharpness as she only coordinated with Song Wuliang to tangle with the flame devil kings before her, sealing off their paths of retreat. On the other side, Yuan Jingfeng finally had time to act, his attacks going wild and unrestrained. Bolstered by the clear qi robe, as Yuan Jingfeng's palm descended, it truly resembled the collapse of the heavens as it instantly collapsed the sea of flames. Watching from below, Yan Zhaoge nodded repeatedly. While Yuan Jingfeng, Song Wuliang and An Qinglin very rarely joined hands against enemies, at their cultivation level and rich experience, their vision outstanding, they were able to coordinate with one another as soon as they attacked. Having been trampled upon by others, Song Wuliang's heart was filled with fury. With the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword having been forged and a sacred artifact born, it was precisely the time for him to take revenge. But when it came to the real fight, he still gave the position of the main attack to Yuan Jingfeng, who was more suitable, and he himself unfolded the Blue Sea Pill Sword to trap the enemy. He was not reckless. And Qinglin didn't have a saint artifact in her hands, and at the same time, she was also injured. She didn't try to be brave at this time, giving the initiative to Yuan Jingfeng and Song Wuliang. She was only responsible for checking for any gaps on the side. Yuan Jingfeng, on the other hand, was in charge of the frontal assault, beating the three Flame Devil Kings to the point that they were hard-pressed to defend against him. While the opponent was running for their lives, dealing with Yuan Jingfeng's attacks, Song Wuliang's Jade Sea Formless Sword would be waiting in the shadows for a chance to strike, seeking out killing opportunities and creating a massive threat. The three peak martial experts of the Eight Extremities world, working together, instantly decimated the Flame Devils to the point where they were utterly routed. With Jade Sea City down below having lost the protection of the Grand Formation, the intense battle situation might possibly affect this place. If not for them being wary of the people of Jade Sea City, the trio's advantage would be even greater. Of the three Flame Devil Kings, Qinghuang's temper was the worst. Roaring, his massive serpentine body shot towards Jade Sea City down below. From the looks of it, he actually wanted to destroy Jade Sea City even if he had to perish here, slaying Yan Zhaoge and the others. Now, however, two massive palms grabbed downwards, directly grabbing the massive body of the human-headed, snake-bodied Flame Devil King Qinghuang. Garbed in the clear qi robe, Yuan Jingfeng extended his hands forward, streams of clear qi transforming into two massive heaven-obscuring hands, capturing Qinghuang. Qinghuang roared unceasingly in rage, his body twisting as he entangled Yuan Jingfeng, blazing flames blazing unceasingly. Yuan Jingfeng was unafraid as he exerted more force with his hands, squeezing Qinghuang's body till creaking sounds resounded, seemingly about to shatter. The other two Flame Devil Kings were respectively intercepted by Song Wuliang, who wielded the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, and An Qinglin, who was on the other side. The Flame Devil King Jing Zhong, who was equivalent to a human second-level martial saint, let out multiple enraged roars. Looking at the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword in Song Wuliang's hands and the clear qi robe on Yuan Jingfeng, he finally felt unresigned as he quickly fled towards the east. The other Flame Devil King who had attacked Jade Sea City alongside Qinghuang could only helplessly retreat as well. Song Wuliang and An Qinglin's momentum was like a rainbow as they pursued him all the way. Yuan Jingfeng remained where he was, streams of clear qi circulating as he resembled a massive divinity descending from the heavens, capturing a dragon with both hands. Suppressed by his power, the Flame Devil King Qinghuang's entire body emitted flowing fire as he seemed to spurt out blood, letting out agonized howls. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge also sighed rather emotionally. It just so happens that it is our clan that is on good terms with Jade Sea City, and not the Sacred Sun clan. Each drink and each peck, as though ordained by the heavens, the profundities within are truly indescribable. Not counting Old Man Imo, amongst the 6 great sacred grounds, there were only the combination of Yuan Jingfeng and the clear qi robe or the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia who could forcibly resist the Flame Devil King Jing Zhong, who was equivalent to a second-level martial saint head-on. If Huang Guanglia were here, while he would be able to help Jade Sea City temporarily block the Flame Devil King Jing Zhong, he would be unable to help Jade Sea City forge the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. The battle was currently in a stalemate. As time passed, if Song Wuliang was still unable to emerge from seclusion, the final outcome would clearly be very dangerous for the human martial practitioners. At the very least, the sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world, Jade Sea City, which had dominated the water domain of the Eight Extremities world for many years, might really be completely destroyed this time. No eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned. Burdened by the artifact forging, the Jade Sea Marshal Saint Song Wuliang would also perish here, heavily injured. Meanwhile, the effect of Yuan Jingfeng arriving with the clear Qi robe and temporarily blocking the Flame Devil King Jing Zhong would be the same. However, the difference was that with the help of the clear Qi robe that was already a sacred artifact, Yan Zhaoge had finally succeeded in helping the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword come into being. With Song Wuliang and the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword having entered the battle, the tables had instantly turned. Still, it seems like it was also because of me that the Sacred Sun clan lost the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. Suddenly thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Within the sky, Qing Huang, who was currently struggling desperately against Yuan Jingfeng, lowered his head to look at Jade Sea City down below, his gaze seeming to be searching for something. Yan Zhaoge did not evade as he hovered silently in midair, meeting Qing Huang's gaze head-on. Qing Huang's eyes bulged as he let out a roar that shook the heavens, his body abruptly erupting with a final burst of power as he wanted to break free of Yuan Jingfeng's grip and rush towards Yan Zhaoge. However, he was destined to only be able to think about it. Even he was not Yuan Jingfeng's match without the clear Qi robe. Now that Yuan Jingfeng had the clear Qi robe, Qing Huang would find it even harder to stand against him. This Flame Devil King could only stare furiously at Yan Zhaoge, his gaze seemingly wanting to devour him whole. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he looked at Qing Huang, waving towards him as if greeting him. When Qing Huang saw this, he was angered to the point of ascending to the heavens. Yan Zhaoge, however, was in a very good mood. After waving his hand, he no longer looked at that Flame Devil King, instead focusing his attention on himself. While it was rather costly, the lost internal crystal furnace could still be recast. Yan Zhaoge did not mind it. What he cared about was that when he had helped Jade Sea City forge the artifact earlier, the power of the Grand Formation had surged in reverse, pouring towards the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword in torrents. As the core of the Grand Formation, he himself had also received much nourishment. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel the surging, turbulent spiritual energy within his body. Chapter 384. Yan Zhaoge stood amidst space, quietly recuperating his aura. In his body, the tide-like spiritual energy surged crazily. If it were any other spirit vessel martial grandmaster, that wild and boundless spiritual energy would be enough to burst a person's body. It was also only someone with Yan Zhaoge's strength who could withstand it, unceasingly dissolving the spiritual qi and absorbing it for his own use. The meridians of Yan Zhaoge's entire body currently seemed to be formed of innumerable masses of qi, rotating unceasingly as they absorbed the abundant water-type spiritual qi within his body. At the last moment of refining the Blue Sea Pill Heart Sword, the Blue Sea Limitless formation was reversed and almost all the water spiritual qi in the sea within a radius of 10,000 miles was absorbed. Power that was majestic like the sea was poured into the central Great Hall of Jade Sea City, providing the final safeguard for the refinement of the sacred artifact. As the instigator, while Yan Zhaoge had managed to retreat in time, he had also benefited greatly from it. Wanting to truly cultivate one's own true martial spirit, refining aura into essence and stepping into the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm, was not something that could be accomplished in a single bound. Now, however, with such majestic spiritual qi entering his body, Yan Zhaoge was able to establish a firm foundation once more. The accumulation of the strength of his body had once again become more abundant. He only had to wait for his comprehension of the profound mysteries of martial arts to reach a certain height, completely turning the false into the real, and that would be the time for him to charge into the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm. As the majestic water-type spiritual qi entered his body, it unceasingly nourished Yan Zhaoge's fleshly body, causing it to grow even stronger. This experience was no different from a baptism that allowed one to be reborn. Such a baptism was the result of a fortuitous encounter. It was very difficult for others to replicate it. Other than the infusion of spiritual qi, in that instant when the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword had been completely refined, Yan Zhaoge had experienced the birth of a sacred artifact, the process of its infinite profundities being condensed, which had been a unique experience. When a martial sage succeeded in refining a holy weapon, he or she would often receive feedback, improving his or her cultivation and even having the possibility of breaking through a bottleneck. While Yan Zhaoge was not the one who had forged the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, he was still left in deep thought at this moment. An intense tremor suddenly emanated between the heavens and the earth. As Yan Zhaoge regained his wits, he saw the all-encompassing fiery light exploding above his head. The irascible flame devil King Qinghuang finally chose to disintegrate his body, unleashing a fatal blow towards Yuan Jingfeng and Jade Sea City below. Sadly, his opponent was Yuan Jingfeng, who wore the clear qi robe. The sky-covering giant hand turned the sky and earth upside down, trapping the flames of the explosion in a corner, making it difficult for it to harm the surroundings. Yan Zhaoge bowed towards the Yuan Jingfeng in midair. "Grand Master, it is all thanks to you arriving in time." Yuan Jingfeng laughed and said, "No, it's all thanks to you, Zhaoge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arrived in time." Yan Zhaoge gazed in the direction in which Song Wuliang and Qing Lin and the others had fled in pursuit of the two Flame Devil Kings. "You are about to set off immediately." Yuan Jingfeng said sternly, "We cannot rest." The Flame Devils of the Outer Sea seem to have already arrived in the vicinity of Long Ocean City. "This old man has to rush over to take a look." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded. Long Ocean City was indeed going to become the main battlefield. Still, with Yuan Jingfeng with the clear qi robe and Song Wuliang with the newly forged Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, as well as Huang Guanglie who might have arrived as well, it should be enough to support the situation, perhaps even launch a counterattack. If the Flame Devils didn't continue to send more troops, they wouldn't be able to do much in this battle. However, it is also worth being wary of. In this battle, all the peak experts of the current Eight Extremities world were basically gathered before they were able to suppress their attacks, Yan Zhaoge thought. On the other side, those of Jade Sea City also came forward to greet Yuan Jingfeng, thanking him for his assistance. The Flame Devils had come suddenly this time. If not for Broad Creed Mountain's help, Jade Sea City would probably have been hard-pressed to tide through this great tribulation. After greeting them, Yuan Jingfeng didn't linger as he immediately headed east. Those of Jade Sea City could also understand the situation, but they couldn't follow in the footsteps of their city lord, Yuan Jingfeng and in Qing Lin at this moment. The Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation having completely collapsed, Jade Sea City having also suffered attacks to a certain extent, all of this had to be taken care of. Otherwise, if a relatively large storm came, Jade Sea City would still be unable to avoid a calamity. Especially now that the Flame Devils, due to some unknown reason, were able to evade the vision of human martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, moving stealthily in the dark. With Jade Sea City's current situation, with Song Wuliang not around, if they were suddenly killed, that would really be a big problem. And other than the two Flame Devil Kings who had fled, in the region of sea near Jade Sea City, there were also other Flame Devils present, not lacking experts of the Great Flame Devil level. These all required the extermination of Elder Yu and the others. Song Chao looked at Yan Zhaoge, junior apprentice brother Yan. "What do you plan to do next?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "I will also go over to Long Ocean City, meeting the Flame Devils for a while. The more I understand about them, the easier it will be to deal with them. The main battlefield that Grand Master, City Lord Song and Pavilion Lord An are participating in is not good to interfere in, but there are also other Flame Devils." Song Chao said, "A pity that I cannot travel together with you. Still, after this matter, my clan's disciples will also be heading to the front lines of Long Ocean City. Perhaps we will meet again then." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "Since that is so, we shall meet again." Seeing Yan Zhaoge's departing figure, the people of Jade Sea City exchanged looks. Amidst their gratitude and praise, their expressions gradually turned rather complicated. A longtime elder sighed, repeating what he had once said, "In a few more years, throughout the entire Eight Extremities world, who will be able to stand against them?" Someone looked rather worriedly at Song Chao by the side. Song Chao's expression was calm as he shook his head. "I am far from being able to compare." Therefore, everyone let out a grand sigh. The External Affairs First Seat Elder who had sent Yan Zhaoge out of the encirclement earlier, Elder Wang, smiled bitterly, looking at things from a different perspective. we should rejoice that such a figure has arisen from Broad Creed Mountain, and not the sacred Sun clan." Hearing his words, the others all revealed bitter smiles. Yan Zhaoge's departure this time was not as dangerous as when he had broken out of the encirclement earlier. Therefore, other than himself, there was one more person, Sikong Qing, who had remained behind in Jade Sea City earlier. Sitting on the wave-treading vessel that Jade Sea City had prepared for them, Yan Zhaoge said, "The intensity of the invasion of the Flame Devils into the Eight Extremities world this time was much fiercer than I had expected. I had to let you, junior apprentice sister Sikong, take a risk." While Yan Zhaoge had been confident in his plans for breaking out of the encirclement and drawing the attention of the Flame Devil Kings earlier, he had also taken a huge risk. If not for the arrival of a Flame Devil King equivalent to a second-level martial saint like Jing Zhong, Sikong Qing would indeed have been safer in Jade Sea City. However, having heard that there had been more than one Flame Devil King like Jing Zhong who had entered the Eight Extremities world in Long Ocean City, Yan Zhaoge had thought of how the situation over at Jade Sea City had instead been even more dangerous. Sikong Qing shook her head. "What are you saying, senior apprentice brother Yan? I just feel my own weakness and powerlessness once more, unable to play a role in such a dangerous situation like you, senior apprentice brother Yan." As for the Flame Devils unexpectedly attacking Jade Sea City, no one would have been able to predict such a thing. Looking at the distant region of sea, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was rather deep and distant. No one would have been able to predict it. Chapter 385. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Sikong Qing looked rather curiously at Yan Zhaoge. Regaining his wits, Yan Zhaoge asked, "I will be heading to the Sea of Long Ocean City next. I will naturally not approach the battlefield where my Grand Master and the others are clashing with the Flame Devil King. However, I will have to meet the Flame Devils for a while." Yan Zhaoge looked at Sikong Qing. "Are you returning to the inland or coming with me?" Sikong Qing's expression was as per usual. "While my cultivation base is low, I would still dare to battle against a Flame Devil with the strength of a martial scholar. This time, I came out of seclusion to temper myself. Senior apprentice brother Yan need not worry about me." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "All right, it's fine if you want to stay. In this kind of environment, it's even better for tempering one. However, the great battle against the Flame Devils involves many things. It is not a fight between one or two people in one city or one land. Instead, it is close to a war. You have to blend into it. It is best not to act alone. Otherwise, accidents might occur and affect others. Senior apprentice Uncle Fu is the current first seat elder of East Sea. He should be moving together with Old Man Mo and the others. When you arrive at Long Ocean City, listen to his arrangements. Uncle Master Fu also believes that actual combat is a better way to hone people. You don't have to worry about not having the opportunity to gain experience." Sikong Qing naturally had a sufficient understanding of her master. Hearing this, she nodded. I understand." The two of them rode on the wave-treading flying boat and headed east. On the way, Sikong Qing would also occasionally ask Yan Zhaoge for guidance on some difficult questions regarding martial arts. While she greatly admired Yan Zhaoge's various achievements, in her heart, what she valued and respected the most was still the martial Tao itself. Not mentioning those miraculous feats, Yan Zhaoge having attained his current cultivation base at his current age could already be considered a miracle in itself. Sikong Qing had a cold personality, seldom interacting with others. However, over the past few years, she had gradually grown familiar with Yan Zhaoge, greatly admiring him. Therefore, she was rather more casual in front of Yan Zhaoge. If she had any questions regarding martial arts, she would ask Yan Zhaoge for guidance. Yan Zhaoge was also not stingy in giving pointers to this junior apprentice sister of his whose martial talent was extremely low. Although he would not take the initiative to investigate, he was becoming more and more interested in Sikong Qing's secrets. He really wanted to see what heights this girl could reach in the future. According to the results of his interrogation of that Ouyang Qi, Yan Zhaoge had learnt that Ouyang Qi and Chang Ning's experiences were extremely similar to Sikong Qing's. In the realm of body refinement martial artists, although they were also outstanding geniuses, they were generally still within the acceptable range of ordinary people. However, after reaching the Grandmaster realm, he suddenly exploded, as if he had been reborn. His already outstanding talent became even more outstanding, and he began to look down on and even crush ordinary geniuses. However, there were no signs beforehand, and no one was able to find out the reason afterwards. The master of Ouyang Qi and Chongning, Chen Qi, was not as polite as Yan Zhaoge. Chen Qi had carefully examined the changes in the bodies of Ouyang Qi and Yi Zichen. In the end, besides the two of them activating each other and the strange talisman markings that appeared, there was nothing special about it. Thinking of those strange runes, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, continuing to ponder. As the two headed east, having received the message from Yan Zhaoge and Jade Sea City, Ahu brought Pan Pan along as he hurried over to join them. "Young master, it's good that you're fine." After meeting, seeing that Yan Zhaoge was fine, Hu first heaved a sigh of relief before asking curiously, "Jade Sea City really forged a sacred artifact?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "That's right, it's a sword artifact known as the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, extremely compatible with Jade Sea City's supreme martial art, the Jade Sea Formless Sword. Executing the sword Tao of the Jade Sea Formless Sword with this sword, its power is amplified, truly being extraordinary." He told Ahu about the general course of events, picking out the important parts. While Yan Zhaoge played it down, not specifically boasting about it, Hu still grinned as he heard it, chuckling, "Young master, you really were too impressive this time. It's definitely this." Saying thus, Ahu gave him a thumbs up. However, after giving him the thumbs up, Hu hesitated slightly for a moment before saying slowly, "Still, young master, Jade Sea City owes you and Broad Creed Mountain too much this time. While facing the Flame Devils, we are of the same breath and branch, being interdependent, and should help each other. If not for you and the old chief this time, Jade Sea City, City Lord Song Wuliang included, would have been wiped out by the Flame Devils in one fell swoop. As one of the exalted 6 great sacred grounds, it might have been directly erased from the 8 extremities world." Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at Ahu, continue. Ahu scratched his head, "Young master I don't know any great principles, but I've also heard the old saying that raising rice is gratitude, but fighting rice is enmity. Maybe some words don't convey the meaning. It should be called, great kindness is great enmity or something like that." Who looked rather worriedly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, "I understand what you mean, but there's still no need to worry about it for now." He turned to look in the direction of Jade Sea City behind him, where the sea and the sky intersected, everything flat as East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City could already no longer be seen. Let's first believe that Jade Sea City has the most basic principles and bottom line. Even if they don't. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "Even if they don't, as long as the Sacred Sun Clan still exists, this great kindness will not become great enmity." Hearing his words, a thoughtful expression appeared on Ahu's face. First, putting aside the relationship between Jade Sea City and Broad Creed Mountain, there had already been many years of enmity between them and the Sacred Sun Clan. It was only after that great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, when the Sacred Sun Clan had officially stepped on Broad Creed Mountain, with Broad Creed Mountain having lost the sacred artifact of the Sacred Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, that the conflict between the two sides had risen to the point where it was as sharp as that between Jade Sea City and the Sacred Sun Clan. Before this, for such a long time, the most famous enemies of the 8 extremities world had been Jade Sea City and the Sacred Sun Clan, one water and one fire, the enmity between the two sides having already developed to the point where it was basically irreconcilable. That year, when Huang Guanglia's master, the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao, had been awe-inspiring, it had been the most difficult period in Jade Sea City's history. Sitting quietly by the side, Sikong Qing also gazed in the direction of Jade Sea City. Yan Zhaoge asked, "Is there any news?" Hu answered, "The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall Shen Li and the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia both arrived on the Outer East Sea earlier, stabilizing their footing along with the painting Saint Old Man Mo and Mengwan who wields the Extreme Yin Crown, blocking the Flame Devils at the border between the region of Sea of Long Ocean City and the Outer East Sea." Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu brought the sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe, and arrived by the coast of the mainland, remaining in the western region of the water domain to sit over it. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. Huang Guanglia, Old Man Imo, Grand Master, and the Clear Chi Robe, Song Wuliang, and the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. Adding in Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lorden, the Extreme Yin Crown, and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Shinli, right, it should be enough to at least suppress this wave of attacks by the Flame Devils, unless there are any other major changes. Yan Zhaoge took out his 9 ice shards. If the environment permits it, I can try it. Chapter 386. Infinite Boundless Mountains Current Chief, the Northern Peak Towering Sky, Chu Yan, and his sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, had not come to the sea. After all, apart from him, all of the peak experts of the human race were gathered in the East Sea to battle the Flame Devils. At this time, if any abnormalities occurred in other places such as the Earth domain, the Eight Extremities world would inevitably be unable to respond in time. After the leaders of the Great Holy Lands communicated with each other, Chu Yan became the final reserve team and oversaw the inland. If the battle on the sea underwent a drastic change, Chu Yan would either provide reinforcements or provide support so that he could make arrangements. Chu Yan himself had yet to attain the martial saint realm. While he possessed the sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through the grand formations of the Sacred Sun Clan or the Heavenly Thunder Hall all by himself. This way, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall would also not have to worry about the safety of their own backyard. Leaning against the side of the vessel, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before he suddenly asked who, other than the Hall Lord Shinli, did anyone else of the Heavenly Thunder Hall come along? Who said, I heard that a few elders from the hall have come to the East Sea. Yan Zhaoge looked thoughtful. Has anyone of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation come over? I've never heard of it. Who replied, even if they want to train, they'll probably only let them come after the situation has stabilized, right? Who looked at Yan Zhaoge. Xie Zi is dead, and I've heard that Yan Shan is still in secluded cultivating in the sword with his left hand. Of the younger generation of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the one they can bring out the most should be that Lin Zhou, right? Speaking of which, he has actually also reached the martial Grandmaster realm. In terms of age, he is even younger than the Sacred Sun Clan's Tang Yonghao and our Broad Creed Mountain's brother Fei. Traveling alongside Yan Zhaoge in the extreme northern snowy plains, who also met Lin Zhou once more. Yan Zhaoge took out Heaven Shocker, lightly plucking the bowstring as he felt the surging power of thunderbolts within. Pay attention. If this fellow appears on the East Sea, report it to me in time. Yes, young master. Who agreed without thinking too much. During the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Lin Tianfeng and the others had attempted to take advantage of the situation, even joining hands with the Sacred Sun Clan to use the Anti-Sun Grand Formation to shake Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Chi Grand Formation, nearly consigning Broad Creed Mountain to eternal damnation. Afterwards, Lin Tianfeng and the others had even personally attacked Broad Creed Mountain. In the end, they had all perished there. The enmity between the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Broad Creed Mountain was already as deep as the sea. On the extreme northern snowy plains, the two sides engaged in yet another battle. Those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had attempted to assassinate Yan Zhaoge, but in the end, more than half of them had been killed or injured by the ice pith vein that Yan Zhaoge had triggered. Afterwards, when Yan Zhaoge had saved Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen, Lin Zhou and Jing Shua of Black Nightmare Mountain had launched an attack together. In the end, Jing Shua had been slain, while Lin Zhou had lost Heaven Shocker, also having been blinded in one eye by Yan Zhaoge. If one were to say who wanted to kill Yan Zhaoge the most in this current world, Lin Zhou would definitely be ranked at the top. Currently, with the Flame Devils rampaging on the East Sea and the situation being complicated, Ahu felt that it was very normal for Yan Zhaoge to be on guard against the enemies causing trouble once more. However, compared to you, he is still far behind. Ahu said, instead, it is those martial grandmaster experts of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Sacred Sun Clan, especially the Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, who we have to guard against even more, young master. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Those people, needless to say, all have to raise their vigilance. He gazed into the distance and muttered to himself, and some people who don't look that eye-catching are easily overlooked. Who knows, they might become a great disaster. Who scratched his head. Retracting his gaze, Yan Zhaoge smiled. To some people, am I not such an existence? Who gave a simple and honest laugh. That's true. Rest easy, young master. I will pay attention. Accompanied by Yuan Jingfeng, Song Wuliang and An Qinglin hurrying to the borders of the outer sea of Long Ocean City's region of sea, the Eight Extremities world finally gained a firm foothold. With Yuan Jingfeng, the painting saint, Huang Guanglia and Song Wuliang at their head, the human martial experts launched a wave of counterattacks, beating the invading flame devils into retreat. Unsurprisingly, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword became the focal point of the entire battlefield. Other than the extreme Yin crown of unknown origins which had been coincidentally discovered, it had already been many years since a new sacred artifact had been forged in the Eight Extremities world. Now that the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword had appeared out of nowhere, many people naturally felt complicated emotions. While the sword was currently pointed at the invading flame devils, its cold light still caused many to take note of it. With a sacred artifact in hand, Jade Sea City's strength would inevitably rise as a result, its significance being no less than Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Jingfeng transcending mortality and entering sainthood, or the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia successfully advancing, stepping into the second level of the martial saint realm. The flame devils' attacks having been thwarted, they began gradually retreating, while the peak experts of the human race began pursuing and reclaiming their lost territory. The main battlefield returned to the outer East Sea, with most of the flame devils in the inner East Sea having been slain. The human martial practitioners began unceasingly purging the invading flame devils. The younger generation of the various sacred grounds were allowed to participate in the battle. While they were not close to the main battlefield, the task of purging the remaining flame devils could still be undertaken, being suitable for tempering themselves. After the Jade Sea City martial practitioners had more or less stabilized the situation over at East Dragon Island, as the host, they became the main force of the purging. After sending Sikong Qing to Fu Enchu's place, Yan Zhaoge took his leave. While he had warned Sikong Qing not to act alone, lest she unnecessarily affect the overall situation, Yan Zhaoge had no intention of doing so. And whether it was Fu Enchu or Sikong Qing herself, neither of them felt that there was anything wrong with this. Countless facts had already sufficiently proved that when Yan Zhaoge acted on his own, not only did he not cause any trouble, he instead often brought him unimaginable gains. Yan Zhaoge's target was naturally not the remaining flame devils in the inner East Sea. Above the outer East Sea, Yan Zhaoge did not ride on a transportation tool like the wave-treading flying vessel, did not sit on Pan, and also did not tread on the waves as he traveled. Yan Zhaoge's entire person was currently completely submerged within the seawater. Hu and Pan curiously followed beside him. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge's figure rose from within the water, his gaze still appraising their surroundings. Having been ravaged by the flame devils, the spiritual qi of the great sea here is very thin. Hu asked curiously, young master, what do you want to do? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Oh, I want to give it a try. Hu was a little confused. How? Yan Zhaoge laughed. I want to find a great flame devil. Hu instantly coughed intensely. Young master, a great flame devil is at the very least equivalent to a human martial practitioner of the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early essence talisman stage. While Yan Zhaoge had Heaven Shocker in hand, the devil-shattering ice talisman as well as the dark red ring which countered flame devils, having to deal with a great flame devil alone still left Hu choking. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I don't have to kill it, or even have to clash with it. I just want to find a living great flame devil in its peak condition to verify some things, that's all. Hu's face was bitter. That's also very difficult, especially when you, young master, are very likely already a thorn in the side of the flame devils. Yan Zhaoge smiled, spreading his hands apart. That's why I'm trying to think of a way. As the saying goes, there are always more ways than difficulties. Chapter 387. Because the battlefield was at the outer sea, most of the younger generation disciples participating in the battle originated from Jade Sea City, the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Turbid Wave Pavilion. The younger generation disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain were mostly like Yan Zhaoge and Sikong Qing. The disciples of the younger generation were mostly active in the inner sea as well, purging the roaming flame devils. They did not step into the outer sea where the main battlefield was. However, there were exceptions. Lightning flashed, and a flame devil was slain. The flame demon's body exploded, as if a rain of fire had fallen from the sky. Amidst the blazing rain of fire, a figure appeared. It was a one-eyed young man who emitted an icy aura. Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage, the thunder-rumbling young master, Lin Zhou. Beside him were the other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners, all of their faces dark. Lin Zhou's hair was tied with a white veil, and it slid across his face, covering his left eye. His remaining right eye was currently gazing into the distant sea. After a moment, Lin Zhou retracted his gaze, swiveling his head to look at the other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners beside him as he said slowly, "I thank all of you for remembering my father's feelings, being willing to take this risk with me. Junior brother Lin, there's no need to say that. Avenging Master is our duty as disciples. However, you said earlier that you had a way to deal with those of Broad Creed Mountain." A middle-aged man beside Lin Zhou said in a heavy tone, "We also agreed to your choice of Yan Zhaoge as your target. However, we can't even find his figure now." Lin Zhou said lightly, "There's no need to look for him on purpose. If we look for him on purpose, it will make him vigilant instead. Although I still don't understand the reason, there are others who can help us find him." The middle-aged man asked, "Who?" A cold light flashed in Lin Zhou's right eye. Flame Demon. Hearing this, the people around him fell into deep thought. Yan Zhaoge. Lin Zhou muttered to himself, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind for a time as his past memories overlapped with his current situation, making it hard for him to remain calm. With the news of the invasion of the Flame Devils having spread, Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang being in secluded cultivation, not having immediately rushed to the Outer East Sea, Lin Zhou had already felt that something was wrong. Afterwards, the two Flame Devil Kings had moved stealthily together, raiding Jade Sea City's territory. Meanwhile, while Song Wuliang remained in Jade Sea City, he had yet to leave seclusion, seemingly having sunk into a state of death seclusion as he allowed the two Flame Devil Kings to wreak havoc, looking like they were about to tear down Jade Sea City. This allowed Lin Zhou to heave a sigh of relief in his heart because the situation seemed to have returned to the right track in his heart. But what happened next was completely unexpected. While they had not personally witnessed it, the news had already long since spread on the East Sea that Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge had single-handedly led away a Flame Devil King, temporarily alleviating the dangerous situation that Jade Sea City was in. What caused others to sigh in admiration was that Yan Zhaoge had not sacrificed himself, instead successfully contending with the Flame Devil King as a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, finally retreating unscathed. While the Flame Devil King Jing Zhong, who was equivalent to a second-level martial saint, had arrived, causing the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang, who had been drawn away by Yan Zhaoge, to return to Jade Sea City, the miracle that Yan Zhaoge had accomplished was still sufficient to leave everyone sighing in admiration. At this moment, the situation had completely exceeded Lin Zhou's expectations. In the end, when the Blue Sea Pill Heart Sword was born, Lin Zhou was even a little numb. Jade Sea City's sacred artifact should still be lacking some materials, being unable to be forged. Lin Zhou pondered, "It is just that I don't know what materials they are. Could it be that some unforeseen event earlier resulted in the materials being gathered?" He shook his head. There was already no meaning in thinking about Jade Sea City's sacred artifact now. What Lin Zhou was more interested in was how Yan Zhaoge had drawn away the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang. If that Yi Jing, who has long since died, if he had come to this East Sea and met with the Flame Devils, he would have caused quite a bit of disturbance, drawing the attention of the Flame Devils. Light flickered in Lin Zhou's right eye. It is rumored that Yi Jing was killed by Yan Zhaoge. Could it be that something of his fell into Yan Zhaoge's hands? Lin Zhou leapt into the sea, the other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners exchanging looks as they followed behind him. They descended all the way to the bottom of the sea. Lin Zhou observed as he advanced, seemingly searching for something. A moment later, the underwater mountain range appeared before their eyes. Lin Zhou landed on the rocky mountain at the bottom of the sea, his sword light flickering as he pierced through the rock. Instantly, an extremely hot aura emanated from below. The middle-aged man beside Lin Zhou frowned. An underwater volcano? Senior apprentice brother Luo, this is not simply an underwater volcano, Lin Zhou said. Accurately speaking, this is the fire pith vein. Having been disturbed, it is about to gush out of the Earth's surface. Where we are now, is precisely one of these nodes. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo was slightly shocked. Who disturbed the fire pith vein here? Could it be the flame devils? Lin Zhou said, I don't think it could be anyone else. Another skinny, yet fierce-looking man beside him said, Junior apprentice brother Lin, how do you know of this? Have you informed the seniors of the clan? Lin Zhou answered, I unintentionally discovered a similar situation earlier. At first, I also thought that it was simply an underwater volcano about to erupt, but afterwards discovered that there seemed to be some force intentionally concealing its traces, thus causing my suspicions to arise. I haven't had the time to inform the seniors of the clan. Senior apprentice brother Zhang, senior apprentice brother Luo, you two should quickly report this to Grandmaster now. The expression of the skinny senior apprentice brother Zhang changed. We report it? This was clearly a share of the credit. Lin Zhou said calmly, the only thing I am considering now is killing Broad Creed Mountain's Yen Zhaoge. Senior apprentice brother Luo and senior apprentice brother Zhang had solemn expressions on their faces. What do you want to do? Lin Zhou said, the flame devils will very likely make use of the eruption of the underground fire pith vein to launch a counterattack. Actually, this should have been a decisive blow. In Lin Zhou's memories, Jade Sea City had been destroyed by the sneak attack of two flame devil kings, while Song Wuliang and the other higher echelon experts of Jade Sea City who had gone out to participate in the battle, Song Wuliang included, had all perished in the following battle. As a result, Jade Sea City had walked towards destruction, following in the footsteps of Black Nightmare Mountain. Now that they had Yuan Jingfeng who had stepped into the martial saint realm, and Song Wuliang also had the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, the strength of the Eight Extremities world participating in the battle had been even greater. The Flame Devils had instead lost a Flame Devil King, Qing Huang. With this, it would be very hard for the Flame Devils to obtain the battle results in Lin Zhou's memories. However, with the human experts who were currently unceasingly reclaiming their lost territory and launching a counterattack against the Flame Devils and now suffering such a sudden attack, the situation inevitably became even more complicated. Lin Zhou said indifferently, if our clan's seniors are careful, this battle might instead become a fortuitous encounter for our clan. As for us, we just have to wait here. While the Flame Devils seem to be retreating in defeat now, they are actually just waiting for a chance to counterattack. However, as long as we carefully follow the flow of the fire veins, even if the fire pith vein erupts here, we will still be able to ensure our safety. Next, we will observe. Wherever the Flame Devils congregate, we will go. Yen Zhaoge is likely to be there. Young master, you. Having just returned from receiving the news, Ahu stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied at the scene before him. Yen Zhaoge rushed before him, asking nonchalantly, what, is there a situation? Ahu said dazedly, someone saw the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Lin Zhou leave the region of Sea of Long Ocean City, entering the Outer East Sea. Not waiting for him to finish, Yen Zhaoge abruptly grabbed him, next descending deeper into the sea together. As the two descended, at virtually the same time, blazing fire evaporated the seawater, streaking past their heads. Chapter 388. Accompanied by the descent of Yen Zhaoge and Ahu, the ferocious fire dragon instantly shot over their heads. If they had still been in their original position, they would have been burnt to a crisp by this. In the distance behind them, a massive four-legged, eight-armed being whose entire body was wreathed in flames was currently in hot pursuit. Actually, it was shockingly a great flame devil. A great flame devil whose strength was equivalent to that of an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. While it was not as terrifying as a Flame Devil King, it was still extremely ferocious. Not lacking in speed or strength, it chased closely behind Yen Zhaoge and Ah Hu. If not for the seawater affecting flame devils, Yen Zhaoge would have long since been caught up to by it. In the distance, Pan Pan hurriedly came over as well. Grabbing Ah Hu with each hand, they swiftly dodged to the side as yet another roiling fire dragon assaulted them from behind. That great flame devil stomped on the ground, moving as though it was flying as it simultaneously brandished its 8 arms, seemingly throwing out one spear after another. The spears flew out of its hands, transforming into numerous fire dragons that viciously shot towards Yen Zhaoge's group. "Young master, you said that you wanted to find a great flame devil. Did you just walk straight up and infuriate the other party?" Ah Hu's voice was bitter to the point where it resembled a mouthful of Chinese medicine. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm, not panicked in the slightest. As he traversed the seawater, he unceasingly felt the changes in the spiritual qi of the sea as well as the power fluctuations of the great flame devil behind him. Evading the attack of that great flame devil once more, Yen Zhaoge brought Ah Hu and Pan Pan along as he headed into the depths of the sea. "I've already made other preparations, but I want to understand more about flame devils, especially those at the level of great flame devils." Yen Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "It's about time now, we can go to the place that I prepared beforehand. Even if we can't kill him, we can at least throw him off." As he said this, Yen Zhaoge brought Ah Hu and Pan Pan along in a mad dash, that great flame devil letting out a series of roars as it pursued closely behind them. If we delay any longer, he will probably call his friends over, attracting even more flame devils. At that time, variables will inevitably arise. Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ah Hu. "Just now, you said that Lin Zhou also left the Inner East Sea, coming to the Outer East Sea?" Ah Hu answered, "Someone saw him and some other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners leaving the region of Long Ocean City, heading east and entering the Outer East." Yen Zhaoge pondered upon hearing his words. Why did he specially come to the Outer East Sea? The Outer East was currently the main battlefield of the great battle with the Flame Devils. If Lin Zhou had followed his Grand Master, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shunli, it would have been fine. Moving alone was undoubtedly very dangerous. There were many great flame demons here. There were even quite a few flame demon kings. Just the shockwaves from a battle between martial sages were very terrifying. Yen Zhaoge was rather concerned by this abnormal situation. He could not help but begin carefully observing the environment of the Outer East Sea that he was currently in. But before he could think about it, the sea before him suddenly began to shake violently. Violent seismic waves spread out from the bottom of the sea and spread throughout the entire Outer East Sea in a short time. That terrifying momentum seemed to be even more shocking than the birth of the Blue Sea Pill Heart Sword. The surface of the sea surged majestically with huge waves that reached the heavens. Undercurrents surged beneath the surface of the sea, forming countless waterspouts that wreaked havoc. The raging tsunami was just the beginning. As Yen Zhaoge lowered his head and gazed downwards, he discovered that the underwater volcanoes that had seemed normal earlier suddenly erupted in unison at this moment without any prior warning whatsoever. The natural underwater scenery that had originally been unobstructed had instead become the culprit of the tribulation at this moment. The dark depths of the sea turned crimson at this moment. Everywhere that Yen Zhaoge's gaze passed, it was all filled with dazzling red light. The underwater volcanoes erupted in unison, also being extremely violent and tyrannical as compared to normal. Numerous volcanoes directly broke apart, infinite flames surging out from within, causing the surrounding crust of the seabed to shatter along with it. The entire underwater world was completely transformed into a sea of flames at this moment. The violent, surging heat seemed limitless and without end as it rose unceasingly. The temperature of the seawater instantly rose as it evaporated. It was not just a single region of sea that had such a problem. Instead, it affected the entire Outer East Sea at this moment, spreading outwards in all directions. It was often said that the heavens were incinerated and the sea was boiled. The scene before him truly had the momentum of the sea being boiled. Infinite waves dissipated, a great amount of hot steam rising on the surface of the sea, forming a dense mist that was all white. The great sea that should originally have been a world of water was blazing hot at this moment, as though it was about to completely transform into a sea of flames. Seeing this scene, Ahu and Pan Pan were shocked to the point of being unable to speak. Yen Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Even a great flame devil king might not be able to do something like this, turning the entire Outer East Sea into a world of flames. The area of the Outer East Sea, when compared to the mainland, was not something that a county or a region could compare to, instead being the size of half the heaven domain. Earth veins, only after the fire pith veins have been touched would such a great disturbance be caused. Dragging Ahu and Pan Pan along, Yen Zhaoge dodged a pillar of fire that shot into the sky. The flame devils want to turn the environment of the Great Sea, which is disadvantageous to them, into an environment like their own home ground, the flame devil world. What a great move! From the looks of it now, the entire Outer East Sea had once been occupied by the flame devils, with the entire Eight Extremities world's defensive line having been forced to retreat to the region of Long Ocean City within the Inner East Sea. A massive disaster had been buried, giving the flame devils the chance to do as they pleased in the Outer East Sea, making arrangements. Now regaining his wits, Ahu cried out involuntarily. The old chief and the others were actually also deceived. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. On one hand, they were deceived, but on the other, they also didn't expect it. While the flame devils have also entered the Eight Extremities world before, the flow of spiritual chi in the earth veins is constantly changing. Having entered this time, they could only fumble about from the beginning. Within such a short period of time, the flame devils were actually able to clearly grasp the flow of spiritual chi in the Eight Extremities world's earth veins, causing a change in the fire pith veins. After all, they came from a completely different world from here. This is also precisely what I am curious about. While I do not underestimate the strength of the flame devils, at the same time admitting that they are not without intelligence, this is really a little inconceivable. Unable to dive towards the depths of the sea now, Yen Zhaoge brought Ahu and Pan Pan along as he rapidly rose towards the surface of the sea. There is something, or some unique technique, that helped the flame devils to do this, also helping them to conceal the signs of the changes in the earth veins, instead deceiving us of the Eight Extremities world. A cold light flickered within Yen Zhaoge's eyes. Having been obstructed for a moment by the violent tsunami and undercurrents earlier, as the flame sea unceasingly devoured the Jade Sea, the great flame devil caught up once more. Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel that the other party's aura was even more brutal than before. In such an environment, the strength of the flame devils was clearly still recovering, even growing. It was not just this great flame devil before Yen Zhaoge. At this moment, on the Outer East Sea, with the flame devil kings at their head, all the flame devils seemed to have broken free of their shackles as they began to unleash terrifying waves of counterattacks. Having just launched a counterattack on the Outer East Sea, turning defeat into victory, the Eight Extremities world martial practitioners instantly suffered an even fiercer counterattack from the flame devils. Chapter 389. The first to detect the changes in the earth veins of the Outer East Sea were Yuan Jingfeng and the others. The human martial saints who were currently locked in a fierce battle with the flame devil kings immediately felt the abnormalities in the depths of the Great Sea down below. Yuan Jingfeng and the others wanted to suppress the eruption of the fire pith vein, but Jing Zhong and the other flame devil kings had long since been waiting for this moment as they immediately launched a fierce counterattack. What caused the experts of the Eight Extremities world to feel troubled was that they could very directly feel the strength of the flame devils before them abruptly skyrocket. This was not because the flame devil king Jing Zhong had previously been holding back. Instead, after the external environment had changed, the combat power of the flame devils had been boosted. Having originally been at a disadvantage, the unceasingly retreating flame devils immediately launched a counterattack. The offensive and defensive positions of the two sides changed once more. Fortunately, Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia and the others reacted in time, immediately stabilizing their footing, not allowing the flame devils to easily gain the upper hand. Other than the great battle between martial saint experts, on the Outer East Sea, Fu Enchu and the other martial grandmaster experts were also locked in a fierce battle with the other flame devils. Not just the Flame Devil Kings, all the Flame Devils were like fish in water amidst the changes in the environment. This was especially so for the great Flame Devils, their strength rising greatly, causing the martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world to feel pressured. Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters of Sacred Grounds basically all possessed high-grade spirit artifacts, their actual combat power often surpassing that of great Flame Devils of the same level. Before this, the great Flame Devils had to rely on their numerical advantage to make up for their lack of individual combat power. However, now that the fire pith vein at the bottom of the sea had erupted, the former blue sky and jade sea having transformed into a sea of flames, the great Flame Devils had all become extremely ferocious. Caught unawares, Fu Enshu and the others even suffered some losses, with more than one Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster being injured by the sudden attacks of the Flame Devils. What caused the human martial experts to feel especially wary was that as time passed, amidst this environment where flowing fire abounded, the Flame Devils grew bolder and bolder as they fought. Yan Zhaoge had already noticed this problem at this moment. The great Flame Devil chasing after him seemed to not know exhaustion. The frequency at which this great Flame Devil threw out the fire spears was even more concentrated, also seeming to be going all out with each one. However, Yan Zhaoge could feel that not only had the other party's strength not been depleted, it had instead become even more vigorous. Yet, Yan Zhaoge could feel that not only had its strength not been depleted, it had instead become even more vigorous. Numerous fire lances were hurled consecutively, instantly transforming the surrounding heavens and earth into a cage of flames, wanting to seal off Yan Zhaoge's path of retreat along with the roiling ocean down below. Ah, who grimaced in pain. Young master, didn't you say that you had already made arrangements? Can it still be of use now? The immortal crane wings on Yan Zhaoge's back expanded, the purplish-green light of thunder flickering within his right eye as streams of electricity stimulated his entire body, flowing to the wings on his back. As it flapped its wings, it raised its speed to the limit, narrowly dodging another fire spear. I can't use it in this environment. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. Still, we still have to retrieve it. There will be other uses for it. As he spoke, he soared up into the sky and then suddenly dove down. Dodging the attack of the great Flame Devil behind him, the other party had already chased after him ferociously. Yan Zhaoge released his hands, the figures of Ah Hu and Pan Pan descending. Meanwhile, he himself turned around and drew his bow, Sky Shocker roaring as three devil-shattering ice talismans howled out, transforming into golden light as they shot towards that great Flame Devil. Having shot out 3 arrows, Yan Zhaoge kept Heaven Shocker, the immortal crane wings on his back vibrating as he sped downwards, his hands grabbing onto the descending Ah Hu and Pan Pan once more. Struck by the devil-shattering ice talismans, that great Flame Devil halted in its tracks, but flames quickly surged madly about its entire body. The blazing hot aura of the surrounding heavens and earth also worked together, very quickly dispelling the golden frost. The great Flame Devil howled madly, chasing after Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge brought Ah Hu and Pan Pan along as he dove down towards the great sea once more. The sea before them was already completely boiling, the seawater roiling as countless massive bubbles surged up, before exploding consecutively. Just the explosion of these bubbles could form an extremely powerful destructive force, making it hard for people to approach them, let alone the seawater down below. Pan Pan let out a low roar, numerous streams of black water and numerous streams of white flames appearing out of nowhere, surrounding himself, Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu. The white flames and black water temporarily separated the boiling sea from the blazing hot flames. Yan Zhaoge brought Ah Hu and Pan Pan along, returning to the depths of the sea. At this moment, the depths of the sea had already turned into a world of flames and lava, bright red and bright, filled with the aura of destruction. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a massive ball of ice fixed within the seawater, neither rising nor sinking. Amidst the boiling hot seawater, the surface of this ball of ice also emitted crackling sounds, numerous cracks appearing on it. While it had not truly shattered, if it continued to remain in such an environment, it would clearly still be destroyed by the sea of flames. Yan Zhaoge pushed on that massive ball of ice with his palm, his shadow-shrinking pouch opening, like a snake swallowing an elephant, keeping that ball of ice within. With just this short pause, the great flame devil behind them had already caught up once more. Carefully observing the unceasingly spurting underground fire at the bottom of the sea, Yen Zhaoge decisively brought Ahu and Pan Pan along as he sped forward. This is also not the southern underground palace. Such a large-scale change in the earth veins that encompasses the entire Outer East Sea, the eruption of underground fire, it would not be a single explosion. There should be many nodes, acting as a chain reaction. A cold light flickered within Yen Zhaoge's eyes. It would instead be calmer at the nodes where the earth veins are triggered as well as the chain reaction. Avoiding the underground fire spurting from the depths of the sea down below. Avoiding the attacks of the great flame devil behind them. Calculating the circulation pattern of the fire pith veins according to the surrounding environment. Sprinting madly all the way, Yen Zhaoge split his attention into three, his mind working to the maximum as he even vaguely felt a little dizzy. Finally, the temperature of the surrounding boiling sea suddenly dropped a little. Gazing over, Yen Zhaoge saw that on the crimson depths of the sea, an existence that resembled a path had shockingly appeared. Those were numerous underwater mountain ranges, seemingly protected by a formless power as they were not invaded by the surrounding sea of flames. Amidst the boundless sea, underground fire erupted everywhere at the bottom of the sea. Here, however, there was a region that was completely unaffected. Amidst the all-encompassing flowing fire, there seemed to be a long line that extended into the distance, its end not visible. Yen Zhaoge let out a long breath. It is indeed so. However, the great flame devil behind them caught up once more. The environment of the Outer East Sea had already changed completely. Even in this peaceful world, its power was still boosted by the sea of flames. This great flame devil rushed madly on all fours, lunging towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge ignored him, instead determining his direction for a moment before continuing forward along the fire-free path. As he unceasingly calculated his position within his heart while fighting with that great flame devil behind him, after a long journey, Yen Zhaoge's speed suddenly slowed. Gazing over, he saw that a break had suddenly appeared in the underwater mountain range before him. While it was not like other places where underground fire erupted unceasingly, the mountain range here was broken, its center sunken downwards, forming a place that resembled a deep abyss. Within the deep abyss, the crimson light of fire emanated from within. Chapter 390. Seeing that deep abyss from which the light of fire surged, Yen Zhaoge immediately sped over. The expression of the great flame devil behind him changed slightly as it let out an enraged roar that was hard to understand, its speed seemingly also abruptly increasing as it chased after Yen Zhaoge. Young master! Whose expression was extremely solemn as he suddenly shouted in a low voice. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm. Yeah, I felt it. In the distance, there were several powerful auras currently heading in this direction. Their auras were violent and blazing. They were clearly flame demons. Amongst them, there was a powerful aura that was not inferior to that of the great flame devil behind them. It was clearly a great flame devil as well. Soon, several figures burning with flames appeared in the distant sea. The one in the lead spread his wings and flew high like a firebird. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near the abyss. Following closely behind this great flame devil were other flame devils. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, they simultaneously let out enraged roars that shocked the heavens. The great flame devil chasing behind Yen Zhaoge was also roaring furiously, seemingly conversing with one another. Young master, as this great flame devil chases after us, it is also trying to establish contact with the other flame devils, Ahu said in a heavy voice. As time drags on, there will be even more flame devils rushing over to reinforce and surround us. Yen Zhaoge did not speak, instead continuing resolutely charging towards the deep abyss of fiery light. As he advanced, he suddenly released the huge ice ball from his shadow shrinking pouch. As he arrived at the very top of that deep abyss, Yen Zhaoge formed a fist seal with his right hand, before punching the ice ball. The ice ball suddenly shook and fell vertically, falling into the abyss that was flickering with fiery light. The flame devils before and behind him all let out enraged roars, shooting towards Yen Zhaoge at an extremely high speed. Yan Zhaoge ignored the two great flame devils, instead punching out towards that ice ball from the air once more. The ice ball that had yet to completely shatter in the sea of fire disintegrated at this moment. As the rays of light flickered, they weaved into icy blue runes that formed a huge formation. The 9 icicles stood at the edge of the formation. At this moment, they expanded and turned into 9 white pillars of light. They pierced through the deep sea and stabilized the formation. At the center of the formation was a large amount of golden ice crystals, all of which were the devil-shattering ice talismans that Yan Zhaoge had forged. The formation floated in the air before slowly descending into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, the magma and raging flames seemed to be sentient, sensing something. They continuously rose, no longer as calm as before, starting to gush upwards. That fiery bird-like great flame devil hesitated slightly, seemingly wanting to descend to the bottom of the abyss. Meanwhile, that 4-legged, 8-armed great flame devil that had been chasing behind Yan Zhaoge all along flew into a rage as it madly chased after Yan Zhaoge. He raised his arm, a fire spear shooting towards Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge and Ahu landed on Panpan's back. Within the depths of the sea, Panpan spread his claws wide, dashing madly all the way. Some of the other flame devils lunged towards the deep abyss down below, while others also headed over to obstruct Yan Zhaoge. The threat they posed to Yan Zhaoge was far from comparable to those two great flame devils. If not for the existence of those two great flame devils, Yan Zhaoge would be able to slowly take care of them. Now, however, with the great flame devil by the side, the threat of these flame devils attacking from all sides had also become immense. Yan Zhaoge didn't get entangled with them as he drew back Heaven Shocker, shooting out one devil-shattering ice talismans after another. Numerous streaks of golden light shot through the depths of the sea, condensing into a massive glacier which obstructed those flame devils. However, the fire spear thrown by the great flame devil behind him arrived before him in an instant, fast to the point that he couldn't evade in time. The violent, blazing aura caused the glacier created by the devil-shattering ice talismans to begin melting and breaking apart unceasingly, filled with an aura of destruction. Holding the bow with his left hand, Yan Zhaoge retrieved a small black incense burner with his right at lightning speed, facing that fire spear that was shooting over madly towards him. This great flame devil was huge, and the fire spear it threw was also a massive object, being several tens of feet long and over a meter in diameter. Yan Zhaoge brought the earth-devouring burner to block before him. It was rather mystical as the space before the earth-devouring burner seemed to distort, the massive fire spear shrinking rapidly as it was absorbed within the earth-devouring burner. Panpan made use of this chance to bring Yan Zhaoge along, speeding forward. Ha! Now, the purplish-green light of thunder abruptly flashed within Yan Zhaoge's right eye, a faint piercing pain emanating from within. Having been reminded by Yan Zhaoge, Panpan abruptly opened his mouth and roared, spitting out a streak of blazing white fire. The white fire arrow shot far into the distance, traversing the seawater unimpeded at first. Yet, it suddenly halted. The next moment, as though light had suddenly appeared within the boundless darkness, numerous streaks of green thunder suddenly appeared, a small amount of strange silvery white lightning mixed within. The green light of thunder shot into the skies, transforming into a heaven-obscuring barrier, enveloping the vicinity of the deep abyss. As the white fire arrow shot out by Panpan collided with the barrier of green thunder, it was instantly shattered by the light of thunder. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's pupils instantly dilated slightly, heavenly thunder hall. Enveloped by the light of thunder, the figure of a one-eyed youth appeared. It was precisely Lin Zhou. Other than Lin Zhou, there were also other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners scattered in groups of 2s and 3s, each taking up a foothold. 3 great green flags formed a tripod, jointly supporting the massive divine sky green thunder barrier before them. Before Lin Zhou and the others could speak, Yan Zhaoge directly let out a low roar, the light of thunder flickering within his right eye as a purple orb surfaced above his head. Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. The terrifying and instant's thunder roared madly, venting its tyrannical power to the extreme. That instant's heaven-shocking, earth-shaking eruption caused even the great flame devils who had been chasing closely behind Yan Zhaoge earlier to feel a chill. The terrifying light of thunder that resembled a long river surged forward, directly vaporizing all the seawater in the vicinity, clearing out a path of vacuum. As an instant's thunder collided with the divine sky-green thunder barrier, a great green flag was directly shattered into smithereens. Where the great flag stood, a great amount of the rocks at the bottom of the sea collapsed, the scene of the heavens collapsing and the earth caving in. The Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners in the vicinity of the great flag, that skinny senior apprentice brother Zhang included, all lost their footing as they fell downwards together. The all-encompassing green thunder was instantly ripped apart, a massive fissure in the blink of an eye. Yan Zhaoge brought Ahu and Pan Pan along, wanting to rush out of the fissure. However, Lin Zhou seemed to have long since been prepared for this as he suddenly flashed another great green flag that was exactly the same as the first one. The three great flags reunited, the divine sky-green thunder barrier erected once more, blocking the path of Yan Zhaoge's group. Ah, who let loose a torrent of abuse? Good ah, is your Heavenly Thunder Hall in cahoots with the Flame Devils? Lin Zhou stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge with his right eye as he said coldly, our clan is merely surrounding and obstructing the Flame Devils who are causing trouble. You just happen to be within their midst, it is just a coincidence. However, it is also not good for us to let you out. Otherwise, if the Flame Devils escape and cause destruction, none of us will be able to bear the responsibility for that. If there are any injuries, we can only say that it is regrettable. In a battle with the Flame Devils, there will inevitably be sacrifices. The broad-creed young master, Yan Zhaoge, has always been of noble character and unquestionable integrity, probably not caring about his own life. Here, on behalf of all the life forms of the Eight Extremities world, I thank you for your efforts and sacrifices.